If you like dating sims, I really enjoy this game. I've 100%ed it. I have like 90 hours in this game. And there's a bunch of different stories, but they all tie in together. Here's the trailer. And it was my favorite dating sim that I played last year. It didn't come out last year, but I did play the shit out of it off stream. I'm sorry if you can hear me crunching. Oh yeah, I can't write simp. It's really dumb that they won't let you write that. But I like to tell people about this game, even though I read that this developer kind of fucked shit up for people, so they have a kind of a bad reputation now. But I hate to hear that, but I do really love this game. So if you like what you see, all the stories are like $3, and then you could buy an epilogue for $1. But the base game is free, and you can play the prologue for free to see if you're interested in the story. But here, I will link it here in the chat if you want to check it out for yourself. Pin it up here. But yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Ever since I beat it, I have wanted to play it for y'all. So I hope you enjoy it. We're gonna play my favorite story first, and just kind of go in order. There's no real order you need to play them. I just played them in the order of the characters I liked the most. So you can play it in whatever order you want. The only rule is that you won't be able to play one of them because he's like end game. But they do tell you that. But everybody else you can play. And you don't have to play. I mean, if you don't care about beating the game, you obviously don't have to. But I really recommend it. Even the character that I didn't like, I ended up really liking. There's two of them that I was like, I don't think I'm gonna like it. I got really into it. So I will let you make your own decision. A lot of people didn't like the pay structure, but I didn't mind it because even at the end of the day, it wasn't that much money. Like I said, I think there's 5 stories, and they're like $3, $4 including the epilogue each. We just watched this, so I'll skip this. Enter first name into my name. Do the screen name, Sith. Yes. All right. Today, my first year of undergraduate studies begins at Hagawara University. Oh, let me switch this, actually, before we start here. Because this will just be in the way. Hold on. Here we go. I will try to limit that as much as possible. Put that there. We don't really need these right now. So I will leave them off. Alright, this should be good. Alright, today, my first year of undergraduate studies begins at Hagiwara University. All good, we just started. I know I said I was going to start, but this is the beginning frame of the game. We're starting our undergraduate studies at Hagiwara University. I made sure to get here early so I could make it on time to my first lecture, but somehow I managed to get horribly lost. I'd climbed the stairs to look for my classroom on the second floor, but couldn't find it. I turned to go back down, still reading the map. Suddenly, I collided into something, or rather, someone. Whoa! I lose my balance and throw out my arms to catch myself. My things fly out of my hands, scattering all over the steps. But the guy I ran into puts out his arms to catch me before I fall forward. Over his shoulder, I can see the contents of my bag that have been upended. I click my tongue and try to move to gather them, but then I realize the guy still has his arm around my waist. I pull back to look at him and our eyes meet. Are you okay? Yeah. Thanks for catching me, but could you let me go now? Oh yeah, sorry. He lets go of my waist hastily and takes a small step back. Here, let me pick those up for you. He bends down to gather my things before they get stepped on by the passersby. I'm Shu. He picks up my map and looks at it before handing everything to me. Is this your first year here? Yeah. Then welcome. It's my second year here myself. He taps a line on my class schedule. If you were looking for this, you just passed it. It's back down the hall on the left. Oh. Thanks. I've barely taken the paper back before Shu grabs my wrist to look at my watch. Oh crap. I just realized my next class is on the other side of the campus. I got a jet. See ya. Before I fully realize what's happening, Shu has turned around and is sprinting away. What was that all about? But since I'm about to be late for class, I don't have much time to wonder. Pushing Shu out of my mind, I start running toward class myself. After a morning of classes, it's finally lunchtime. I'm at the counter paying for my food, or at least I'm supposed to be. When I reach into my bag, I grope around for my wallet, but I can't find it. The cashier stares at me, wholly unimpressed with my lack of preparation. Oh no. Don't tell me I lost it. I'm starting to panic when a black leather wallet is thrust in front of my face. Is this yours? I'm not actually sure at first, until I see the small star-shaped charm hanging off of it. I feel immense relief as I take out the wallet. Or I take the wallet. Oh good, that's a relief. I was looking everywhere for you. Thank you. I thought I'd lost it for good. Is there anything... Don't worry about it. You're cute enough that is payment enough for me to if you smile. Oh. He looks expectant enough that I manage to pull my lips into some semblance of a smile. Looking strangely satisfied, he points to the annoyed cashier before hopping over the line's railing. Completely flustered, I shake my head to clear it. I quickly turn around to pay for my food and take my tray to head outside. I've been cooped up all day. I need some fresh air. I step outside into sunshine as a chilly breeze passes right through me. I shiver involuntarily, but it feels refreshing. Thankfully, it also means that there's hardly anyone outside. I sit on a bench on the grass and relax as I admire the campus's scenery. But then I hear a voice nearby. I slowly stop chewing and look around to identify the voice. Oh, come on, don't be ridiculous. There's no way that actually happened. The male's voice is laughing and energetic, yet I see no one around. It sounds like someone's talking on the phone. Whatever it is, it's kind of annoying. Someone moves into view near the flowers. They seem to be looking at nothing in particular. Haha, fine, I believe you. You don't have to look so annoyed. Aha, I've spotted the mystery man. I wonder what's so funny. Startled by the sudden sound of a phone ringing, I nearly choke on my food. Huh? I slowly, almost fearfully, look over at the guy I thought was talking on the phone, and see him pull one out of his pocket. You have potatoes in your cabinet. Oh no. Oh no. Potato monsters. Should draw a face on it. Be like, it's turning already. See, I'm not helpful. I'm not good either. I'd feed into it. Your oldest was terrified. Draw a face on it. Do you have googly eyes? Get some fucking googly eyes. And like Elf on the Shelf, potato monster. Like he just add a feature every day. It's like, oh my god, it's morphing. It's happening. See how long it takes for them to just panic, throw it away. He checks it, then puts away, all while happily talking to nothing. I'm pondering what just happened when I notice that the man is looking at me. Huh? Maybe you should brush up on your spying skills if you want to listen in on people. Oh, busted. I quickly turned back around. Okay? I tried to ignore the weird guy and managed to finish eating my lunch in relative peace. When I get to my apartment, I open up my laptop. I want to sign up for that business club I heard about before tomorrow. My phone vibrates before I can do much, though. I take it out and realize that there's a rare email from my mother. How was your first week of school? Is everything going well? You left your laptop charger here. I'll be at home Saturday, so could you come get it then? I'd like to take you out to a nice restaurant to celebrate your first week. Mom. Oh, of course I left something important at home, and I was trying to be so careful about everything. The end of the email was a bit strange, though. She's never really been the type to celebrate things. Regardless of my thoughts, I type a reply that I'll be there on Saturday. But the strange feeling the email gave me never goes away. The next day, I managed to get through classes without getting lost. I have finished my classes for today, and I'm headed for the first meeting of the business club. Room 129. There it is. I push the door open. As soon as I do, a black-haired man turns to face me. Welcome to the... He stops mid-sentence and stares at me. I'm struck silent for an entirely different reason. The man has striking aqua-colored eyes. Oh. We stare at each other for a few moments before a voice from behind me interrupts. Hey, come on, let me in. Flustered, I hurry to move out of the way and step into the classroom. As the man goes by, I recognize his distinctive hair. Oh, it's that weird guy who is talking to himself. I glance at the black-haired man again, but he's turned away from me. I turn to face the class and lock eyes with a young-looking guy in yellow. Is that the guy from the cafeteria? He gives me a big smile that strikes me as suddenly familiar. Weird. I feel like I know him from somewhere. He lifts his legs up and jumps to his feet in one fluid movement. Then he turns to the newcomer. Hey, Shinji, I came here to talk to you. Oh? Oh, I forgot about that. I'll lend you that book next week, Takumi. Huh? It's not about the book. It's... Excuse me, please don't block the walkway. I hear an irritated voice behind me. I turn to look, equally irritated at his rudeness. We just stare at each other. Love at first sight already, Tatsuya? Shut up, Shinji. I immediately move away from the door and go to sit down. A few moments later, after I do, someone starts yelling. No! The peaches are running away! Huh? I look over to where I heard the voice and see a guy in a bright orange hoodie sleeping on the couch. Is that... I think it was Shu. What the hell? Why is he here? I'm not really sure. He did stay up pretty late practicing for a part he just got, though. So I guess napping? I think he said something about wanting to join the club. Whatever. Let's just start the meeting. Thanks for watching the club for me, Professor Kazama. Tatsuya turns around, but the professor is gone. How did he slip out without anyone noticing? But no one else seems to think it's all that strange. The meeting commences without any further weirdness, though I'm surprised at how small it is. Since it seems like we have some new members this year, maybe we should start this meeting by introducing ourselves. I'm Tatsuya Yukamura, the club president and a third year. I'm Shinji Hirayama, a third year. I've been a member of this club for a long time. Though I think everyone here probably already knows me, I'm Takumi Arai, or Taku for short. It's my first year here, but I'm not actually even a part of this club. I raise an eyebrow at Takumi's introduction. So why is he even here? I look at Shu and Tatsuya kicks the couch. Shu startles awake. Huh? Where am I? At the business club you were talking about joining? Huh? Oh. Oh. We're doing introductions and it's your turn. Oh, all right. I'm Shu Hattori, a second year. I just joined the club. My acting teacher told me if I want to become an actor, it's good to get some understanding with how business works. So here I am. Everyone looks at me expectantly, and I stand up and slightly bow. I'm Kate Sith. It's my first year here. It's nice to meet you all. I sit back down, and Tetsuya starts going over what the purpose of this club is and the kinds of things we'll be doing in it. But every now and then, I see the purple-haired guy, Shinji, glancing at me. Can I help you? What? Am I super attractive today? Eventually, the meeting is over, and I stand up and grab my bag. But Shinji walks slowly up to me like he's in a daze. He stares me in the face. You're not... What? Jeez, is there something on my face? Suddenly, Shinji just walks right past me. It's as if I don't exist at all. Oh. It's Saturday, and I've gotten lost a few times, but I finally found the coffee house Mother wanted me to meet her at. I spot her immediately as I enter, sitting at one of the tables by the window. Mother looks as put together as ever. I walk up to her table. She only gives me one of her inscrutable expressions. Hello, Mother. I'm sorry I'm late. I got a little lost on the way. As I take my seat, I realize she's already ordered something for me. Mother looks at me over her teacup with that usual half-smile of hers. I did not wait long, but I did wonder if you would be able to find this place. I know it's a little out of the way. Most people don't know much about this district. I eventually figured it out. So, I didn't know you frequented places like this. Mother gently places her teacup on the table. The eerie color of her eyes always makes me feel like she can see right through me. For a moment, I feel like I'm 10 again, being judged to see... Okay, hydrating. Is the game audio okay? Because the music's great. This game is very relaxing. It's so good. I can't recommend it enough. Okay, I hydrated. For a moment, I feel like I'm 10 again, being judged to see if I'm worthy of knowledge. I don't. But a very old friend of mine owns this place. I wanted to come see it at least once. An old friend. Now I'm curious, though I doubt she'd actually tell me more. Oh, I see. An uncomfortable silence settles upon us, as usual. As usual, I start rambling. I'm going to turn that up a little bit more. Sorry, it's going to make it go off for a second. I'm going to turn this up. You can hear it perfectly fine. All right. So, school has been great. I even joined a club. Oh, but how are Dad and Keo doing? Your sister began school. She apparently made a friend, a very nice boy. And Rokuru is out of the country on business this week. Having nothing else to say, the conversation quickly dies down. I look out the window as I quietly sip my tea. Lunch with Mother. It's not even a bit awkward, nope. But at least Keo has a new friend. I hold back a sigh. Kate, I must admit, I asked you to meet me here for a reason. There is somewhere I'd want to take you. I've been meaning to ever since we came back to Japan. Will you come with me? She seems sad. It's utterly strange to see my always controlled mother let any emotion slip. I'm left speechless, but I can't hide the curiosity bubbling up inside me. She almost never wants to share anything with me, so this has to be something huge. Of course, Mother, I'll go with you. After we finish eating, I follow Mother out of the coffee house. Her high heels click against the pavement as she walks in front of me. It's just the same. Even though I'm 20, I still feel like a child. Always following, never catching up, but maybe now she sees me as an adult. Maybe things will be different from now on. It's with these thoughts that I eagerly get into her car. I sit in the car beside my mother, looking out the window. Maybe if I ask, she'll tell me where we're going, for once. I sigh, knowing she'll just evade the question if she doesn't want to answer it. If she wanted me to know, she would have told me. I sneak a glance at her. Her knuckles are white from how hard she's gripping the steering wheel, and there's a somber expression on her face that I can't quite place. Seeing her, of all people, so unsettled makes me beyond anxious. Mother, where are you taking me? Mother? Yes? Where are we going? I can't keep the nervousness out of my voice, and Mother seems to pick up on it, as she usually does. There is no need to concern yourself. Oh. I sit back in the seat with a sigh. I knew she wasn't going to tell me. But unexpectedly, Mother keeps talking. We are going to the countryside. I will explain more when we get there, but please, just relax and make yourself comfortable. The countryside? I guess it might be a few hours then. I can't believe she even said that much, though. I settle in my seat for the long ride, feeling like I might have made a small breakthrough with my mother. After a very quiet car ride, we finally stopped at a house in the country. I step outside of the car in amazement. A traditional home. Whose house is this? The gentle breeze sways through the tall field, rippling through the blades of grass. It makes such a pleasant sound, and it smells so good out here that my nerves are somewhat calmed. It's beautiful out here. Yes, it is. Mother walks ahead of me with a key and unlocks the door to the house. I hesitate a moment, not wanting to go inside. The sunset is so beautiful, but I can't keep Mother waiting. Maybe I can come outside later. Regretfully, I walk into the house ahead of Mother, who follows me in and shuts the door. Wait here. I will bring us some refreshments. Okay. Mother leaves before I can finish the sentence. Alone in the room, I sit down at the table. I'm not sure where we are, but it's very peaceful out here. The sound of the door sliding open distracts me from my thoughts. Mother comes in carrying a tray of snacks and some tea. She glides across the room and gently places the tray on the table in front of me. Now we can have our chat a little more comfortably. Thank you. Mother sits down at the other side of the table. I'm sure you're wondering what this place is and why I brought you here. Of course. For a few moments we sit in silence. Mother seems to be thinking about how to say it. This house is built on the land my ancestors lived on hundreds of years ago. They lived and worked here. They spilled blood here. The way she says it sends a faint chill down my spine. I wanted to bring you here, to show you this place that's so full of history. There aren't many things left here from that time, but I thought you would enjoy seeing it anyway. She takes a small sip from her cup, and I follow suit. No worries, Taka. Take your time. No sorries. A pleasant warmth washes over my body. Thank you for the tea. It's very good. Now I want tea. Can you show me around a bit? Ugh. A wave of dizziness hits me like a ton of bricks. As the world starts to spin, I have to physically hold on to the table. Kate, are you all right? I don't feel well. Everything keeps spinning and my vision goes black. Huh? I open my eyes. I see the moon hanging up high in the sky above me. The sky's... Wait, huh? Where the hell am I? I try to move, but my body is completely unresponsive. What is this? What's going on? Why can't I move? Help me, help! Somebody please help. Help me.
Help is on the way, dear!
I'm panicking, but I can hear someone coming closer. They're muttering under their breath. Up already? I knew I should have used more potion. What? Did they say potion? Help me! Please help! Someone sighs. It's useless to shout, you know. No one will hear you. But don't worry. This will be over soon. What? Who are you? What's going on?
Excuse me! Who even are you?
Another sigh. Then footsteps. A familiar face comes into view. Mother stands over me, her eyes glowing. Mother! What? I told you. It's going to be over soon. Mother snaps her fingers. As if I was a marionette on strings, my body plays along, sitting up on its own. I can see a strange chalk circle outline on the ground around us. Her heels click against the stone. She walks to something that looks suspiciously like an altar of some sort. Please explain. What have you done to me? Why? How? I can see her eyes dart towards me momentarily as she continues to work. She places various crystals along the chalk outline. My heart is beating impossibly fast. I try to stay as calm as I possibly can. I suppose I should explain. It's only fair. She stops and looks at me. I am many things. My true name is Shizuka. I am the last living sorceress. A mistake rendered me cursed, unable to die. What? But how is that even possible? I want to doubt her words, to simply write this all away as some weird dream. But it feels real. Too real. She laughs and continues her strange preparations. The curse of immortality is immortal as well. Of course it would be like that. It's almost funny. It might have been an accident, but considering who he is, it makes perfect sense. Ah. For centuries I have searched for a way to undo the curse. I thought it hopeless, until a friend told me of a way I could finally be rid of it. Mother continues to carefully place crystals in a circle around me. The only way it would work, however, is if I completed the ritual on a very specific date, and if I had someone very specific to transfer the curse onto. With a momentary pause, she glances at me. A daughter? No, not a daughter. A homunculus, the perfect copy of my physical self. And so I created you. I am not your mother. I am the alchemist who made you. Dun dun dun. Any words I could say get stuck in my throat. I feel like I'm going to pass out again. This has to be some sick joke. This can't be real. This is all just a terrible dream. I just need to wake up and I'll be back in my bedroom. But if this, by some insane chance, is real, there are some things I want to know. Who cursed you? Isn't there any other way? What about Dad? I don't know, what would it be like? What about Dad? What about Dad? Does he know? Your father is human. There are things he does not need to know. He is safer that way. There are a million more things I want to ask, but Shizuka carefully places the last crystal. The chalk outline suddenly glows an eerie green. Wait! Stop! With a wave of her hand, my lips snap shut. Now completely paralyzed, all I can do is watch. Shizuka kneels in front of me. She takes out a small vial of some strange liquid. It looks like billions of tiny shivering stars gently swirling together in a tiny bottle. She quickly downs it. Ugh, that tasted about as bad as I expected. Shizuka stares at me, and I can see the green of her eyes start to swirl and change into brown. I feel a sharp pain in mine at the same time. I want to scream as the pain spreads from my eyes to the rest of my body. But since I can't move, all I can do is scream in my head. It hurts so much. Please make it stop. As my vision slowly darkens, I see Shizuka stand up, her eyes now completely brown. I'm sorry. I can barely hear her whisper the words. As she disappears from my vision, the world goes dark. Ugh. I grab my head that's throbbing with pain. Where am I? I'm so groggy I can scarcely remember my own name, much less what happened yesterday. I manage to force my eyes open and ease myself up into a sitting position. Holding my head still, I go back through everything I remember. I went to school, then I met Mother for lunch on Saturday. Flashes of strange images suddenly come to mind. A strange house I didn't know my mother owned. Having tea by the setting sun. Then the feelings of helplessness, fear, and confusion while my mother made strange preparations under a full moon. And of course, brief but excruciating pain. I laugh nervously. That's right. It must have been a dream. I can't shake the negative feelings the dream gave me, though, or my grogginess. Somehow, though, I managed to push myself out of bed. I check my phone screen. I notice there's an email notification from the school. But more importantly, crap, I have to get to school. I rush to get dressed and grab some pain relievers before I run out the door. While waiting for a traffic light to change, I check my phone. Curious, I open the email I saw earlier. You have been added to Intro to Mystical Studies 101. Please follow the instructions below to find your class. HU faculty. What? I think back, but I don't remember requesting any such class. Mystical Studies? Is that like a religion or something? The class starts almost immediately after my last one of the day, so I won't have time to find out about it. So I'll just go talk to the teacher and figure it out later. The light turns green and I put my phone away. Yeah, I won't worry about all this weird stuff. I'll just keep focused on what I need to do today. Despite my best efforts, my headache never went away. I feel that. It's my life. But all my classes are done for the day. Well, except for one. I go in the elevator and look for a button to the basement as the instructions said. I didn't even know this place had a basement. Place finger over elevator buttons. I hover my finger over nothing, feeling like an idiot. But then the air shimmers around my hand. A button appears in the empty space with a symbol indicating basement. What just happened? Okay, Kate, just stay calm. You're probably just tired and seeing things. I firmly cut off all other thoughts forming in my mind and press the button. Let's go, full force. I step out into a hallway that looks like something out of a fantasy movie. Okay. This is getting so weird that even I'm starting to have trouble ignoring it. I'm nervous now. There aren't any students that I can see, and I'm a little intimidated by the dimly lit hall. I slowly walk down the corridor. The rooms are sparse and few between, leading me to wonder just how big the rooms are. Finally, I stop in front of a large door. I take a deep breath to gather my courage. I push it open. A black-haired man turns to look at me. I get an intense sensation of déjà vu. Must be a glitch in the Matrix. Are you Professor Kazama? So there you are, Sith. Sorry I'm late. It took me longer than I thought to get here. No worries. It's your first day. Have a seat. I do as I'm told. I scan the room quickly and find an empty seat in the strange classroom. Wait, did I just... I could swear that I just saw some familiar people in the class, but it would be rude to look around, so I just face forward. Oh, I forgot to ask if I should be in this class. Oh well, I am curious as to what it's about. Professor Kazama walks up to me and hands me a syllabus. When I look down at it, I'm not sure if it's a joke or not. Objectives. Understand early magical history. Understand basics of advanced magical theory. And demonstrate mastery of basic magical techniques. What is this? But by then, the professor has already walked back to the front of the room. He launches into a lecture on something called the unseen world. Everyone around me looks as if this is nothing new, but I keep waiting for the punchline. It's more correct to call the unseen world multiple realms. Most supernatural beings live within the hidden pocket of the human realm, but there are at least 9 different realms that we know of. I'm trying to keep my focus on the lecture, but I'm kind of freaking out. What Professor Kazama is saying sounds insane, yet no one around me is reacting to it. On top of everything, there are windows in the class, in a basement, and they're showing some kind of mountain scenery. None of this makes any sense. I feel like I have to get out of the room or I'll lose my mind, but through force of will, I manage to keep it together until the end of class. That's when the professor asks me to come up to the front of the room. Sith, would you come up to the front of the class? I'd like you to provide a demonstration of your power for us. Huh? I walk up to the front slowly, in a complete daze. This will be your homeroom for your magical classes, but I've been asked to see what you can do so we can better place you in the rest of your classes. I have no idea what's going on here, but I think you have the wrong girl. You mean you really have no idea what any of this is about? No, I don't. Well, maybe the fastest way for you to understand is through a first-hand experience. With that, Professor Kazama places one of his hands out toward me, palm up. A small sphere of light forms over it, and I can't believe what I'm seeing. What? What is going on here? Genuinely scared, I take a few steps back amidst the murmurs of the class. Here goes. Kazama pulls his hand back, aiming the sphere right at me. How? Why is this happening? What do I do? My fear, stress, and confusion with the entire situation finally comes to a boiling point. The splitting headache I've had all day is just icing on the cake. All of a sudden, more than anything else, I'm pissed off. A hot feeling bubbles up inside me, and I feel like I'm going to burn up. A painfully bright light surrounds me. I can barely understand what's happening as Kazama throws the sphere at me. Yeah. I'm aware of the sensation of the cold, hard stone underneath me. I feel extremely worn out, like I can't even move my head. But I also notice my headache is gone. For some reason, I smell smoke, and I struggle to open my eyes. I see 2 surprising people around me, from the business club of all places. The one kneeling next to me is Shu, and the one standing looking down at me is Tetsuya. What are they doing here? I also see many students standing around. Farther away, I see a beautiful woman tending to Kazama, who is holding his hand. Sorry about this, Luce. I just try not to get yourself blown up again for a while, Hikaru. So his name's Hikaru. Something about the name strikes me as being right, far more than Kazama. What does she mean by blown up? That's when the previous events all come rushing back to me. I try to sit up, but Shu puts a hand on my shoulder. Don't overdo it. Just lie down. You must be exhausted after releasing so much power. Power? Just then, Shinji walks over. He's here too? What the hell is going on? That's right. You kind of blew up the classroom.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Yeah, sorry about that. I turn and see Hikaru walking up to the group. Despite what Shu had said, I managed to push myself up anyway. I really underestimated you. Thankfully, I managed to shield everyone in time, but my hand in the classroom didn't get off so easy. Yeah, this probably wasn't like the best plan, but alright. I look down at his hand. It's covered in bandages. I feel distinctly horrified and so confused. I did that? You did. I know it wasn't on purpose, but that just makes you even more dangerous. I don't know why you awakened so suddenly and with so much power, but you're too dangerous right now to others and yourself. You need to partner with someone until you can get your powers under control. What do you mean by partner with someone? I don't even understand where these supposed powers came from. Then it hits me. My mother. The ritual. Somehow, it wasn't a dream. Regardless, you need a lot more instruction than just a class every evening. You need someone who will be able to help you learn the basics and protect themselves from you. Professor Kazama looks around at the guys surrounding me. Since these young men seem to be so interested in you, maybe you could choose one of them. Every one of them is trustworthy. I know you'll be able to rely on them. Refresh? Did I go down? Or are you? You're refresh. Thank you for refreshing your lurk. Sorry. After last stream, I'm paranoid that my stream went down. Sorry. Thank you for refreshing the lurk. What? Seriously, Mr. K? You have to be kidding me. I don't have time to babysit anyone. If she needs help, I don't mind. That's right, baby Shinji. I trust is what we're looking for. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Consider it an assignment. I'll grade you on it and everything if you want. But Sith, your powers are far too volatile to be left alone. I know it's a lot to ask, but please make your decision now. So, Shinji's my favorite, so we're going to start with Shinji. So, Shinji Hirayama, he's the mysterious genius. Thanks to his appearance, his dreamy genius with a talent for music is often perceived as a slacker by others. Not that he minds. Never feeling as if he quite belongs, Shinji drifts through life. A certain event years ago gave him a special ability that only separates him from others more. Lost between two worlds, Shinji is trying to find his purpose in life. Chapter 1. Stormbringer. He's so dreamy, I know. I have a thing for the long hair. I look up at the men around me. My eyes meet those of the guy with purple and red hair. He calmly stares back at me. It's as if he knows so much that I don't. I get such a peaceful feeling looking at him that I automatically whisper his name. Shinji. Oddly enough, he looks surprised. Me? I nod. There's something comforting about him, more than the other guys. Shu seems kind of unreliable, and Tatsuya seems irritable. I think Shinji would be patient with me. A good choice. Shinji will take good care of you. Yeah, you made the best choice, I think. Shinji is great at helping people. I don't know how much you can rely on him, but at least he knows what he's doing. Quite a compliment coming from you, Tatsu. Shinji turns to me, seeming to examine me for a moment. I stare evenly back at him. Yeah. Gauge me with a spoon. Does he not want to be chosen? But then he seems to make up his mind. Okay, Well, if you're sure then, cool. If you live close by, I'll go ahead and walk you home then. You look like you're about to collapse from exhaustion. Sounds great. I'm honestly so tired that I think I can hear my bed calling to me. I struggle to push myself up before a hand appears in front of mine. I look up. Need help? I take Shinji's hand and he gently pulls me up. I still feel a little worn out though, and it's ridiculous how shaky I am. Shinji gently puts an arm around my shoulder to act as a stabilizing force for me. Although it's embarrassing, I'm grateful. We slowly walk into the elevator. Shinji presses the buttons for us with one hand while holding on to me with the other. I glance at Shinji, and he seems to be thinking again. Carry me to bed? Yo! I know, right? Yeah. You can carry me right on home. For my part, I try to act like it's normal for a strange guy to be this close to me. But he smells so nice. It reminds me of what the wind might smell like. I find it so comforting that I end up relaxing. We step out of the elevator and make our way out of the building. I've been staring at the wet road in front of me, set sparkling by the sunset. We've been entirely silent the whole time. It isn't something I mind too much with Shinji for some reason, but my mind is starting to go dark places. The gutter. Maybe. I decide to distract myself by striking up a conversation. Hey, you remember last week at business club? This one time at band camp? Yeah? I kind of felt like you were staring at me a lot. Wow, that's the conversation we're going with. You were kind of staring at me like kind of a lot. And then you started to say something and left. It freaked me out. What was that about? He is the strong silent type. Oh, it's tough to explain. But there was something about your aura that day. I was trying to figure it out. My aura? Shinji nods, but he doesn't say anything else. I want to ask more, but then he starts talking. Hey, I was just thinking. There's a lot of interesting classes you can sign up for if you want to learn more about the supernatural world. Like Intro to the Unseen World. Professor Sapienti teaches that one. It might be kind of advanced for a newcomer, but you should be able to understand most of it. And if there's something you don't get, I'd be happy to explain. Also, there's a really good one that should help you with your powers called Control and Focus. While we're talking, a car comes out of nowhere. It speeds towards us on the previously empty road. Suddenly, Shinji pushes me behind him. I hear the sound of tires churning up water and feel faint raindrops on my face. It's like Twilight. Ugh. Yes, PGG. Best banter ever. It's then I realized that Shinji got hit with water from one of the many puddles. Oh, Shinji, you got splashed, didn't you? You didn't have to do that, you know. Shinji sighs and closes his eyes for a moment before replying. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Really. He smiles brilliantly down at me to reassure me. I can see that the water drenched him, though. His wet hair clings to his face in some places and hangs dripping in others. In the dying rays of the sun, I can see beads of water glisten on his skin. I'm captivated by the unexpectedly beautiful sight before me. Still, I just thought that you've been through a lot recently, so the last thing you need is to be covered in dirty water. I look down, feeling grateful that someone seems to understand how I'm feeling. Thanks. And I meant more than just for protecting me from the water. We finally arrive at my apartment building. Thanks for walking me home. I start to climb the stairs, but Shinji's voice stops me. Hold up a sec. Uh-huh. You want to come upstairs? He takes a pen and piece of paper from his pocket and presses it up against the building. Or wait, presses it against the building. Sorry. Presses it up, presses me up. I don't know. I'm trying to manifest what I want, okay? Character likes the hair too. Yeah, I mean, how do you not? Look at him. He scribbles something on it and hands it to me. If you need to know anything or need some help, just let me know. On the slip of paper is Shinji's complete contact information. Sorry, I have to run off so quick. I have got guitar practice I'm running late for. But if you start feeling like you're losing control, just remember to take deep breaths. That'll help you calm down. Anyway, sleep well. Getting ahead of yourself. I know, it's like, oh fuck, laughing. It's chapter 1, bitch, okay? Shinji waves and walks off. Just get a room, right? Like, come on, I have one upstairs. All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, chapter 1. We're on chapter 1, people. God. Chapter 1. Take me, Daddy. Yeah, it's a very short visual novel. I turn around and drag myself up the stairs into my apartment. Alone. Collapsing onto my bed, I reach into my pocket and pull out the piece of paper Shinji gave me. In clean, lovely cursive writing, his full name stands out clearly to me. I slowly recount everything I know about him. He talks to himself. He can see auras. He plays the guitar. Hot. Something about his presence feels comforting, but also like he's not quite there. I can't deny that there's something intriguing about him. Shinji Hirayama. Mommy's always on top, just jump his bones. I mean, seriously, I'd be like, you want to come up? He said he was late, but I'm like, dude, come on. You can skip a practice. Come on. I whisper his name aloud before drifting off to sleep. As mysterious as Shinji is, my life doesn't change in any significant way under his guidance. He's even better than I'd hoped as my partner. Ayo. Over the next 3 months, Shinji effortlessly teaches me the basics of magic, and I've learned very little about him. I'm thinking about these things as I get ready to meet Shinji this afternoon. We've been meeting up on Sundays to go...
But daddy is a state of mind, you know what I'm saying? I'm your daddy.
Yeah, he is. I'm sorry, Am. Shinji is my daddy in this particular scenario, okay? You're my daddy always. You're my daddy always, but Shinji's my daddy in this context, okay? Him, there was something weird about your aura. Laughing, you fuck? I mean, you want to come see just how fucking weird? Let's go. I mean, I gotta go too. I got shit to do.
I volunteer.
Exactly, Scorpio. I volunteer as tribute. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, shit. That scared me. Raven. How did I know that was you? Why is that so loud? Thank you for the biddies. To scare me. Oh my god.
Make it work. Go, go, go.
Go, go, go.
Work, work, work.
Work,
Make it
work, work. I'm making it work. I will make it work. I'm gonna make him work. Alright, I'm sorry. It's just easier without class schedules in the way. Shinji's always thinking ahead like that.
Oh,
It's
fuck.
nice not
I
having to
believe you've
worry
done
about
this.
everything. I haven't done anything. Yet. Fucking dying. Shinji's always thinking ahead like that. It's nice not having to worry about everything. I pick up my bag and hoist it on my shoulder. To be honest,
No touchy.
no touchy.
Touchy. No touchy.
Really? I want a touchy. But I want a touchy. Come on. What are you talking about? What do you mean? I want a touchy. To be honest, I haven't been feeling myself ever since the incident with Shizuka. Every day I do what I'm supposed to. I get up in the morning, go to regular classes, go to supernatural ones. Sometimes I go to business club, and then I go home, eat, do my homework, and sleep. I do. I do. Honestly, the most exciting part of my week is getting to see and work with Shinji. I glance at the mirror once more to check myself before I leave. One bright green eye stares back at me, and the proximity of my previous thoughts means I immediately think back to the ritual. Shizuka's cold green eyes staring down at me. How can she look like that when I'm in so much pain like this? I feel a ghostly fire trickling down my body, creeping through my veins. No. Not like this.
Not like this.
Not like this. No. I don't have to deal with this now. Yeah, bury it. Yeah. The thoughts shall not pass. Yeah. I've been playing the supermarket too much. I just tried to dance. Alright. I struggle with my emotions that threaten to keep me
What does it all mean, Basil?
Whoop-de-doo. It's the second time Austin Powers has come up today. I struggle with my emotions that threatened to keep me trapped in that time, in that place, 3 months ago. I pushed down the tears that were coming and the nausea that was rising in my stomach. I turned away from the mirror. No, I can't do this today. It's fine. I can't be late meeting Shinji. No, absolutely not. Can't keep Bei waiting. Doggedly, I turn all my thoughts to ones of meeting Shinji on time. Just thinking about him always calms me down at times like this. After a few minutes...
Take that, depression!
Exactly. I feel okay enough to leave. Mental issues managed. I grab my keys off my dresser and head out the door. Since it's later in the day, more people are out walking than usual. Good. Not being alone always helps. The people in the warm December sunshine... Oh! I'm gonna have to watch that now. The people in the warm December sunshine serve to pull my thoughts away from Shizuka. As I walk, I still have my mind and think about the person I'm going to meet. Or I still my mind. That makes more sense. My regular study sessions with him have made me into what I feel is a reasonably competent sorceress. Or at least they've kept my powers from going out of control well enough. I can't even imagine how bad things...
Happy Hunger Games! And may the odds be ever in your
favor. Oh, they will be. They will be.
Look at the size of that thing.
Yeah. Hey, yo. I can't even imagine how bad things would be if I hadn't received lessons. Oh. Y'all are wild. Shinji taught me how much my emotions were tied to my powerful but unstable abilities. Come stabilize me. I was so afraid of unleashing my powers at first that I wonder if sometimes I didn't learn to under-react. My eyes wandered...
everyone. Remember you all in therapy.
He is our therapy. My eyes wander to the other side of the street where they settle upon a strange-looking man with an eye patch and white hair. I feel compelled to stop.
Her Majesty already had hers.
Not yet. We have not. It feels like he's staring at me. He has a completely different feel than the people around him. But just as I think that, a group of people walks in front of him. When they pass by, the man is gone. What? How could he just... I look around everywhere, but the man left no trace. As fast as he disappeared, I have to wonder if he was even there in the first place. Guy, you seem a little unstable. Laughing. Come stabilize me.
I don't believe you.
Yeah. We need quotes. I don't remember if I have him set up. They should be. I don't have Streamlabs though, so maybe they're not anymore. I'm sure I'm not seeing things. I don't think I'd be able to imagine someone who looked as distinctive as that. But what if he was a ghost? A little shiver goes through me, and I shake my head. I start walking again faster than last time. No, I know there are all sorts of strange things in this world. Maybe some people have the ability to appear and disappear too. I'll have to ask Shinji. I make a note to myself to be a little more aware of my surroundings in case the guy pops up again, and continue on my way. Now that I think of it, I'm super lucky to have Shinji. Yes, we are.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Surprise, motherfucker. Actually, hold on. Let me write that down. Hold on. I'll look into the quotes thing. Because I don't think I have Streamlabs set up anymore. So I don't know if quote add or add quote, whatever it is, will work. But maybe there's like an extension or something I can get. Does anybody know? I don't ask too many questions, but whenever I do, he always responds, and he usually knows the answer. And when he doesn't, he'll always remember to research it and come back with the answer the next time he sees me. Oh. Okay, hydrating. Okay, I hydrated. I didn't expect that the first few times, to be sure. Sarkoth has some things? Oh, okay. I'll have to look into it. Shinji was the one to explain to me that because I'm a sorceress, I have the ability to wield many different types of magic. Once again, I feel extremely grateful for having picked Shinji as my partner. As an elemental mage, he's able to wield different types of magic too, but I still don't know what type I should master first. I turn the corner into the next street and almost walk straight into a pole. It's that guy again! At this point, I'm forced to admit that he might be some kind of stalker, or a threat. Go get my mans! Yeah, I'm going. What if he's a supernatural? He has to be. With the way he keeps appearing, I don't know what I'll do if he attacks me out here. No, just calm down, Kate. Remember what Shinji taught you. Stay calm, assess the situation, and then go over what works best in that given situation. Water works best for fire, and... I start to walk toward the man, but as soon as I blink, he's not there anymore. Okay, I'm kind of freaking out, but there's not much else I can do. I should just get to Shinji for now. I keep walking down the street, my eyes scanning for the strange man. Who could that guy even be? I don't recognize him. I can't be imagining things, right? I sense something right in front of me and turn my head too late. I almost collide with them, but they move to the side just in time. I realize the someone is my childhood friend, Takumi. What are you doing here, Taku? Walking? I see. Sorry about that. No harm done. You look like you were pretty spaced out, though. There's just... Come on, let's step out of the way. Takumi and I both step out of the steady stream of people on the sidewalk and stand off to the side. What's wrong, Kate? This is going to sound weird, but I keep seeing this guy with an eye patch pop up everywhere. I don't know if he's even real because he disappears so fast. And this is the first time this has happened? I nod, and I can already see Taku's eyes focusing elsewhere as the gears churn in his head. He's always been like this. I guess he senses a mystery. I remembered my old friend after spending some time with him and Shinji one afternoon. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure how I forgot him. It happened not long after Shinji and I became partners. I was so shocked at how much he'd grown up since I left Japan. His hair was different the last time I'd seen him, and though he was energetic, he had always been a very gentle child. He looks so rebellious now. I wonder what Yasu thinks about it. Takumi's eyes meet mine then. Were you heading somewhere? Yeah, to meet Shinji for our weekly lesson. Excellent. I'll walk you there. Wait, didn't you have somewhere you were going? I was just dropping off something near here, but I'm all done now. So let's go. Takumi takes me by the wrist and drags me back onto the sidewalk. I've learned that Taku and Shinji get along really well whenever they see each other, so I can only assume that's the reason for Taku's enthusiasm now. I feel a bit like a child being led. I pull my wrist back from him and speed up to walk by Taku's side. So how's your family been doing? Fine, I guess. Mom's a nag like usual. You know she'd kill you if she heard that. Ain't that the truth? When we turn the corner, in the distance, I see that white-haired man again. Except this time, he's not looking at me. He seems to be staring at Takumi in complete surprise. I glance at Takumi, pointing. Taku, that guy. I turn to look at him again, but he's already gone. What is it, Kate? Ugh, it was that weirdo again, but he's gone now. Takumi squints at the area in the crowd I was pointing to. I swear he was there. I believe you. Do you want me to go after him? After who? We turn around at the sound of a voice behind us, and there stands Shinji. There's been some weird guy with an eye patch that seems to be following Kate. But he disappears too fast for us to do anything. Okay. Thanks for telling me. Let me know if you see him again. Are you ready to go, Kate? Actually, you mind if I come too? I never get to see you guys do any cool stuff. Shinji shrugs and looks at me. It's up to you. I don't see any reason why not. Could be fun. Sweet. Thanks, Kate. Let's go. With Takumi's exclamation, we continue as a group toward Shinji and I's practice spot. We end up picking up some drinks from one of the shops in the building. It turned out Shinji knew the shop owner too, so he let us up on the rooftop. You want a beer, Taku? Got an extra here. Yeah, I do, but I gotta work later, so nah. It'll make me sleepy and dehydrated. Takumi pops open the cap to an energy drink instead, and I frown at the dark circles I see under his eyes. Shinji shrugs and tosses back his can of beer. Speaking of which, you got my stuff? Stuff? Of course. Shinji reaches into his pocket and tosses Taku a small box wrapped in brown paper. Takumi puts it in his pocket too fast for me to see what it is. He notices me staring at him, though. I get the feeling that some shady business is going on, but Takumi speaks before I can say anything. So, how's practice been going? Oh, we're just not going to talk about it. Pretty well, I think. Shinji's a patient teacher. I take a sip of my tea. I've been practicing how to incorporate different elements into each other. I usually even do little things like heating up food or cooling my drink down. With that, I send just a bit of ice magic toward the can in my hand, causing it to lower in temperature. I admit I'm jealous. Must be nice having iced tea whenever you want it. Yeah, I'm grateful for my magic at times. You've been making excellent progress so far. Have you decided what power you're going to pursue mastery of yet? No. It's hard to pick because I can see the benefits of all the different ones. But to be honest, I just don't care about gaining mastery. To me, it's fine enough just having control. Shinji nods at me and takes another sip of his beer. There's no real rush for you. It's okay if you take your time. I can't believe you haven't chosen yet, Kate. Wow. Have you at least gotten used to how things work on the supernatural side? Kind of. You seem so apathetic about it. Aren't you even curious? It's always been fascinating to me. Do you have any questions, Kate? Well, I guess there is a lot I don't know yet. I think about some of the things I'd been idly wondering lately. Actually, are there any supernatural governments? What's the most powerful race? Why are you so hot? Are vampires real? I don't want to ask anything. Do you want to be scandalous? Are we going to be scandalous, chat? I just ask him straight up, why are you so hot? I'll do the most outlandish ones. How about that? Why are you so hot? I'll do the ones that you probably want to know the most about. How about that? Why are you so hot, Shinji? Takumi chokes on his drink, and Shinji snorts and shrugs. Good genes, I guess. Holy shit, why did I just ask that out loud? Play cool. We're cool. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Instead of saying anything, I lift my tea up to my lips with an air of calm that belies the tempest inside. Jeez, Kate, thirsty much? You have no idea. You have no idea. I almost spit out my drink at these innocent words that could be about me drinking, but from the look on Taku's face, I doubt it. Takumi suddenly reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone. His face is unusually severe when he looks at the screen. He gets up, holding his phone. Sorry, guys, I gotta take this. Work. It's been fun, but I'll see you later. Takumi slides his finger across the phone and only says "Arai" in a quiet voice as he walks away toward the stairs. My eyes follow after him, a bad feeling rising. He's a lifeguard, right? Yeah. So why would they be calling him? Oh, maybe he had to take a shift or something suddenly. Shinji doesn't answer but merely shrugs again. You've been doing well with your classwork and managing your powers. If you keep it up, you won't need my help anymore. I smile, feeling happy because I know enough to understand that Shinji only says things he means. Thank you. But no matter how well I'm doing, there's so much I don't know, and I still might need your help. Yeah. I'll be there for you as long as you need me. I'll keep helping you to the best of my ability for as long as you do. And if there's something I can't help you with, I'll make sure to find someone who can. Aw, thanks, buddy. Aww. Thanks. You're very sweet, you know that? I don't think I'm sweet, but thanks. After that, we practice and discuss studies a bit more before Shinji has to go. Just remember to text me if you ever need anything. Doesn't matter even if it's in the middle of the night, all right? That's an invitation if I've ever heard one. That's opening the door. Yeah, I know. Thanks. I quickly help him clean up what we brought into the roof, and I get ready to head down the stairs. I'll walk with you for a little while, just in case that weirdo shows up again. Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. Can you stay over too? You officially need therapy? I'm sorry. Is it me? With the sun beginning to set, we head down the stairs. In the end, Shinji decided to walk with me all the way to my house, something I very much appreciated. While not much happened, I always enjoy just being around Shinji. I'm glad that he always manages to carve out some time for me. Finally, in front of my apartment building, we stop. I'll see you later. Have a good night. Shinji turns to go, but something in me makes me reach out and grab his arm. Something? Mm-hmm. Could we meet up more often throughout the week? It might help me improve faster if we could meet more often. Especially if you could show me some of the supernatural world. As much as you can, anyway. I can show you the world. Shinji looks down at me for a moment, not responding. I find my heart rate increasing as the seconds stretch on. Sure. Relief watches over my tense muscles and I reluctantly let go of his arm. Thanks for walking me home. I start walking up the stairs and I stop to look back at Shinji. But he's already gone. Oh, thought he might be looking after us. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Taka. I sigh and start walking up the steps again. I hope Shinji isn't late to wherever he had to go. But I'm so glad he said yes. And he's going to show me new things. Today showed me that there's so much more out there than I had thought about before. For the first time in a long while, even though I don't know exactly why, I feel excited. This has to be a clear sign that we're becoming closer. In a good mood, I go to my apartment. Yeah. Chapter 2. Brewing Storm. The next day, I'm eating breakfast when my phone starts ringing. I reach across the table and pick it up. A photo I asked Shinji to let me take gently smiles up at me. Ignoring the small fluttering in my stomach, I slide my finger across the screen. Hello? Morning. I'm calling to ask if you have any classes today. Just our mystical studies class. Since we both have the same class, do you want to go out for lunch then? Lunch? We got lunched? Oh, man. Oh my god. I think I would like your mom. He wants to go out with me? I have to stop myself from actually shouting with joy and settle for internally screaming instead. Oh, sure. Where are we going? Sure, we're going to play it off real cool, real casual. I thought it's about time I show you Shuwa. Sorry for not taking you there sooner. Oh, that's okay. You're taking me there now, after all. I can't wait to see it. I'll send you instructions on how to get there then. See you later. After we hanging up, I sit there holding the phone in a sort of stunned happiness for a few seconds. It's like a date. I mean, is it a date? Oh, I'm so excited. I quickly scarf down the rest of my breakfast so I can start getting ready. Talk about dramas. I need to shower, dry my hair, find something to wear. I throw down my fork and run to the sink to toss my dishes in before dashing to the bathroom. Shinji's instructions were easy to follow, so I found the bridge he told me to meet him at in no time. I glanced at my watch. I'm a little early, so I'll just wait here. I watch the people passing by for a while, noting how bundled up they are compared to me. In turn, they seem to stare at my exposed shoulders that appeared to defy the December weather. Well, they actually do. I wanted to look nice for Shinji, so hiding under tons of layers wasn't an option. Instead, I tried a spell I've been practicing that warms the air just around me, and it was a success. After a few minutes passed, I started to get nervous that maybe I read the instructions wrong after all. I reach into my bag to pull out my phone when I hear Shinji's voice. Hey. Hey. I look up to see Shinji approaching me and smile at him. Hey. When Shinji gets closer, I squint up at him against the morning sun. So where are we going? Why, we're jumping off a bridge, of course. Right. I stare back at him, waiting for his expression to change when I realize he's completely serious. The smile fades from my face when he holds out his hand. Trust me. My heart begins to speed up as the gravity of the situation takes hold. Looking only at his smiling face, I reach out one shaking hand to take hold of his. I give him a faint nod. The second our skin touches, I feel a static jolt run through my whole body at his touch. Did he feel like that too? Mostly my mind is filled with the sensations of first real contact with Shinji. How big his hand is, how his fingertips feel a little rough as he grips tighter onto my hand. I imagine how years of guitar playing must have taken its toll on his otherwise soft skin. My heart is beating wildly at the small squeeze he gave my hand, and my face starts to feel warmer than the air around me. Oh my, I blush. Thankfully, Shinji doesn't appear to notice. He looks down at me, the red tips of his long hair falling over his shoulders. Ready? I can't seem to get any words out, so I just nod. Shinji climbs onto the bridge's railing, and I swallow before doing the same. Shinji takes a single step off, pulling me with him. You jump, I jump. I don't feel anything. No sensation of falling, nothing except my hand and Shinji's. And I'm too scared to open my eyes, though. Shinji chuckles. You can open your eyes now. I almost want to shake my head no, but then I realize we must not be falling, somehow, if he can talk to me like this. So I open my eyes. Oh, that's good to know, Taka. We just, hang out and chill. There's people from all walks of life here. I gasp when I do, though. What? How? We jumped off a bridge. So how? Shinji lets go of my hand, and I immediately miss the sensation. Under that bridge is a specially designed portal that'll transport anyone to Chua instantly. There are many different ways into the district, and that's probably one of the faster ones. I usually take that entrance when I'm with Takumi, but I thought it might be fun to show you a more exciting way than just walking in. Don't worry, I'll show you other less impressive entrances later. Are you ready to eat? After all that excitement? Yeah, actually. Always. Cool, let's stop by Blue Sky then. When we walk into the cafe, we're greeted by Tatsuya of all people. Welcome to Blue Sky, table or booth. You work here, Tatsuya? Why else would I be asking that question? This cafe is owned by Tatsuya's mom. Oh, I see. A woman approaches us then, probably overhearing the commotion between guests and hosts. Shinji! The beautiful blue-haired woman that appears takes Shinji's hands in hers, and I feel a faint, unpleasant pang in my chest. As the two smile at each other and exchange greetings, I glance at Tatsuya. It's then that I see an uncanny resemblance with the woman talking to Shinji. Hey, is this your sister, Tatsuya? Nope. Oh, I like you. I'm Tatsuya's mother. Wow, you look so young. Dragons age slower than humans, so it's a common mistake. No way, way too common. Mother, you seem to have things under control here, so I'll just go to the back. Without sparing us so much as a glance, Tatsuya walks off to the kitchen. Sorry about that. Tatsuya is... we know. We know. Shizaki shows us to a table near a window. As we sit down, I introduce myself and explain that I'm Shinji's partner in class. Well, it's nice to meet you. I'll get your order in then. Have fun with your date, Shinji. I almost spit out the water Shizaki poured for us. Shizaki herself just floats away without a care in the world. I dare glance at Shinji to see what he thinks of what she said. But Shinji just chuckles and gives me his usual smile. I mean, we called him hot to his face. I mean... Well, thanks for letting us know, Ataka. Don't take her too seriously. One of her hobbies seems to be teasing people. In an effort to return my face to some semblance of a normal color, I decide to change the subject. So, we have Professor Kazama's class today. Yeah. You know, I've never forgotten how he just attacked me in my first class with him. Yeah, seriously, strange tactic. I look down into the glass of water I'm still holding. I used to be nervous about going to his class before. I know it's silly, but I thought he might randomly attack me again. I mean, not unfounded. I think it's only natural that you felt like that towards Hikaru. Yeah. While I don't think he'd attack you like that again, if you still feel nervous, you can just start sitting next to me in class. Oh. Thanks, Shinji. That was all I wanted. Our food comes then, delivered by a waitress. I'm about to dig in when I see an adorable young girl and boy walk in. I drop my fork into my eggs. Something wrong? Kaio? The girl looks over at me and our eyes meet. I know for sure that it's my little stepsister. She walks over to our table and the boy with her follows. Kate? How are you here? How are you here? I think I see Shinji's amused face out of the corner of my eye as he shoves some steak into his mouth, but I ignore it. I'm here because this is Yuki's mom's place. Why are you here? Because Shinji brought me here. Wait, did you say Yuki's mom? Are you Tatsuya's brother? Yeah, who are you? This is my older sister. Well, stepsister. Really? I didn't know you meant that, Kate. I'm Toshiyuki. Just Yuki's fine. I'm Keio's boyfriend. What? You have a boyfriend? There's just too much for me to take in right now, and I place a hand on my head to steady myself. Yeah, the mom told you that. Eat those eggs. Yeah, steak and eggs, that sounds good. But Keio just steps closer and looks Shinji right in the face. Are you Kate's boyfriend? Mm-hmm. Shinji swallows his food and starts to reply. No, nothing like that. Oh, you bitch. Yet. Keio, weren't you guys on a date or something? It's not much of a date at your mom's cafe. I don't know why you like coming here so much. Because Mrs. Yukamura is awesome and she always gives us free stuff. Fair. We love free. And it's so pleasant here. But you're right, Kate. I'll give you guys some space, Kay? I'll call you later to talk more. Nice meeting you, Mr. Rocker Guy. Kaio waves at us and grabs Yuki by the arm, pulling him off to another table. I exhale, head still spinning from all that just happened. Shinji only lets out a curious before going back to eating his food. I just try to focus on finishing my food so we can make it in time for class later. Keyword try. Only a few minutes later, I'm staring out the window when I notice something. Or rather, someone with white hair staring at us on the other side of the road. I inhale, trying to tell Shinji what I'm seeing, and the food goes straight down my throat. No. I start choking. Shinji glances at me, then refills my empty glass with water with a wave of his hand. I grab it and drink the water as fast as I can. Thanks. It's that guy again. Look! I point to the window, and even though I should have expected it, I'm still frustrated when I see he's not there anymore. Shinji stares out the window a bit longer, a look of concentration on his face. I have no idea what he's watching, but at least he seems to be taking me seriously. At last, he sighs and looks back at me. If you see him show up again when I'm not around, just call me, and I'll be there as soon as I can. Thanks. But don't you think that's a bit excessive? Not really. This fucking weird guy is following you. Maybe, but as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. I nod and get back to eating, though my appetite is hardly there anymore. We finally manage to finish our lunch in peace and leave for Hagiwara. Shinji and I step into the classroom together and find some seats in the front. I'm a little nervous sitting all the way at the front of Hikaru's class, but when I look at Shinji, my nerves calm down. We're a bit early, so students are still coming in. I settle in my seat and start to pull out my books, but then I hear shit. I look up to see Shinji standing up, and my heart starts to speed up. What's wrong? Sorry, there's an emergency. I gotta deal with it. Huh? Before I can say a word, Shinji has already headed out the door. I feel my entire mood go down as soon as he leaves my sight. Oh. I haven't seen him like that before. I hope everything's all right. Hikaru walks in the door shortly after. I'm actually happy when class begins because it distracts me from my sudden loneliness. Hikaru immediately launches into his lecture. Today's topic is about a race that is often misunderstood and discriminated against. Demons. Oh. Demons? There are demons? That sounds scary. Demons, like vampires, suffer from because of old myths and legends that abound about them. Humans and even other supernaturals tend to fear them because of their reputations. But the fact is that they're not much different from any other supernaturals. Hikaru, who had previously been leaning against his desk, starts to pace slowly in front of the class. Demons are descendants of corrupted gods. Yes, that sounds scary, but demons can vary in power and personality just as much as humans. While for the most part, they stay in their realm, sometimes they do come to ours. Hikaru looks into each and every one of our eyes seriously as he speaks. But they are not inherently evil. A student speaks out then, and Hikaru's piercing eyes dart to her. Then why do they all hang out in Yoru with the vampires? Vampires feed on us. That's a fact. It is a fact, but it's a rare vampire that risks jail for a fresh meal. And the actions of vampires have nothing to do with the demons. Demons and vampires are all over the world, not just in Yoru. But the ones that live in Yoru do so precisely because of the discrimination and hate and fear they suffer. They probably find a sort of acceptance in Yoru amongst other outcasts who don't have a reason to be scared of them. I gingerly raise my hand then, at the risk of sounding like a dumbass. Hikaru looks at me and nods. Oh, what is Yoru exactly? Are there any other races seen as dangerous? Where is Yoru? Oh, well, where is it? Where is Yoru? Yoru is a part of Chua. Many like to call it the red light area. Oh. The saucy area. As Hikaru speaks, I start writing notes down on everything he said. This world just keeps getting larger. There's so much I don't know yet. By the end of class, my wrist feels a little sore, but I'm excited when I think of all the new things I've learned. I can talk to Shinji about it when I see him again. I mean, yeah, he probably already knows a lot of it, but I'm starting to see how wonderful this world is. Even the little things just add up to something bigger, and I can't wait to share it with Shinji. As soon as I walk out of the building, I see Takumi standing off to the side. Oh, hey, were you waiting for me? Yep, Shinji called me and asked if I could walk you home. On account of Mr. Eyepatch, who I heard came to visit you today. I see. Thanks. Do you happen to know where Shinji had to go earlier then? He dashed out of class and said something about an emergency. No, he didn't say anything about it at least. I see. I'm just scared it might have been something serious. Why don't you just text him and ask then? Yeah, I think I should. Takumi and I start walking out of the university campus as I begin to message Shinji. Within moments, a reply comes back and I read it aloud. Yeah, everything's sorted out. At work now. I didn't even know he had a job. Do you want to see him? I know where he works. You do? Alright then. Yeah, I'm curious to see where he works anyway. We continue walking until we reach the parking garage area. Takumi asks me to wait on the sidewalk, and soon enough, he pulls up on a white scooter. Get on. We're going to Chua. Oh, we're not jumping off a bridge, are we? Takumi laughs as I sit behind him. So he took you to that entrance. Nice. Nah, we'll go another way. Just hang on tight, okay? Like seriously, press up as close to me as you want. Hey. I hesitate for a moment at what he said, but I'm forced to throw my arms around Taku when he starts the engine. Hey, this isn't your storyline. Wait your turn. Within seconds, we're speeding off into the evening. When we get to Chua, Takumi looks for a spot to park his scooter. I'm fidgety and nervous when I think about how Shinji might react to me just showing up at his workplace. Yeah, it's a little bit late to think about that. Is this super weird or stalkery? I hope he doesn't think so. As we pass the crowds on the street, golden sunlight reflects off white hair. But it's not Takumi's. It's him again. I don't say anything this time, though, and I make sure I don't look away. I'm determined to see how long he stands there, and if he'll disappear in front of my eyes. Takumi parks the scooter near the sidewalk then, and turns to face me. So that took so long, traffic sucks at this time of day. The man's eyes suddenly go wide, and he starts running. I spin to face Taku, pointing in the direction I just saw the man. It's him! The guy with the eye patch just ran off. Takumi looks to where I pointed and glances back at me. Call Shinji. That's all he says before he dashes off across the stopped traffic in the street, weaving between the cars. Be careful! I shout, but I'm not sure if he heard me. I pull out my phone and call Shinji, hoping that he'll answer since he's at work. As the phone rings, I realize that if anyone in the world would answer at work, it'd be Shinji. Hello? Shinji, Takumi was taking me to see you at work, and I saw that guy again. Takumi just went chasing after him. Where are you exactly? I look around for street names and describe the location as best I can. Shinji tells me to wait where I am and hangs up. I glance back where I last saw Takumi, nerves knotting in the pit of my stomach. I hope he doesn't get hurt. Maybe I should have stopped him. I wasn't taking this as seriously as the guys were. I won't forgive myself if Taku ends up hurt. Slowly, time passes as I wait. Then, a strange feeling passes through me, and I turn around. Standing before me is my apparent stalker. You! Where's Takumi? Please, Lady Kate, I mean no harm to you or any of your friends. He pulls back his hood, and I gasp at his pointed ears. An elf? A slight smile softens the man's stern face. I am Fae, although there are those that would call us elves. What do you want? Where's Taku? Why have you been following me? I have not done anything to him. I assume he's still trying to find me. As for your other questions, the elf, Fae, puts a hand over his heart and bows his head. I am a messenger. My entire body goes tense. A messenger? Could Shizuka have sent him? My name is Killian, and I am the personal knight of Her Royal Majesty Queen Sorsha, Lady of Spring. Are you serious? Yes. I was tasked by the Queen to find her son and deliver a message to him in hopes that they can be reunited. I have observed that you are friends with Prince Eogan. I was watching you in hopes to find a moment where we could talk. I apologize for following you, but I was hoping you could hand him the letter. As you are his friend, he would be more open to reading it. Killian hands me a sealed letter, and I automatically take it without thinking. Kate. I turn at the sound of my name to see Shinji rushing up in his uniform. When I turn back to Killian, I am not at all surprised to see that he's gone. Are you okay? Yeah, but... I quickly explained to Shinji how I met up with Killian and what he told me. I'm just really confused because I definitely don't know any princes. I've never even seen a Fae before Killian popped up out of nowhere. I show him the sealed letter. I have no idea what to do with this or who to hand it to at all. I'll try to find out who Killian is and who this Prince Eogan is for you. I'll give it to him. I don't want it. Oh, thanks. I offer Shinji the letter. Maybe don't open it, but having it might help find out what the hell is going on. Shinji takes the letter from my hand, and I see something in the distance. Hey, is that Taku? I think so, yeah. A slightly out-of-breath Takumi rushes up to us then, wiping off a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. I lost the guy. Takumi pauses and looks from me to Shinji, to the letter in Shinji's hand. Wait, did I miss something? Well, since you both came to see me, you might as well come along. I'll explain on the way. I bet I did all that running for nothing, huh? With Takumi pouting about missing all the action, the three of us set off to wherever it is exactly that Shinji works. Chapter 3 of Avalon. It makes me want to be my fairy character. I can't hide my surprise when Shinji takes us to an upscale coffee house. With the way he usually dresses and acts, I had expected something a little more casual, or maybe even wild. But given the uniform, this makes sense. Shinji sets us down at a table with saying he'll be right back. Takumi and I are looking at the menu Shinji gave us when I realize I've been here before. With Shizuka. A growing feeling of dread rises within me even as I try to squash it down. It's just a coffee house. Calm down, Kate. I stare out the large windows and listen to the smooth jazz that conflicts with my unsettled emotions for a few minutes. While I don't know exactly how to feel being back here, I do know that freaking out isn't going to help. And I know it's not exactly healthy to repress feelings, but what else can I do? I decide that I need a distraction and glance at Takumi, who's intently reading something on his phone. I watch as his serious expression turns into a frown. Takumi? Worried, but not wanting to disturb him, I lean over just a little further and take a peek at his phone. That doesn't seem like a good solution. All I can make out are the words Yasu and don't know how much longer we can pay before Taku moves his phone closer to his face and away from me, looking at it. Did he notice me? Yeah, we were probably pretty fucking obvious, yeah. Still, I wonder what's wrong with Yasu. Money problems? I ponder on a bit while carefully looking away from Takumi. My eyes find Shinji at the bar, talking to someone. It's true Taku's family have never been rich, but what could have him so upset? Regardless, I'm not used to Takumi being so gloomy. I feel frustrated, but if he doesn't want to share with me, there's not much I can do. I watch as Shinji pour coffee into a glass, and I wonder if it'd be okay to go talk to him. If you want to see him, just go. Takumi's voice breaks through my thoughts, and I jump. And can you give him my order? I'll just take a black coffee and some water. Oh, right, sure, I'll go do that. Am I that obvious? A little. I push my chair back and get up. For some reason, this simple act has my heart pounding a bit as I walk up to Shinji. Shinji glances at me, but doesn't stop talking to his coworker until I actually reach the bar. With both of their eyes on me, I suddenly feel very small. What's up? Taku wants a water and a black coffee. Oh, sorry, I should have been over to take that. Shinji takes out a small pad and starts writing down the order, but the ginger-haired man rips it out of his hands. He shoves it instead at a passing server and turns back to us. Why don't you introduce us instead? Well, okay. This is Galen, my manager. I'm the assistant manager here, have been since my first year at Hagiwara. So what do you do in school? How did you meet Shinji? Me? I study business. When I first met Shinji? Oh, when I first met Shinji, he was doing something weird. What a thing to say. I look at Shinji. What was that about? What? Don't you remember? The time with the ducks. The ducks. The time in the courtyard. It's embarrassing to even say out loud, but here we are. You already said it. The time in the courtyard? I was eating my lunch and you were talking to yourself. You told me I needed to get better at spying or something. Oh, that. I can see and talk to spirits. What? Really? What's that like? Are they all see-through or solid? Oh. Well, I wish I had an easy answer for you. But spirits come in many different forms. Some are barely there. Some seem like they're almost solid. And then there's ones that, well, they're all different. Wow. That's a really amazing power to have, I think. Honestly, it sounds scary, too. It has to be emotionally difficult to see the dead all the time. Yeah, dude, I saw The Sixth Sense. That shit's scary. Yeah, I suppose it is. So are there any spirits in Veritas right now? There's one right in front of your face now. Seriously? Hi, spirit. I was just joking. Sorry for messing with you. I couldn't resist. Well, I feel ridiculous. He just told us that he can see spirits. Like Sixth Sense shit. Still, it was worth it to see him smile like that. It's different than usual somehow. Go ahead and go back to your table and I'll bring your order soon. Alright. I go back to Takumi and our table feeling lighter than when I came in. I don't even mind that this is where I met Shizuka, I think. I mean, sure, it is where we met. Shizuka's her mom. But it's also where Shinji works, and it seems like a genuinely nice place. I don't need to focus on the negative things. I spend some time just chatting with Takumi and relaxing. But seeing how busy Shinji is, I eventually get up to go see if I can help him. Shinji, is there anything I can do to help you? Do you need it? Galen pops up out of nowhere then. Of course he could use the help. Shinji stares at Galen, but he doesn't turn me down either. Great. Here you go then. He shoves a uniform at me from nowhere into my arms. Huh? And that's how I ended up spending the next few hours helping Shinji around Veritas. Takumi left after finishing his drink, although he still seemed kind of down. But since he was well enough to tease me about my uniform, I figured whatever was bothering him couldn't be too bad. Shinji showed me how to take orders and clean up a little, and at the end of the night, I felt like I actually enjoyed myself. Smiling, I walk up to Galen, uniform in hand. Thanks for letting me help out and lending me the uniform. It was fun. Galen's eyes float to Shinji and then back at me. Oh, no trouble, no trouble. Would you like to work here? What? I automatically look at Shinji, who's looking at Galen strangely. I wonder, is he always this busy? He must be if Galen's asking me if I want to work here. I look back to Galen. Yeah, sure. Splendid. You're hired. Just like that? No need to fill out any paperwork when I've already seen you work. I'll take care of it. Oh, okay. Thanks. Looks like we're co-workers now, Shinji. Looks like it. I'll get to see him even more now. And maybe I'll repay him for his kindness by taking some work off his hands. Yeah. That's how we'll repay him. Today was definitely a good day. Shinji kindly offers to walk me home after, and together we leave Veritas for the night. The next day, I walk into the business club early. I'm surprised to see Shinji already there, napping in the armchair. Not wanting to disturb him, I sit on the couch instead. I reach into my bag and pull out my laptop, intending to do some work. Emphasis on intending. I end up staring at Shinji instead, not wanting to squander my only chance to look at him for as long as I want, up close. It's not creepy. It's not creepy at all. I take in every detail of his face. How the warm, bright highlights of his magenta-colored hair contrast with the deep purple, a reflection of Shinji himself. The way the silky strands feather out, showing off his well-defined jawline. His shaped, thick eyebrows, his eyelashes, longer than mine, that give a soft femininity to his manly face. The eyes under them are colored like the cool earth in winter. My eyes fall down his strong nose to his full lips, dotted by piercings. They look so nice. Are we just gonna like Fifth Element right now? We're just gonna make out. Whoa. Without even realizing it, I've been moving towards Shinji until I was practically on top of him. Listen, consent is important. Oh, hey. What's up? Not doing anything. Anything of the sort. Hey. Probably feeling my presence, Shinji's eyes snap open. I jump back, nearly stumbling over his feet. Hey, Shinji. Hey, I was gonna wake you up, but I see you're already awake. Yeah, that's what I was doing. So, where is everyone? Tetsuya emailed everyone earlier saying that he was canceling the meeting. Had something important to handle, apparently. So why are you here? I figured I might as well come in here for a nap, since I knew it'd be quiet. Oh, I don't think I got that email, though. I pull out my phone and look through my emails. Sandwiched between two red ones is Tetsuya's. I did. Don't know how I missed it. I sigh and sit back on the couch, not really sure what to do next. Shinji stretches and looks at me. If you don't have anything else to do, you're welcome to come with me. It's almost time for me to meet up with a friend. He's asking me if I want to come with him to see someone? This is the first time he's asked me something like this before. He never even mentioned stuff like this normally. Sure, okay. I wonder what his friend is like. Shinji checks the time on his phone and then stands up. I follow suit and we both gather our things and leave the classroom. Shinji unexpectedly takes me to a bar in Shuwa. Now this is the sort of place I thought he'd work. It's early in the evening though, so it's empty and the bar appears closed. Is it okay to be here like this? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Shinji climbs over the bar as he says this, making me even more nervous. Want a drink? Oi, you better not be stealing the good shit again. Who, me? I would never. I turn, and suddenly face to face with a sort of punkish young man. Who's this then? I'm Kate. Seeing as where I am and how this guy looks, I opt not to give my last name. I'm Shinji's partner. Partner, eh? Well, Miss Partner, welcome to the Fox's Tail. I'm Isao. Isao starts walking and gestures for me to follow him. Feeling a bit timid, I obey, and he leads me to a table that we both sit down at. Shinji comes up with a tray of drinks, and I stare at them warily. Is that alcohol? Yeah, it's late enough, isn't it? Shinji places the glasses in front of each of us and seats himself. So, I've been thinking about inviting more local bands to play here. What do you think? Shinji takes a sip of his drink, and I idly wonder if he ever gets drunk. No reason not to. Speaking of which, Have you reconsidered the whole band thing? Shinji shrugs, his eyes and hands still on the glass. I'll tell you if I change my mind. Isao and Shinji chat for a bit longer while I sip at my drink. Then Shinji gets up without mentioning where he's going. I nervously watch as he leaves, thinking maybe he's going to get us more drinks or something. Once he's gone, my eyes turn back to the table. To Isao, who I'm very much alone with. As if smelling fresh blood, Isao smirks at me. Thanks a lot, Shinji. This guy seems really shady, but he's Shinji's friend, so he can't be bad, right? So tell me about yourself, Kate. What do you study at Hagawara? I almost said fucking Hogwarts. Yo, Trinity, what's up? How you doing? Business? What year are you there? It's my first year there. I'm beginning to feel a little odd for some reason. Do you like it there? Yeah, it's pretty nice. Isao's really not a bad-looking guy. He seems nice, too. I bet you get pretty good grades, huh? Yeah. My eyes drift down to his lips. The snakebite piercings remind me of someone's. I wonder who. I realize that I'm leaning toward Isao, toward his lips. We are so fucking thirsty, dude. We're just like, somebody please take me home. He seems to be closer to me, too. Our faces are close. Really close. It wouldn't be a big deal if I just kissed him, right? Eyes half-lidded, not really understanding what I'm doing. I tilt my head toward Isao. Suddenly, Isao falls to the side, out of his chair. I blink and lean back, wondering what the hell just happened, and what I was just doing. Did something just hit? I try to make sense of what I just saw. A sphere of ice hit Isao in the head? I look under the table at Isao rubbing his head as Shinji walks up to us. Knock it off, you little shit. No messing with her. All right, fine. I see. Isao pushes his chair upright and sits back in it. Shinji flatly stares at him the whole time. Sorry, and all that. I stare blankly from him to Shinji, wondering what he's apologizing for. Wasn't he the one who got hit by Shinji's ice? Then I remember what I was just doing. What was I doing? Was I just about to kiss? Shinji takes his seat at the table and looks at me. In basic terms, Isao is a sound mage. He was using his voice to get you to do something stupid. Like kiss him. And so what if she did kiss me? Jealous, Shinji? No. She can kiss whoever she wants, as long as it's of her own free will, and not coerced. Ouch. Could he sound like he's any less jealous? Though it's kind of scary that sound mages can do anything like that. But Shinji did protect me, and I can tell he cares a lot about making sure I didn't have to kiss anyone I didn't want to. I wish I could kiss you, though, Shinji. Shinji and Isao chat about musician-related things while I sit and listen for a little longer. Eventually, Shinji offers to walk me home, and I eagerly accept as always. When we leave the bar, Isao goes his separate way from us, and Shinji and I step out into the night. When I look behind me, I notice that the neighborhood looks far more sinister than it did this morning. I squint at the neon lights and bars I see on the windows. It looks like the street gets more and more scary the further you go in. I turn back around, walking a little faster. Luckily, Shinji and I are headed for a more pleasant part of Chuba, with warm, inviting lights. I sneak a glance at Shinji's profile, lit by those same lights. Shinji? We both stop walking and squint ahead of us at the sound of a young woman's voice. A pink-haired figure comes into view, running toward us and clearly out of breath. She stops in front of us and looks from me to Shinji. Oh, good. I caught you. Do you know where Isao went? Shinji points toward the other direction that I was just thanking my stars I didn't have to go in. Hey, Emmy. He went into Yoru. I don't know what his plans were, but you should probably just wait until you see him later. Yeah, you're probably right. He was supposed to pick up some new pens for me, though. And then he just goes off into Yoru and not giving a damn. Ugh. As I stare at her curiously, Emmy's eyes drift toward me and her expression brightens. Who's this? Kate Sith. She goes to Hagiwara. Oh, a friend? Or girlfriend? Neither. I'm just helping her as a part of my class assignment. Oh, man.
Not like this.
Not like this.
Not like this.
No, neither. Just helping as an assignment. Distantly, I hear Emmy's disappointed voice. Even she's disappointed for me. Oh, I see. And I thought we were getting closer. I thought he might even ask me out on a date soon.
Everybody betrayed me. I fed up with this world.
That's how I feel about it. Was I wrong to assume we were at least friends? I'm a complete idiot. Hey, Kate, you seem a little tired. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. This realization's gotta be real tired. You want to go and get some tea or something? Since he sounds MIA, it looks like I won't have anything to do tonight. My eyes snapped to Emmy, who seemed to have noticed my expression. Honestly, anything will be better than being alone with Shinji right now. I managed a mirthless smile. Sure, I'd love to. Stranger. I'd rather go hang out with this stranger. I stiffly walked to Emmy's side and managed to keep the smile on my face, even when looking at Shinji. Thanks, Shinji. I'll get home myself. Non-friend. Alright, have fun, guys. Like, dude. Bye. Wow. Wow. With that, Shinji walks off ahead of us. I watch Shinji's back as he goes, feeling tears well up behind my eyes. Oh. Hey, you okay? I nod mechanically, but in reality, her concern makes me want to cry even more. I place my hand over my eyes and squeeze them as if I had a headache. The few tears I had cling to my hand as I remove it, but I doubt Emmy noticed. I'm fine. Just a little tired, like you said. Let's go? Yeah. Let's not talk about it. Emmy nods and we cross the street, thankfully leaving Shinji behind for the night. After spending a short while getting some food with Emmy, I now lie in my bed. Emmy has told me a little bit more about Shinji after I asked, and I got the feeling she knows I like him. In fact, she asked me outright and I couldn't even respond, so she definitely does. She said he's always been friendly, but somehow distant as long as she's known him. I wonder if anyone knows Shinji that well. Shu might, since they live together. But I wonder what happened to make him like this. I sigh and turn over. It's not like I'll know anytime soon. I couldn't even manage getting to friend status. Yeah, we didn't even get friend zoned. It's like a notch below friend zone I didn't know existed. I turned out the light and put my pillow over my head. Oh well. At least I think I made friends with Emmy. We exchanged numbers and made a promise to hang out again, and there's no class assignment forcing her to. Feeling bitter, lonely, and depressed, I managed only a fitful rest that night. Although he's still been checking up on me, I haven't seen Shinji in a few days. It's something that I've been both bummed about and glad about. At least it's given me some time to sort out my feelings, and I've decided that there's no way I'm giving up without even trying. At least I know for sure where we're at now. But after Professor Kazama's class ends, he takes the initiative to walk up to me. Hey, I'm about to go find out about that letter you got from Killian, and who exactly this prince is that you're supposed to know. Oh, really? Cool. All right. Can I come? Sorry. No, you can't. Why the hell not? Oh, okay. No problem. Why would you tell me? Thanks for understanding. See you later then. I watch as Shinji heads toward the elevator, still feeling unsettled about the strange way he acted. Oh, no. I feel like I'd follow him, but he'd probably get mad. So I know what happens if I do both things. I would follow him if I knew I wouldn't get caught. But if you follow him, he gets mad. So we're not going to follow him. Though I don't like anything about this situation. I know it's ridiculous to even think about actually following him. That'd probably just end badly. Yeah. Later that evening, I'm just relaxing at home playing a video game. Glancing at the phone to see who it is, I answer. Hey, Shinji. So I found out some stuff about Killian in the letter. Shinji goes on to tell me that there's been a rumor floating around for years about the kidnapped son of a Fey queen. He says there were some descriptions of the baby having white hair and violet eyes. Immediately, an image pops up in my mind of a certain person. No way! So Takumi is a long-lost Fae prince? If you want to base it on a rumor, then yeah, it's a possibility. So what do you want to do with that letter? I'm not sure. It would be useful to somehow talk to Killian. You want to just ask him? Yeah, I don't want to just jump to conclusions. I'll find him for you, if you want. Really? How? I know some people who are very good at finding things, and people. I can't help but laugh. That sounds so shady, you know. Shinji laughs too, a rich, vibrant sound. Yeah, I know. I'll get someone to find him and I'll get back to you about it soon. After that, we hang up, with me feeling better since he actually called me and told me what he found out after all. It's Christmas evening. Back in the UK, this day would have been a huge deal with lights and trees everywhere. But after a lonely Christmas Eve by myself, I can't even celebrate with my father because he's out of town. And Keio has been with the Yukimuras for the holiday. I heard she even went on a date last night. I blow hair out of my face as I read my book. Lucky. Ugh. The feeling when your little sister has a boyfriend, but the guy you like doesn't even think of you as a friend. Bummer. Bummer Christmas. I turned the page in the mystical theory book Shinji lent me. It's all very interesting, but it still hasn't helped me figure out what kind of magic I want to pursue. Shinji hasn't gotten back to me in a few days, and honestly, that's no surprise. I imagine that finding people is pretty hard. Shinji. My eyes start to glaze over while I'm staring at the book. That hair. Those eyes. That... I'm surprised out of my thoughts by who else but Shinji calling. Nervous, I answer the phone. Hello? Your ears burning? Hey, I know where Killian is now. If now's a good time, come meet me so we can go to him. Wow, awesome. All right, I'll be there soon. After learning where Shinji is, I hang up and quickly get dressed. Then I practically run out of my apartment to meet Shinji. When I turn the corner onto the street Shinji is on, I immediately spot him, thanks to his tallness and colorful hair. I walk up to him and am greeted with a smile. Ready to go? Yeah, but are you sure it's all right to go look for him when it's so late? It's best to go now. If we wait too long, he might leave, and then we'd have to do this all over again. All right, makes sense. I want to find out what's going on as soon as possible anyway. So let's go. Just where is this guy anyway? You'll see. Shinji unexpectedly takes me out of Chuwa, outside the city. This is how horror movies start. Soon we're walking through a forest path. Twilight casts strange shadows over the forest, and I begin to get anxious. As we go further in, I start to see things moving in the forest. A bat flaps its wings furiously, scaring me. I move closer to Shinji, as close as I can without tripping him. Just being nearer to him immediately makes me feel safer, but I'm nervous he's going to tell me to get off him. Instead, Shinji only glances at me for a moment before putting his arm around my shoulders. Whoa, this was not the reaction I was expecting. Shinji's voice sounds so lonely in the quiet forest. It's okay. You don't need to worry. Yeah, I do. About you hearing how loud my heart is pounding. And it's not because we're in the middle of a forest at night. We keep walking through the forest like this, my face burning like the Olympic torch. I'm having all sorts of thoughts when we hear a rustling noise and freeze. I whisper in a small voice. What do you think that was? Shinji seems to be focusing on something off to the side. He starts walking, pushing me behind him as we move in that direction. Yeah, let's go towards it. Shinji suddenly stops in front of some bushes, and I walk face first into his back, which is surprisingly hard. Ayo. I step around Shinji to get a better look at whatever he's looking at and see Killian himself, this time clad in armor. I look at Shinji, but he just shrugs. Well, go on. He's your weirdo. I'll be right here for you, just in case. I take a deep breath and step forward towards the man. Killian? Killian jumps to his feet, clearly startled. He takes some kind of stance that I assume means he's ready to fight, and I tense. As soon as he gets a good look at me, though, he drops it and trades it for an awkward look instead. He coughs into his fist and clears his throat. Lady Kate? I didn't expect you to find me on your own. From behind me, I hear Shinji snort. For a supposed personal knight of a queen, you're not all that observant, are you? Killian startles again, and I have to hold back a laugh at this funny man. Probably not the time to laugh, but for a knight, he's really amusing. But then it's my turn to jump when Killian suddenly drops to one knee. What are you doing? Thank you for fulfilling my request. Killian looks up at Shinji. Prince Aegon, your mother has missed you dearly all these years. She has held out hope that you were still alive, that your father had not killed you like everyone thinks. I watched Killian give his impassioned speech, realizing that I was right and wanting to find out more before drawing any conclusions. I look back at Shinji, expecting him to be as shocked as I am, but instead, he looks annoyed, something I haven't seen before. Shinji's eyes meet mine, and his expression carefully changes to a more neutral one. I'm no prince, especially not some long-lost Fae child. I'm a human, so just get up. Killian finally stands up and looks desperately at Shinji. Please, Prince Aegon. You must believe me. Your birth father stole you away from your mother when you were but a babe. Everyone believed that he had surely abandoned you somewhere and left you to die, or even killed you himself. But your mother never gave up hope, not once. She knew in her heart that her son was still alive. That's so horrible. A mother had her child stolen away from her, not knowing if he was alive or dead. I can't even imagine how terrible that must have been for her. I look at Shinji, but his expression hasn't changed a bit. Please, come with me to Avalon. I swear on my honor, on my loyalty and love for my queen and people, that you and Lady Kate would be free to leave whenever you please. If you come with me, then the truth will be clearly seen. I glance at Shinji, waiting for his answer. I can see that Killian has finally gotten to him with this logic. He must want to know the truth for certain too, right? Finally, Shinji sighs. Fine, I guess I should check this shit out. Kate, do you want me to walk you home, or... No, if you're going now, I want to come along too. It's not like it's every day that a girl gets to see new magical realms. Surprisingly, Shinji puts up no resistance and simply nods to Killian. Right. Follow me, then. With that, Killian leads us deeper into the forest. Killian leads us through the forest toward a wooden bridge as Shinji and I walk side by side. I look at Killian's back, brimming with curiosity about where we're going. Hey, Killian? Oh, what's Avalon like? How should I act in front of a Fae queen? Can you tell me about the Fae? Never mind. I don't want to ask you anything. How should I act in front of a Fae queen? Her Highness is a kind and humble woman, despite her great status. Please greet her with equal kindness. She adores seeing the happy smiles of others. Oh, I see. She sounds really nice. Then I'm excited to meet her. Killian leads us across the bridge and we climb stone steps. The higher we go, the more it feels like all the lights are disappearing in the sky. I feel a strange sensation as we move up, like the air has become so thick that it's hard to walk further. I feel as if I'm all literally pushing through some invisible barrier with just my body. Then, suddenly, the heavy feeling is gone and I stumble forward. I manage to steady myself just in time to be blinded by a bright light. I thought we were going. Okay. Into the Mist. Chapter 4. I blink away the blindness and I gasp at the sight before me. Welcome to the Kingdom of Avalon, the castle of the Spring Queen. I'm utterly blown away by the gorgeous surroundings. The detail that the castle was built with, the graceful, clean lines and integration with nature around it. It's clear the Fae value beauty and elegance considerably. I turn around to Shinji to see what he thinks of this wondrous place, but... Shinji, are you all right? Shinji stumbles and leans against the railing. He shakes his head slightly and grunts, but it seems like an immense effort for him. I start to walk toward him when I feel a hand on my shoulder. I look back to see Killian shaking his head. The magic is just wearing off. It's best not to get in the way of it. But... Arrgh! Shinji's pained yell echoes throughout the corridor. I spin around and see him fall to his knees. He hunches over, hands on both sides of his head. His breathing is drawn in, shuddering gasps, and I can tell he's trying not to yell out. I want so badly to go to him, but Killian's grip on my shoulder is firm. Can we slap him? Get out of here. I'm forced to watch as the air around Shinji shimmers and distorts. Then, the air seems to draw into itself and then pushes out like a small explosion. As it dissipates, I shrug Killian's hand off and run to Shinji's huddled figure. Are you okay? Shinji starts to... It's hard when it's another S after his name. Shinji starts to stand up, but he stumbles a little toward me and I manage to catch him. What the fucking fuck was that? I'm a little distracted by the feeling of his heavy hands on my shoulders, so when I look up at him, I can't stop myself from gasping. Elf-like ears peek out from under his hair, and a giggle escapes my lips. What? It's your ears. They're just like Killian's. Shinji's hands rush to his ears, and he slowly examines them. He feels the shape, different from usual, moving up his ear till he stops at the very tip. Ugh, what the hell? No fucking way. Aw, don't be upset. I think it suits you. I'm totally caught off guard when Shinji turns pink. Being so close to Shinji, staring at him blushing with those cute little ears. Surely I must have done something seriously right to get this kind of good luck. For a few intense seconds we stare at each other. Enchanted by his absolute beauty, I lean in toward his lips without thinking. A gentle... Not now, Kate. Not now. A gentle musical laugh floats towards us, breaking me from my trance. Letting Shinji go, I whirl around, completely embarrassed about what I was about to do, especially in front of someone. Shinji comes to stand next to me, and we're met with the stunning visage of a green-haired woman. My mouth drops open. Is literally everything and everyone gorgeous here? Killian steps forward. Before you stands the Lady of the Flowers, Her Majesty, the Queen of Spring... But the woman holds up a hand and moves towards us. I am Sorsha. Just Sorsha is fine. In this case, my titles do not matter in the slightest. Killian, please have the servants bring us some seats and refreshments. Killian moves quickly to obey, and I shift my weight from foot to foot as Sorsha stares at us, or rather, at Shinji. I glance at Shinji, but he has no expression. Already he seemed to recover from the revelation that he's not human. Well, it's not like I am either. In fact, it was because of our mothers that we both found out, isn't it? The servants appear with seats and tea, and we all sit down. I am overjoyed to see you, my sweet Aegon. My heart cannot express my happiness, truly. Shinji only stares at this woman who is supposed to be his mother, and I start to wonder if he isn't just in shock. I know if I saw Shizuka again, I'd probably just freeze up. I can hope if that moment ever comes, I won't have to face that woman alone. I clear my throat to talk on his behalf as Sorsha gently wipes her tears. This is all so sudden. Shinji, Prince Aegon, had no idea about any of this, so he's a little... Sorsha nods. That is understandable, though it is comforting to see that my son has someone so reliable and kind with him. But he was only a babe when he was stolen away from me. He no doubt believed he was human all this time. What exactly happened to Shinji? One day, Aegon's father, Lachlan, simply disappeared with my precious baby after claiming he was going to visit his parents' graves. At the time, I had no idea what a despicable man Lachlan would turn out to be. I can only guess what his goals were. Perhaps he was jealous of the prince, or wanted to hurt me. I simply cannot imagine what would bring someone to commit an act like that. Once again, Sorsha primly wipes her tears, but now that Aegon's true self has been discovered, Lachlan may very well come to finish whatever it is he started. There could be great danger waiting for Aegon outside of Avalon. Sorsha glances at me. Since you two are close, you may be at risk as well. If you do see Lachlan, do not trust anything he says, for he is a liar like no other. He is a silver-tongued charmer who could trick gods into believing they were but men. Sorsha looks to her quiet son. But the most important thing is that you have been found, safe and whole. That single fact means the world to me. Not a day has passed that I haven't thought of you and wondered where you... Shinji stands up, seemingly unaffected by Sorsha's emotional speech. I need to talk to my mother. But she's right here. No, oh. Right. Of course. Shinji would want to see the woman who raised him at a time like this. His entire world has been flipped upside down. If I could have gone to my dad back then, I would have too. What? Please don't leave. I have lost you once, and I'm afraid to lose you again. Lachlan is a very informed man. If we have found you, then there's no doubt in my mind he knows that you're alive and here already. It'll be fine. I just need to talk to her. Ah, if you must, then I have no choice but to let you go. But please, be careful. Sorsha's brown eyes, so like Shinji's, turned toward me. Would you perhaps stay in Avalon? We can keep you safe from Lachlan if you do. I turned the unexpected question over in my mind. I'm gonna stay with my boyfriend. Thank you, but I'm feeling pretty tired. I'd like to go home with Shinji. Please be safe then. Killian will direct you out, but come again as soon as you can. I have been without my only son for 22 years. I will not be satisfied with just a few minutes. Please come again and stay as long as you'd like. I nod at Sorsha, feeling guilty that we're not staying, but Shinji just walks right past her. Killian signals for us to follow him out of the corridor and stops at the entrance. Queen Sorsha is such a gentle, fragile woman. She may put on a strong front, but I know that inside, her heart is broken by your decision to leave. Please come back soon. I nod, but Shinji once again doesn't respond and walks toward the steps. I scramble to catch up with him, and together we leave Avalon. When we walk outside, I'm shocked to see the sunlight greeting us. But it was definitely evening when we went in, right? Yeah, some realms have significant time differences from ours. It must be the next day here. Shinji continues striding down the steps, and I follow. I try to wrap my mind around the fact that it's now day, and I haven't even slept. Where are we going? To Hagiwara. I look at Shinji's back with some confusion before remembering that I've seen a Professor Miki Hirayama on the schedule. So, I'm going to meet his mother finally. Shinji seems strung out. I wonder what he'll say. Not really the circumstances I want to meet his mom. Shinji and I don't talk the rest of the way, but I can tell he's not as calm as he seems on the surface. When we get to Hagiwara, Shinji and I walk into an empty classroom. Empty, except for one woman. Shinji strides right up to her desk. Shinji, your ears. Why did you lie to me all my life? What on earth are you talking about? What's happened, Shinji? I met my biological mother in Avalon. I have no choice but to believe her story considering how I look right now. So why am I finding this all out from her? Why did you hide this all my life? Where did you even find me? I want the truth. Professor Hirayama looks genuinely confused, and I feel like Shinji's being way too hard on her. I can't remember. Ugh, it's physically painful even to try. Shinji looks incredulous, though. I'm not lying, although I can understand why it'd seem that way. I'll try a little harder. A few minutes pass, and I frown at seeing Professor Hirayama's pained face. There was a man. He had hair the color of yours. I remember that because it was a beautiful, unusual shade. I think he was... I don't remember the details. I'm sorry. So maybe she had some kind of lock put on her memories. Kate, go get Hikaru. Professor Kazama. Seeing Shinji's intense face, I just go with it and turn to leave the classroom. I find Professor Kazama in his classroom, reading over some papers. He looks up at me as I approach his desk. Come to apologize for missing class today? What day is it exactly? Wow, had a rough weekend? It's Monday. I see. I guess traveling took even longer than I thought. I can't believe I lost an entire day or two. Anyway, sorry, but something critical has come up and I need your help. Shinji asked for you to come over to Professor Hirayama's class. Alright then, let's go. Having retrieved the professor, we leave the classroom and head back to Professor Hirayama's. I enter the classroom with Hikaru and he looks as surprised as Mickey did to see Shinji's new appearance. A grin quickly appears on his face though, and he points to the tip of his ear. I'm guessing that's not just a new fashion statement. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Shinji chuckles. It's a bitter sort of sound, yet still tinged with amusement. You know, I'd never choose something like this if I did. True, but is this what this is about? Some magic gone wrong? Not exactly. Can you do an examination on my mom? It's complicated, but my ears are related to it. She can't remember something important about my birth. The smile falls from Hikaru's face, and his usual serious demeanor replaces it. He walks up to Professor Hirayama, who looks miserable. Is it all right if I examine you? Of course. I want to remember what this is all about, too. Hikaru places his hands on Mickey's head, and she closes her eyes. A faint white light appears around his hands, and Hikaru's eyes look distant for a few moments. He steps back from Professor Hirayama. It looks like there's a magical block around Mickey's memory. It feels like fey magic, but it's too complicated for me to try and unravel it. It'd probably take hours if I even succeeded at all. If I messed up, the magic might completely rip her mind apart. What kind of parent would do something so insane? My mind instantly goes to Shizuka, who didn't hesitate to force her curse onto me. I look at Shinji as he speaks to his mother and Hikaru. He would understand if I told him about Shizuka. I think we could understand how each other feel right now, in some weird way. Even more strongly, I know I have to become closer with him now. I need to go. Huh? Without explaining himself to anyone, Shinji immediately walks out of the room. Without any reason to stay behind, I excuse myself too, but before I leave, Hikaru calls out to me. Sith, be careful about what you get involved in. Whatever this is about, this is likely just the beginning. I give the professor a little nod before I leave the room, wondering just what is it he knows that I don't. When I walk outside, I'm surprised to see Shinji leaning on the wall by the gates. My heart skips a little when I approach him, and he stands up properly to face me. Is it all right for you to walk around like that? It's fine. Don't worry about it. People barely even notice anything, and I know a bunch of shortcuts, so I can avoid being spotted. I'm sorry for just leaving like that. I'll walk you home. Well, to be honest, I don't feel like going home yet. All of this mess has brought up my bad feelings about Shizuka. I don't want to be alone right now. Do you want to come hang out at my place then? Say less. At least until I have to go to work. Did he just invite me over? He's never done that before. I can't believe he's thinking about going to work after a day like this, though. But I just realized I haven't had any notification about shifts at all, despite being hired. That old man keeps doing random stuff like this, and I'm the one who has to sort everything out. Just what type of boss is he? Alright, you can come to work with me and everything can be figured out then. For now, let's go to my place. I need to grab my uniform anyway. I'm tired, but I'd be able to support him then, if I can work with him today. I'm sure he can't process everything this fast, and I'm worried. I agree without hesitation, and Shinji takes me out of Hagiwara. We go through many different shortcuts over to his place. As soon as we step into Shinji's apartment, we're greeted by his roommate, Shu. Whoa! Hey Shin, what's up with the ears? Shinji merely shrugs. Turns out I'm not human. Shinji looks at me. You mind if I have a quick shower, Kate? Shu can keep you company for a bit while I'm gone. Oh. Yeah, I guess. Sure, yeah, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Shinji excuses himself for a bit and leaves the living room. Left alone with Shu, I walk over to the couch to sit down, and Shu sits in the chair across from me. I look around at the spacious apartment, thinking about how much more extravagant it is than mine. Surely Veritas doesn't pay him that well. There's an awkward silence for about a half a second before Shu smiles and speaks. So, how are you? I start to say something perfunctory, but looking at Shu's open and warm face just makes me feel like I can trust him. So instead, I find myself launching into a description of everything that's happened so far. I begin with what happened today and work my way backward. I start with explaining about Killian and how we met up and he took us to Avalon. How Shinji's mother and true nature was revealed to him, and how Mickey has a lock on her memories. I sigh when I think about how I wouldn't even know all of this if I hadn't been forcibly dragged into it. So much has happened, even I had no idea. But why do you seem so sad about it? Well, it's because I don't even think I'd be here if Killian hadn't approached me. What do you mean? It's... I hesitate for a moment. It's okay to tell him this, right? Again, we've gone too far. I explained to Shu how I met Emmy and how Shinji told her he doesn't think of me as a friend, just someone he's helping. I figured we'd at least become friends over the past few months that we've been partners, but it seems like Shinji didn't think so at all. That doesn't surprise me at all. Why? Did he say something about me? No, it's just that Shinji doesn't let people in easily. How many times has Shinji willingly mentioned about himself without being asked? I think back, but I can't think of anything too personal until very recently. I'm sure if I hadn't been with him and I saw his new ears, he'd have just shrugged it all away like it's no big deal. Just how he reacted to Shu when we came in. How did you guys become friends then if he never lets people in? Well, it's kind of a long story, but one day in junior high, I had to stay after school one day. Oh, this is my favorite song. I made a 1-hour loop of it on my YouTube. I loved it so much. My parents were supposed to pick me up. We were going to take a trip between realms somewhere, so I had to wait for them. I was hanging out with my friends after school for a bit, but eventually they had to leave. So I was left all alone. I started to feel anxious. I tried listening to music, and it worked for a while, but eventually I realized they weren't coming. I started to panic. That's when Shin found me. He had a habit of wandering around and forgetting the time I discovered later. Anyway, he talked with me and helped me calm down. He made sure I was feeling better, and then he walked me home. After that, Shin would always find me and make sure I was all right. For some reason, Shin always managed to find me when I'd have to be alone for whatever reason. He went out of his way to make sure I was okay every single day. Even when Shin had to move schools to senior high, he'd still manage to check up on me, somehow. He'd even come and visit me at home and bring games so we could hang out and study together. Shin saved me, I think. Oh, so cute. Aww. He can seem cold, but he's a great guy and my best friend. But even I don't know everything that's going on with him. Shu looks at me then. So, do you still want to be Shinji's friend? I'd like to be more than that, ideally. But if being friends is all I can manage, then I'll be happy with that. Though not as happy as being more than friends would make me. We hear the shower turn off, and soon enough Shinji comes out of the bathroom. When he enters into view, he's wearing clothes I'd never seen before, but they suit him well. Them, along with his damp hair curling over his adorable fey ears, is doing me in. Sorry that took so long. Are you ready to go to work? Sure. I left my uniform in my locker anyway. Can I come with you guys? I don't know. Are you sure you won't fall asleep there? Nope. I feel like I could stay awake forever. So I'm coming with you. Fine, fine. Let's get going then. I get up, willing myself not to stare at Shinji, at least while he's looking at me. All three of us then head out of their apartment to Veritas. Oh, it's so cute. The calm. When we get to Veritas, I head straight into the break room to get changed into my uniform after Shinji does. Afterward, I join the two. Why don't you try making Shu's usual order? Okay, sure. What is it? A peach and caramel milkshake. That sounds good. I'll get it started then. I walk behind the bar and Shinji helps me prepare the frozen drink. Together, we pour the caramel on. Shinji leans against the counter and looks at me. So, do you have any preferences on when your shifts are? Well, if it'd be alright, I'd just like to keep the same ones as you. There's a lot I don't know yet, so I'd feel more comfortable if I could just learn from you. I don't know if it's possible, but I'll try. I take the drink to Shu then, and after a little sip, he gives a thumbs up. You did a great job, Kate. Thanks. That's nice of you, but it's not like I did much. Well, I wouldn't know how to do it, and I'm still grateful. I give Shu a smile and head back to the counter. But I don't see Shinji anywhere. I start to look around the coffee house and even check the break room, but I don't see him. Maybe he went to go take the trash out. I go to the back door and start to open the door, but then I hear voices. Shinji's voice and someone else's. I freeze with the door cracked open. Back again? You know what I want from Big G. I got the money, man. Yeah, well, good for you. But it's up to him if he's even gonna give it to you.
Oh, good for you!
You coming to bug him every other day isn't going to make him pay up or make his mind up any faster. The stranger laughs. It's a strangely nice laugh given the potentially sinister circumstances. You know I'd like to bug him. I don't give a shit if he can blow my head off or turn me into a frog or whatever. What I hear has me gradually moving backward from the door unconsciously before I'm caught. I didn't know Shinji was like that. But what is this exactly? What was that all about? My mind begins to jump to all sorts of conclusions, none of them favorable. Eventually, I walk back to the bar and glance at Shu's table, only to see him slumped over. Shu? I run over to his table and touch his shoulder, and his head falls back, mouth half open with a bit of drool. I realize that he's only asleep and sigh in relief. I knew that would happen. I jump at Shinji's voice next to me and look at him. What? Does this happen often? Not quite. It's just that Shu tends to fall asleep pretty early. Shinji bends down and hoists Shu up over his shoulder. I'm going to go lie him down on the couch in the break room so he can sleep there. Could you deal with any customers that show up? Sure. All right. Shinji leaves with Shu and I move back to behind the bar. But after the little fright Shu gave me, nothing else really interesting happens this shift. And since I never managed to pluck up the courage to ask Shinji about what happened in the alley, I end up wondering about it all night. When I go home that night, I'm still feeling unsettled. It's a little after 3 a.m. and I'm still awake, lying in my bed. I can't stop thinking about what I heard at Veritas. I turn over, trying to convince myself that it was really nothing, and I'm just worrying for no reason. I mean, I could just ask him, right? But what if he really is up to something? He definitely wouldn't tell the truth then. As the time passes, my thoughts seem to spiral out of control. I'm honestly starting to believe Shinji is some dangerous criminal. What if even Galen is involved? I mean, the pay for working there? It's good. Super good. In fact, when I think about it, there's no way an ordinary coffee shop could be making so much money, even if it is in the upscale district. I've learned enough business from hanging around my dad's company to be sure of that. Could Veritas just be a front for money laundering? This could be dangerous. But even so, if they are, what should I do? I don't remember when it is that I fall asleep that night, but I do know it's with no answers. It's New Year's Eve today. A few days have passed since my visit to Avalon, and since I saw Shinji doing shady business in the alley. We haven't even seen each other since then. Not that that's unusual. We don't usually see each other every day. But we haven't even called each other or texted or anything, so I'm kind of uneasy. If only because I don't know exactly what it was that I saw. I sigh. I still haven't decided what to do with that yet. I went out earlier today and got myself some snacks so that I'd be ready to greet the new year on my own. My father is still out of the country, and Keio said Yuki invited her over to the Yukamura's home. I didn't want to intrude, so I made up something about having some party to go to. My sister was suspicious, but she let me off the hook pretty easily. So I figured that her and Yuki were hoping to sneak in some time alone. I'm trying to find some old DVDs to rewatch when I get a phone call. I look at the screen and see that it's Emmy. I answer right away. Hey, Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's. What's up? I was calling to see if you wanted to come to a New Year's celebration. Oh, not really. I'm a little reluctant about it, but eventually Emmy needles me enough that I have to admit my plans weren't much at all. Great. So then you can come. Yeah, I guess so. Somehow Emmy even convinces me to come home early and help with preparations, saying that I could meet her brother. After the call, I sigh. I'm a little disappointed that I'm not going to get I'm a little disappointed that I'm not going to get to wrap myself in a burrito and watch old movies all night. Yeah, seriously, that's what I did on New Year's. But still, this could be nice. By the time I get ready to go, I'm starting to feel excited about going out with spending time with Emmy. I meet up with Emmy and Shuwa to go shopping for party supplies. We're casually chatting as we stroll along when Emmy says something that shocks me. Yeah, you should have seen my brother and Shinji. Too bad you couldn't have come to Shinji's birthday party yourself. Wait, what? Birthday? He had a party? When was it? Oh, you didn't know? It was like a week or two ago. Ah, he never mentioned anything about it. Once again, I feel left out, and it immediately dampers my mood. Alright, maybe I just didn't think to ask. Shinji isn't the type to randomly mention it either. Well, he's going to be at this party at least. He is? What are you thinking? I'm thinking I'm going to get him something. I'd like to catch him off guard at least once in my life, and it would be nice to get him something since he has been helping me a lot. Would you mind? Would you help me pick out a late birthday present for him? You really like Shinji, huh? Well, alright, sure. We end up spending most of the afternoon looking around shops and picking up party supplies. Even though I usually hate shopping, I actually enjoy it this time because it's way more fun with Emmy. We get to know each other a little more just chatting about daily life, and I realize I feel good about this whole thing already. I think this party will be a lot of fun. Eventually, we wandered into the upscale part of Chuwa, having not found anything for Shinji in the lower shops. Emmy suggested going into Lupai Exotics because Shinji apparently loves books. Oh, a bookstore. Okay. It was then that I realized I never actually asked Shinji about himself. Well, I'll just have to fix that then. We'd ended up gathering a book about unsolved magical mysteries that actually sounded interesting to me, too. As we walk along the sidewalk, I pull the book out of its bag and examine it. I didn't know you were into that sort of stuff too, Kate. Well, I never used to be, but it sounds really interesting. Shinji must be rubbing off on you more than you realized. We're still talking when I see someone familiar up ahead, carrying bags filled with something. As we approach him, I hold a finger up. Don't you even open your mouth. Huh? Oh, you idiot. Emmy smacks Isao hard, and I stare at the two in surprise. What are you doing, Emmy? There's no way she could know about what Isao did, right? Unless she can read minds. This is my brother, unfortunately. Seems like you've already met, though. At least now that you're aware of his power, you can't fall for it again. Unless you want to. Your brother? Oi, I ain't gonna use it on her again. Don't make me sound like some creep. You are a creep. Yeah, you kind of did that. Emmy and Isao begin bickering back and forth with such vigor that I end up laughing at them. You guys are pretty funny. Oh, sorry. I don't have time for this. We've got to get to the party. Ah, that's right. The party's going to be at Isao's bar, Kate. Oh, alright, cool. Do you mind if we stop to get some wrapping paper and stuff for the book? Sure, we've got enough time for that. With that, Emmy, Isao, and I head off in the direction of Yoru. When we arrive inside the bar, I'm surprised to see Shinji and Shu already there, helping set things up for the party. I excuse myself for a bit and wrap the book for Shinji, hoping to find the right time to give it to him later. I heard you had a fucking birthday. Here you go. Here's your fucking present, jerk. Afterward, I help with the party preparations, doing things like setting out snacks and making sure there's enough napkins. But I don't get to speak much with Shinji since everyone is here and busily moving about. Later, Takumi comes in, dragging Tatsuya along with him of all people. Hey, what's up, Kate? Hey, Taku. Oh, what's that you're carrying, Tatsuya? Mother made me bring some food. Trust me, it's really good stuff. Where should we put it? I direct the boys to a counter and go back to setting up. The party gets underway a few minutes after that when Isao turns on some music and we finish the preparations. Isao and Shinji start handing out drinks, and within a half hour, mostly everyone seems to have loosened up and is a little tipsy. At some point, Takumi and Shinji disappear, saying only that they are going out for a smoke. We'll be up on the roof if you need us, okay? Well, alright. I try not to frown and judge, but I can't help it. The Taku I knew wasn't that kind of person. And Shinji, well, I guess after what I heard, I'm not surprised that he's into that sort of stuff. Something clicks in my mind, and I think back to that time on the roof when Shinji tossed something to Takumi. Could that have been it? I wonder why he had to have Shinji get him cigarettes, though. Because it's not cigarettes. It's marijuana cigarettes. The party goes on, and eventually Shinji comes out and finds me to my surprise. Hey, Kate. Enjoying yourself? Well, yeah, actually. Though I didn't think I would. Woo! We're interrupted by a drunk and half-naked Takumi passing by right in between us. I only catch a flash of his surprisingly muscular thighs before Shinji puts down his drink and says, "Excuse me." I watch with my mouth hanging open as Shinji chases Takumi down, corners him, and talks him back into wearing his pants. Oh, you don't have to. Again, wait your turn, Taku. I can't actually hear what he says, but Takumi forlornly puts his pants on a few minutes later and Shinji walks back over to me. Sorry about that. It's not actually the first time it's happened, so I guess I should have been more prepared. That's alright. I wasn't mad about it. But do you mind if we talk somewhere quieter, in private? Oh, okay, sure. Let's go to the roof then. I'll meet you there then. I'll need to get something. Shinji nods and heads off on his own while I dash to the place where I left the gift and grab it. After that, I follow Shinji up to the rooftop. We sit down together by one of the fences overlooking the city. Shinji looks at me curiously. So, what's up? Well, I decided to just go for it. You little shit. You didn't tell me your birth date was this month. I take the wrapped book from my bag and practically shove it at Shinji. I said Shinji, didn't I? Shinji. I note Shinji's surprise as he takes the book and carefully unwraps the paper. He looks even more surprised when he sees the book's cover. He gently touches the cover and glances at me. Where did you find this? I'd been planning on researching this topic, actually. I heard this book was one of the best on the subject. Shinji opens the book and looks down at the page. Did you know the author of this book personally sought out the information herself? She's probably the only real authority on this subject. I giggle at his passionate words. Wow, he's so cute. I never knew he could get like this. Oh. Shinji awkwardly coughs. Thanks for the book. You didn't need to come. You didn't need to get me anything, but I really appreciate your gift. It's wonderful. I had no idea how adorable he could be. Shinji looks through the book a bit longer while I gaze at the sky. Finally, he turns to me. Do you want to stay on the roof for a bit longer? It's more peaceful here than down below. Sure. Hang on, I'll go bring us some food from below. Shinji gets up and quickly goes downstairs to the party while I wait for him, content. Before I know it, he's back with some hot drinks and a small tray of snacks that we can share. Shinji sits beside me, and we admire the lights of the city quietly together. Just sitting next to him as we chat about just normal everyday stuff makes me feel so relaxed. But then, somehow, as I begin to feel closer to Shinji, things I'd kept locked up inside of myself threaten to spill out. I look at Shinji, hesitant. Can I tell you something, Shinji? Sure. The way I got these powers, I want to talk about that. I don't have the strength to look at Shinji directly, so I keep looking at the stars above us. I begin to relate the tale of the ritual, and what Shizuka did to me. I found out then that I'm not a human. I know. The real reason I was staring at you on that day was because your aura looked so unusual. When I took a closer look, I realized you weren't human or like anything else I'd seen before. Why didn't you just say so? All this time, that you already knew. Just because I can see things doesn't mean that it's any of my business. Your secrets are your own, and I would never bring something like that up to anyone, even you. Especially since you hadn't ever mentioned it to me before. I guess that makes sense. Before Shinji can say anything, I start talking again. When I found out you weren't human, it actually made me think of my own situation. I realized that I was trying hard, maybe harder than I realized, to just not think about it and to keep on living. But everything that happened with you brought it all back. It's not something I can ignore anymore. Shinji reaches to wipe the tears I didn't know I had from my face. I turn to look at him. I don't really know how to comfort you. I have an idea. I don't know how to help ease your pain. When Shinji says that, I feel so lonely that something in me like a dam breaks, and I start sobbing. Shizuka told me that I'm a homunculus, and I'm afraid. I'm so afraid that I'm just a copy of Shizuka. I'm afraid of what that means, what that means for my life. What if I'm just living my life the way I have because of Shizuka? What if I'm just repeating everything that Shizuka has already done? Have I actually ever really made any decisions on my own? Am I even real? I choke a sob back and manage to rumble one last thing. All this time I thought she was my mother, But what if I'm just some doll for Shizuka to throw away her unwanted curse on? Shinji's expression is a pained reflection of my own before he reaches out and pulls me into a tight hug. I'm so surprised that my sobs stop and I look up at him, my hands on his chest. His strong arms hold me close and his warmth feels so nice. I look up into his brown eyes, noting all the little things about his face that I can see from this close. Then I rest my head on Shinji's chest as he rubs my back. Tears quietly fall down my face again. I can't see him, but I can hear his gentle words. The devastation, the shock of finding out that you're not something you thought you were all your life is immense. It's soul-crushing in the realization that what you thought all your life was a lie. Do I even have a soul? A copy like me. Am I anything? Am I worth anything? Shinji gently lifts my face to look up at his, our faces almost close enough to kiss. He looks back down at me, frowning, and almost whispers his next words. You have one of the most beautiful souls I've ever seen. Oh, it's too cute. Aww. You are auroral. A doll wouldn't have a soul, and certainly not such a beautiful one. You can't change your past, but you can at least build your own future, a future that you want. What if what I want is what Shizuka would have wanted? You should at least be able to trust in yourself, believe in yourself, and if you happen to want something or like something that Shizuka would have, then so be it. You said it yourself, and Shizuka said it too. A homunculus is a physical copy, so you may be similar in body, but that's where the similarity ends. Your mind and soul are your own. What Shinji says starts to settle over my mind like a warm blanket, soothing some of the pain I've held onto for so long. The idea that all my fears are for nothing, that I am my own self, it seeks into my mind and I start to feel relief for the first time in months. Then it suddenly clicks in my mind that I'm in Shinji's arms, against Shinji's chest, and close enough to kiss him. But this feels so comfortable, so natural, that I don't want to move away. Oh, it's so good. Fireworks began going off in the sky while we both look up, still in each other's arms. But it's not long before I find that I can only look at Shinji as he watches the display above. Watching the lights dance upon his beautiful face in various colors, I feel an overwhelming urge to kiss him. Do it. Can we do it? You know? Screw it. Yes. I move up and kiss Shinji on the cheek. He looks down at me in shock. That's to say thank you for making me feel better. Kiss him! I know, right? Kiss him! Perfect moment for kissing. I force myself to move away from Shinji and get up. I'm too embarrassed to look directly at him, so I suggest that we go back down to the party. Just a cheek kiss? Come on. Come on. Oh, I love that part so much. It's one of my favorite parts. Also, hi, Espresso. Welcome to story time. When we come back down, Isao immediately swaggers, or maybe staggers, up to us. Where have you two been then, all off by your lonesome? Having a moment, God. Oh, you know, just off having wild sex as a virginal sacrifice to summon an ancient evil. Perfect answer. I glance at Shinji, who seems amused. Is that so? Well, I know that's a lie because that ship has sailed for Shinji. It sailed for me too, since I can't say much there. True enough, but it doesn't actually preclude the wild sex parts. Hey, yo. Are you saying you guys were seriously rutting up there on the roof? Well, what do you like to know? Been here looking for hours. I appreciate you. What? You were? No. We were just kidding. All we did was talk and watch fireworks. But where'd Taku run off to? He actually just left in a hurry. You didn't see him? He came from the roof, so I thought he was up there with you guys. No, I didn't see him. I'm a little worried about Taku, but Shinji brings me another drink and the party soon takes my mind off of everything. Even without Taku, we end up having so much fun that I don't realize how tired I am until around 4 a.m. When I try to go home, though, I get several offers to be walked home. But I turn everyone down on account of how late it is. Are you sure you're okay with walking home alone this late? No, that's how you get murdered. Absolutely not. Yes, I'm sure. No. Dumb. Don't do that. Shinji nods at me. I trust in your ability to defend yourself. But if you need help, you can call me, and I'll come running. I smile as always at Shinji's kindness and say my goodbyes for the night. For real this time. With new fun-filled memories, I leave the Fox's Tail bar. Let's see. I don't remember how many chapters there are. Oh, my song. Alright, after the party, I'm walking home in a cheerful mood. This has been one of the best ways I've started the year in my life. I wonder if this is a good sign for things to come. I walk for a while like this in the dead, quiet night. But soon, I begin to hear something behind me. Something that sounds a lot like footsteps. I turn around but see no one there. I wonder if I'm just imagining things. Maybe I just had too much to drink or something. I keep walking, still pleasantly buzzed, but now I'm making a conscious effort to be more cautious. I haven't walked too far before I hear the footsteps again. Okay, the people have spoken. I have make dinner and then I'll come back and we'll finish this. I decide to call out to who I think it is. Killian, if that's you again, you can just come to me instead of sneaking around. I turn around and jump. An unfamiliar man, clearly one of Killian's Fey brethren, stands just a few steps away from me. Why does this guy look so familiar? Who are you?
Excuse me. Who even are you?
Did Killian send you? Or maybe Sorsha? At the mention of Sorsha's name, the Fey looks disgusted. When he begins speaking, I'm startled by the intense hate I can feel rolling off of him. Stay away. A sword flashes in the night, headed right for the Fey. I realize that the sword is attached to Killian, who has appeared out of nowhere. The purple-haired Fey jumps back and pulls out his own sword. His meets Killian's right as he tries another attack. The two men clash swords together and then come apart, only to attack again, over and over. I stand there, stunned and unsure what to do or what's happening. I can scarcely believe what I'm seeing in the middle of the night on my sleepy street. Killian is good, but he seems so enraged that even I can tell his attacks are sloppy. It's not long before it seems Killian is about to lose and get run through with a sword. I throw my hand out toward Killian, and the Fey's sword comes down upon the energy shield I just erected. It makes a crackling sound as the sword hits it, and electricity arcs up and around the sword, causing the Fey to drop it and move back. I step in between Killian and the purple-haired Fey, glaring. The man looks behind me at Killian and then back at me. Tell him, beware. The air ripples and shifts as he disappears out of sight. Killian's eyes dart around as if he's trying to find an invisible foe for a few moments. Then Killian rushes to my side. Are you all right? Yes, thank you. My queen tasked me to watch over both you and the prince because she suspected that Lachlan would strike soon. I followed after you when it was clear that Shinji was going to be safe if he remained with friends. You erected what now for Killian? Listen. I don't want to talk about it. It was electric. Alright. I'm glad that I chose to follow you. Who knows what Lachlan would have done to you? I saved your ass, so more like what he could have done to you, bitch. Well, thanks for showing up when you did. The queen was right. You are in danger. I do not like any of this. You should return to Avalon with me for your own safety, and I'll return for the prince after. I shake my head. Now that's sus as fuck, bro. I can't just disappear like that. And besides, why does everyone keep coming to me instead of Shinji? Seriously. Where is Shinji? Yeah, seriously. It doesn't make any sense at all. It may be because you spend quite a lot of time with the prince and you both seem close. You may be seen as a weak link, an easier way to get to him. Why am I assumed to be weak? Ugh, whatever. Please come with me, Lady Kate, for your own safety. No, I'm going to call Shinji first. I'm not going anywhere. I reach into my bag and call him. He answers almost immediately and I explain what just happened. Just hang on, I'll be there as soon as I can. Shinji hangs up and I turn to Killian. I'll wait for Shinji here. I'll be fine, so you can go. No, I could never do that. What if Lachlan returns? I could not live with myself if I abandoned you. I sigh and shrug. Fine, do what you want then. We stand in silence for a bit. I don't mind it, but Killian seems to be uncomfortable since he's fidgeting around. Even though he's this big, strong knight, he's all awkward, like a child. Soon Shinji walks up to us and Killian immediately bows to him. Would you stop it already? Shinji turns to me, almost ignoring Killian. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Could you tell me more in detail about what happened? I quickly recount any details I might have left out over the phone. Honestly, Lachlan going after me just makes no sense at all. I agree. Any person who has acted as Lachlan clearly has little sense in him left. The man seems to have some strange hatred for Queen Sorsha. Yeah, he did. When I mentioned her name, I swear I could feel the hate and anger coming off of him. Thank you for helping me, Killian. You can go now. But you both should come along with me to Avalon. No. We have somewhere we need to go. We do? Ayo. Fine, if you will not come, I will go. For now. Killian trudges off into the night, and Shinji breathes a sigh of relief. He looks at me. Come with me. Alright. Shinji begins to walking, and even though I'm confused, I follow along. While we're walking, the sun actually begins to rise. My thoughts meander from place to place tiredly. Where are we going? What is going on with this whole Faye thing? But Lachlan. He looked so familiar to me because he's Shinji's father. He looks so similar to him that I haven't seen Shinji ever make any expressions like that before. I look at Shinji, wondering what it would be like to see his face twisted in such an expression. It's hard to even imagine. Shinji's eyes meet mine, and he gives me a little smile. You can ask questions, you know. You don't always have to just go along with everything so easily. I nod. I know. I was just thinking about things. So where are we going? What's going to happen? As soon as I say that, I realize that we've been going in the direction of my apartment the entire time. It's been a very long night. We both need some rest before anything else. Yeah, you're right. With that settled, Shinji takes me home after saying goodbye. When I get into my room that morning, I pass out as soon as I hit the pillow. It's Monday morning, after that crazy weekend, and I'm coming down to the basement for Hikaru's class. Shinji. I did accidentally say Shinji once. Shinji. Shinji. Let me make dinner plans. Hold on. When I get down to the basement, I hear a commotion going on. I try to ignore it because I don't have time for drama, or I'll be late to class. But then I hear a familiar shout. Unhand me, now! I spin around and move through the crowd to get to the front of the commotion. What I see utterly shocks me. Professor Hirayama is being held by two armored knights. They're each holding one arm while she struggles to break free from their grip and curses at them. I look at the other students in horror and see my own expression reflected back, but no one's actually doing anything. Then Killian, of all people, walks out of Professor Hirayama's classroom holding something I can't see in his hand. I take a step forward to see better, but I freeze when Killian's voice rings through the hall. Miki Hirayama is hereby under arrest for collusion against the Queen of Spring and assisting in the kidnapping of her son, Prince Eogan. What? Are you kidding me? I don't know anything about this. And I certainly didn't kidnap any prince. I don't even know any. Killian only stares at Professor Hirayama evenly. It's quite clear by now that your son isn't actually yours. Try to intervene. Hey! Angry, I walk forward and look at everyone. What is going on? You tell me. I don't know what in the hell these bullshit charges are. Please go find Shinji. Why would the prince help the woman who took him from his mother? I did not. Silence her. One of the soldiers waves a hand, and Professor Hirayama's voice is suddenly gone. Killian shows me what he was holding in his hand, a necklace with a strange symbol pendant made of something that looks like ice. This necklace belongs to the betrayer, Lachlan.
Thank you very much.
Not the spankins. The spankins! Since it originally belonged to his mother, he never parted with it. The necklace. To find it amongst his woman's things is clear evidence that they are partners. Professor Hirayama tries to speak, but her voice simply doesn't come. Killian waves the soldiers away and they leave, dragging a struggling yet silent Professor Hirayama along with them. Killian gives me a small bow and then walks out after the knights, leaving me in a stunned silence. I gotta call Shinji. I fumble, trying to pull my phone out with shaky hands. As soon as he answers, I don't even let him get another word out. Your mother was arrested. Shinji is quiet on the other side, and I realize that he must be in even more shock than me. Come and meet me as soon as possible. I come to Shinji's apartment immediately, skipping class. When he opens the door, I walk in and sit down. Shinji stands in front of me. Hey, do you want some drinks or something? I feel like if I say no, he might lose whatever hold grip he has on his emotions. Sure, whatever's fine. Shinji leaves and brings out the drinks, handing mine to me before sitting down across from me. With a wavering voice, he asks me what happened. It's obvious that he's fighting back the feelings threatening to spill everywhere, so I quickly tell him everything. When I'm done, Shinji seems as confused as I am. What the hell? She didn't kidnap me or anything. There's no way my mom would do something like that. I understand. I never expected my own mother to do anything as crazy as a ritual to me, but it happened. Something like that is hard to deal with, but I'm here for you. Thanks. But I still don't believe any of this. Shinji, this would be really hard to deal with. I imagine that woman who took care of you all your life was really someone who had stolen you away. I know that I haven't even fully dealt with all my feelings about Shizuka's betrayal. I don't know how to set up that bot, the sniff bot. I probably should save. I get up and sit down on the couch next to him, and after a moment I take his hand. I'll be there for you through everything. But I nearly fall back when Shinji suddenly jumps to his feet. I can't just sit here. I have to know for myself. Shinji strides to the door and then looks back at me. Do you want to come with me? You don't have to, but it would be nice to have you with me. Yes, of course I'll come. I get off the couch and we both leave the apartment. Night has fallen by the time we get to the entrance to Avalon. We didn't talk much on the way. Shinji seemed to be thinking about something, understandably. I didn't want to erupt. Erupt. Where am I? I don't know where that even came from. Interrupt? Oh, we're gonna erupt later. Sorry. Shit. I'm gonna shut up. But then I remember what he said about it being okay to ask questions and not just going along with everything so easily. So I decide to speak up as we walk up the stairs. Yeah. What will you do when we get to Avalon? I don't even know. I just want to talk to my mom. I want to figure out what the fuck is going on. I didn't want to deal with any of this shit, but they just had to drag her into it. Before I can say anything, we reach the top, and I'm nearly blinded by the sudden daylight in Avalon. There's no one around, though, when we enter. Shinji and I both look at each other, a silent, what now, on our faces. Should we wait here? Could try shouting. Just, hey. Maybe we should go look for someone. Before we can do anything, though, we hear the sound of metal clanking against the ground.
I'm Batman. I'm Fishman.
We turn to see Killian walking toward us with a few other knights. He doesn't seem surprised to see us. Killian looks at Shinji. Welcome home, Prince E again. No, Shinji. It's Shinji. I'm not home. I just want to know why the fuck did you arrest my mom? While you were both away, after Lachlan attacked Lady Kate, he showed up here and tried to kill the queen. He wasn't caught, and he managed to injure her quite badly. Who's erupting now? We're gonna later. It's so good, isn't it? I'm Batman. I'm Fishman. Shinji's erupting?
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Wyvern. You want to erupt? Yeah. Oh, we're going to erupt. Don't worry. Don't worry. Is she okay? Killian nods. She will need to rest in bed for some time, but she should recover eventually. Oh, we're gonna rest in our bed for some time too. What's this got to do with why you arrested my mom? I feel like I know what's coming. I don't want to see this. It's clear Shinji is in denial.
I volunteer tribute.
Am I really any better than that? I've only just started dealing with my own mess, so I'm just a hypocrite in the end. There was proof that Miki Hirayama was an accomplice to this attack. That's ridiculous. What proof? While I understand that you would want to know, I can't discuss it right now. You will heal it. Here. Oh. Okay, I hydrate. Thank you. I hydrate. You will hear everything properly during the trial. You may be a prince, but you are not technically a member of the royal court, so I cannot disclose the information to you. Whatever. I'm done with this. Shinji starts to walk off, and even though I'm scared to, I call out to him. Where are you going? To think. That's all Shinji says before walking out of sight. Killian makes no move to stop him and instead looks at me. It appears you will both be staying in Avalon for some time. I'll take you to a room where you can rest if you'll follow me. Ugh, alright. Thank you. I follow Killian to a beautiful guest bedroom in the castle. This will be your bedroom during your stay and at any other times that you might come. And now I will take my leave. I must check on Queen Sorsha. I nod and Killian leaves the room. So, what now? Left by myself, I look around the room, examining every detail. Oh, become a unicorn. Alright, hold on. Left by myself, I look around the room, examining every detail. Eventually, I come to stop in front of the fireplace and glance up at the symbol above it. I wonder what this is. I feel like I've seen it everywhere here. I narrow my eyes, staring at the symbol. It seems familiar to me somehow, but I'm certain I've only ever seen it here. I begin to feel strange somehow as I look at the symbol, lightheaded and almost floating. Thank you. Ugh, maybe I better lie down and take a nap or something. Hope I'm not getting sick. Still feeling strange, I get into bed and quickly fall into slumber. I open my eyes to find myself looking at a surreal but pretty sky. How did I end up outside? I look around, but only see clouds around me. I must be dreaming then? Well, if this is a dream, and I'm floating in the clouds, I should try and fly. I start making swimming motions with my arms, and somehow actually start moving along the clouds. Eventually, I realize I don't need to make the motions anymore, and start twirling and soaring instead. It feels so wonderful and freeing. Kate! A voice calls out like thunder, too distorted to tell who it is. I feel like I want to escape from this voice, whoever it is. Kate! I feel a powerful tug, an invisible force that pulls at me. I close my eyes as I fall. I open my eyes again. I feel my heart plummet into my stomach. No, 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 not this place, anything but this place. I turn around to the door and reach out to push it open, but I can't. There's something keeping me from going out of the room. Kate? I freeze at the sound of this voice I know so well. It's just a dream. This is all just a dream. I will myself to wake up, but I'm still here, standing in this terrible place. So I force myself to turn around to face the voice. And there stands the one person I've been dreading the most for months. My mother. My creator. Kate, I need to talk to you. No. No. Not doing it. No, no, no. No.
Don't play games with me. I'm in no mood.
I don't want to hear it. What you did to me?
Lies. Oh, lies!
Mm-mm. Absolutely not. Kate, please. No. No. Mm-mm. Where the hell? Why can't I ever find this one? There we go.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
No! I shout myself awake, propelling myself out of the dream and away from my mother. I drag in deep, ragged breaths as I look around the unfamiliar room. Right, I'm here, in Avalon, which is no less weird. As I begin to calm down, I realize that I feel better physically, although my emotions are still like a storm. Hear breaths? No. I take my phone out and check the time. No. You heard it now? Well, that's true. I take my phone out and check the time. It's already this late? I must have slept into the next day. Sunrise should be soon then. I wonder where Shinji is. Maybe I can go find him. With that thought, I push myself out of bed and leave the room. As soon as I get to the terrace, I see Shinji. He's leaning over the railing, looking out into the distance into the sea. Breasts in our visual novels? Here's heresy. I mean, there's gonna be some boobies. No, I'm just kidding. There's not. There will be, in your mind, boobies. You blame Ghost Daddy and laughing? I will take it. Our dirty minds are just going off? Yeah, I'll get used to that. That happens a lot. You are allergic to lavender? Really? Oh. As I walk up to him, he looks at me. They won't let me see Mickey at all. I see. I can understand why he wants to see her, but maybe it's for the best that he doesn't see her for now. So where did you go yesterday? Shinji shrugs. Just around. I did find one place that I definitely want to show you, though. I think you'll really like it. Actually, I have something for you, too, but it'll have to wait till we're there. Shinji starts walking down the corridor, and I follow next to him with wide eyes. Really? What is it? Oh, is it a castle garden? Or maybe the training guards where the knights practice. Shinji chuckles. No, and no. You'll see. I'm not telling you yet. That ruins the surprise. Curiosity brimming, I go with Shinji to this special place. We walk down from the castle to a small lake, and I draw in a deep breath. Oh, I love this part too. So what do you think? It's so beautiful here. It's so beautiful here. I love it. We find a place to sit on the grass together and watch the dawn sky break over the water. Do you know anything about this place? Shinji shakes his head. I haven't had the chance to find out much about it, other than its so-called Loch Ninev. Also, like I was saying earlier, because of recent events, I forgot to give you something before. Shinji pulls out a ring with an amethyst in it. I got someone to make you a personalized gear crystal. A gear crystal? I rack my brain trying to remember what that is. It's a crystal that stores gear to help you control and increase magic abilities. Oh, right. I look down at the ring and Shinji takes my hand in his. I feel my face grow warm as he slides on the ring. Thank you so much, Shinji. No problem. We sit and talk for a little while before I find myself staring at the ring again. I look up at Shinji. Could I try it out now? Of course. It's yours now. I look nervously down at the ring, wondering what it's going to feel like when I activate it. I stand up and listen to Shinji's instructions to focus my power into the crystal. When I open my eyes, I'm clad in a flowing long purple dress embroidered with gold. Wow, it's so pretty. I examine my dress a little longer, marveling at how different it is from anything I've worn before. When I sit back down, I realize that Shinji's no longer sitting down. He seems to be picking flowers. Oh.
Does someone need a hug?
What are you doing, Shinji? Picking flowers. When I was very young, my father died. After he did, my mother, she always seemed sad. So I tried to make her flower crowns to cheer her up. She'd always smile and say thank you, even though they were terrible. She always acted like they were the best thing in the world, more valuable than any crown made of gold and jewels. That's so sweet. I'm sure to her they really were. A momentary silence falls over us as Shinji begins making a flower crown. A question I've been wanting to ask suddenly comes to mind. How is it that you can see spirits, Shinji? Shinji looks up at me, and I suddenly feel embarrassed for having asked out of the blue like that. Shinji doesn't seem like he minds much, though, so I add a few more questions. Are there many mages that can see spirits? Well, it's a really long story. I don't mind. I want to know. If you're okay with telling me. Yeah, all right. Ever since I was a little boy, I felt out of place, like I didn't belong. My parents were always kind and loving to me, but there was still something missing. It was like there was an invisible wall between them and me. I think I knew somewhere within myself then that I was different. When I was 7, my mother took me to stay at the Hirayama ancestral home for the summer. She took me to spend some time with my grandparents while she visited an archaeological dig of an ancient Atlantean temple. Being the curious child that I was, I managed to read all of the books I could find in the main house and explore most of the property within the first month. So I was left with nothing else to do. There was, however, one place left to explore, an old storage building that was always kept tightly locked. When I tried asking my grandparents about it, I was only told that I wasn't allowed in there. No explanation was given. Of course, that only made me more curious than before, so when my grandparents were busy, I found the key to the storage building in my grandmother's study. When I finally got inside the storage building, I found it filled only with unremarkable junk. I was disappointed, but until I noticed something. In the very back of the room, hidden behind everything, was a sword in a glass case. The sword was in its scabbard, with numerous seals stuck to it. Something called out to me, luring me into removing the seals and pulling the sword out of its scabbard. The moment the sword was out, it released a spirit that was trapped inside. Within seconds of regaining its freedom, the spirit went straight for me, possessing me immediately. This is something similar that happened to a D&D character I had. When it connected with me, I could immediately feel all the pain, the unbridled rage, fear, and intense sadness of the spirit. Only moments passed as I watched the life of the spirit flashing before my eyes, its life, betrayal, and murder. How it wasn't allowed to move on to the afterlife, and how it was forced into the sword, bound and sealed for centuries. Seething with rage, the spirit wanted to lash out. It wanted revenge on those who trapped it. They were long dead, but that didn't satisfy the spirit. It wanted someone else to feel what it felt. Possessed, my body moved to the will of the spirit. I grabbed the sword and went outside. I found my grandparents almost immediately. I didn't even have to say anything. They could immediately tell that something was wrong. They tried talking with the spirit, but it was too far gone, unwilling to listen to anyone. I attacked my grandfather with the sword. My grandparents were forced to defend themselves, all while trying not to hurt me. They continued to plead with the spirit to let me go, but their words fell on deaf ears. Inside, I was forced to watch myself attack my grandparents. At first, I tried to get the spirit out by force, but that didn't work. Then I started talking to the spirit. It tried to say that it wanted someone else to feel its pain that no one else understood. Then I told the spirit that I did. I understood. I had felt all the things the spirit felt, seen its life and death. And if anyone understood, it was me. The spirit calmed down and my body froze. Ignoring the world, I and the spirit talked. Eventually, the spirit agreed to leave, as long as I agreed to bury the sword, since it was all that was left of the spirit. It wanted to be buried, and it wished for a tombstone, since it didn't get one when it was murdered. I agreed to the terms willingly, and the spirit finally agreed to let me go. After the spirit released me, I could see it disappear into the afterlife. I fulfilled my promise to the spirit and buried the sword, along with making a small tombstone to mark the grave. They say that experience made me into an Esper, but now I don't know for certain. To be honest, it might have just been the trigger to unlock some of my Fey powers. Shinji finally lapses into silence. I try to search for the right words, but they won't come. So, you were possessed. What was that like? Yeah, but it's fine. But that sounds horrific. Traumatizing. I'm fine. Seriously. As hard to believe as that sounds, it's something that doesn't bother me anymore. Well, okay. I guess I'll have to trust you on that. Wanting to get away from this subject, I look around for something else to talk about. My eyes settle on the garb I'm still wearing, and I look at Shinji again. Hey, Shinji. What does your gear look like? Can you show it to me? Sure. Yeah, can you show it to us? Shinji grabs a ring on his finger, and before I can even blink, his clothes have changed. Wow, you look really cool, Shinji. Thanks. Hey, could you stand up for me? Shinji reaches out a hand to me, and though I'm confused, I take it. He pulls me to my feet. I begin to feel my face get warm, and I see how close we are, but he doesn't step away. Instead, he speaks to me in a quiet, gentle voice. Close your eyes. Oh? My heart pounding, I will myself to obey Shinji. I feel large hands on my face, and something light is lowered onto my head. There, a crown fit for a queen. Although you're far prettier than any queen I've seen. Aww. I open my eyes, feeling shy, but happy enough to be playful. How have you seen many queens, then? No, just the one. But queen or no queen, there are a few who are so beautiful, both inside and out. The sun begins to rise in the dawning sky, and time seems to slow to a crawl as we look into each other's eyes. There's so much beauty around us and in front of me that my mind desperately tries to remember every detail of this moment. The sound of the babbling water, the scent of the flowers all around us and in my hair, the heat of the warm sun on my face, and Shinji's kind brown eyes and gentle smile, finally looking into mine as if I were the only one who mattered in the world. We stay like this for a few moments longer, staring into each other's eyes. Real kiss time. Feeling shy, I separate myself from Shinji's, trying to stifle a yawn. A yawn? You bored? Okay. Wow. If you're tired, you can nap for a little bit. Yeah, that sounds nice. Shinji and I both lie down on the soft grass next to each other. Yeah, that sounds nice. Feeling extremely relaxed, I fall asleep almost immediately. Just never gonna make out. That was the perfect make-out moment. If we were gonna make out under the fucking fireworks, that was make-out time, and we're not making out. Once again, I find myself waking up in this bedroom. But the question is, how did I get here? There's only one way, really. Shinji must have carried me here. I get up and look for my phone to check the time again, but I can't find it. Too shy for a kiss? I know, but that was the perfect moment for one. I know I left it here somewhere. I didn't take it with me because it wasn't working. I start to look under the bed to see if it fell there, but then I hear the sound of heels clicking against stone. I look up towards the door as it opens. Would you mind if I came in? I shoot up to my feet at the queen's presence. No. Of course not. It's fine. You're welcome to. I heard you were attacked. Are you all right? And, I was just looking for my phone just now, that's all. Sorsha slowly makes her way to one of the armchairs, and I notice that she does seem a bit tired. I wonder how badly she was injured. Sorsha puts a hand on her side as she sits down, and I feel compelled to join her. I sit in the chair across from her. Thank you for your concern, but I will heal soon enough. I'm glad to hear that, but can I ask why Shinji isn't allowed to see his Miki Hirayama? He wants to talk to her. It is out of my hands. You're the queen? Mickey has been confessing to the charges and even more, but I can't say more on the subject right now. I wish I could let Yugen see her, but I also don't want that awful, horrible woman to hurt him any more than she has already. She really cares for her son, even though she doesn't know him much at all. Why couldn't mine have been like that? Why did mine turn out to be, well, like that? Before I know it, I begin to feel bitter and jealous about how much this woman cares for Shinji. I wish I had found out that she wasn't my real mother, that there was a mother somewhere else out there who actually loved me. I look up to find Sorsha staring at me. What about your mother, Kate? I don't want to talk about it. Nothing. You seem like such a kind girl. She must be a wonderful woman. It's complicated. Well, not exactly. She was always very distant with me. Maybe it was because, she's a sorceress. I don't know. A sorceress? Sorsha leans forward in the armchair towards me, a strange glint in her eye. It's an honor to meet someone who was given their gifts by the god of chaos. What do you mean? Have you not heard of the great god of chaos? The god killer? Sorsha points to the symbol above the fireplace. That is his sigil. You'll see it in any place associated with him or chaos. He is our patron god, the element of chaos entwined with a single being. It is said he gave the first sorcerers their powers. What is chaos? It is everything and nothing. It gives life and takes it. Only our god has successfully learned to wield the chaos. Sorsha says this so proudly that I can almost see her love for her god of chaos shining in her eyes. But I had almost forgotten the reason I came. I'd like to give you a gift. You would? I mean, thank you, but please. After all you've done for Eogan and for bringing him to me, well, okay. Sorsha holds out a closed fist toward me. When it opens, there's a purple flower in her palm. She beckons me over to her, and I get up and stand in front of her. She reaches up and affixes the flower to my hair. I gasp when I see my reflection in the mirror across the room. It's so lovely. Thank you. It is called a dahlia. In the language of flowers, it symbolizes prosperity and luck. It will never wilt for you. Really? That's so nice. I bow. Thank you so much. I'll wear it as much as I can. That is... Sorsha stopped speaking as we're interrupted by a loud boom. We both look at the door and then at each other. What the hell was that?
Big. Bada big boom.
We should go immediately. I help Sorsha up and support her weight as we leave the room. We walk out onto the terrace and almost directly into Shinji, who looks as confused as we are. The sound of thunder and shouting is loud in my ears. The two people run out towards the exit to Avalon, but I can't quite make out their faces. Stop. The two figures freeze, and I'm able to get a good look at them. Mickey and Lachlan. It's then I realize that the things that were said about Mickey were true, even though I had hoped so much that they weren't for Shinji's sake. Ugh. I glance at Shinji, whose whole body is tense. The two begin to move closer, but then they suddenly stop. Mickey points to Sorsha. You bitch! Get away from my daughter, you bitch! That's what I remember. Okay, sorry. When Sorsha only stares sadly back, it seems to make Mickey even angrier. Ugh, I've had enough of you. Mickey raises her hands up to the stormy sky and lightning arcs down her arm. Without a moment's pause, she aims right at Sorsha. Killian appears right in front of his queen, a single palm aimed toward Mickey that catches the lightning. With his other hand, he redirects it off somewhere in the distance. He unsheathes his sword, clearly ready to fight. Lachlan looks just as pissed off as Mickey as Sorsha and Killian's arrival. But instead, as footsteps of the knights clamor against the ground, he turns to Mickey. We have to go, Mickey. Lachlan takes her hand and they run out of the castle. Just run out of the castle? Okay. I don't miss the glance they give Shinji before they leave, though. Killian turns to his newly arrived knights. Go after them! He then rushes to Sorsha's side. Are you all right, my love? I am fine, thanks to you. Killian finally turns to Shinji and I. Allow me to explain everything. Lachlan broke in unnoticed and broke the prisoner out before anyone could do anything. When I got there, Lachlan said terrible things about Sorsha, calling her evil and manipulative amongst other expletives. I swear I will make him pay for that. But she's so kind. Killian nods vigorously in agreement with this. I look at Shinji and realize that he's looking at me with so much intensity that my heart skips a beat. When he takes my hand and starts speaking a moment later, I think I might faint. Come with me. I can't stay here in Avalon. I need to go. And I need you. Oh, say less. Oh my god. He's never said anything like that before. Yes, of course. We're partners after all. Oh. We both smile at each other, but Sorsha cuts our moment short. Hey, having a moment. Wait, please don't. I have to. We have to go home anyway. I see. I understand. Yeah, we can't just leave. We've been gone for days at this point. We gotta go back. I see. I understand. It's only natural that you don't consider Avalon home after you were taken away from me like that. I hope you'll consider it home one day. But please wait and listen to why Lachlan is doing this. I thought you didn't know what his goals were. I did not want to burden you with that knowledge. Please, let's continue this conversation somewhere Queen Sorsha can rest. We agree to follow Killian to one of the bedrooms in order to finally hear the reason behind all of these events. We're taken to a bedroom, and after we all sit down, we look towards Sorsha. In order for you to understand Lachlan, you must first know some of our kingdom's history. At the beginning of time, Lachlan's goals are related to the throne. In the first era, the era of Bode, the warrior Boudica united the Fae and began the court system. I'm probably butchering that. Afterwards, she became High Queen Boudica, the first queen. Boudica? Boudica. Boudica. I don't know. After her death, however, her descendants have all refused the throne for unknown reasons. Sorsha looks at Shinji. This is the line Aogen and Lachlan descend from. With mine and Lachlan's lineages combined, Shinji is first in line to become the High King. Lachlan must have had plans to show to Aogen once he grew older. Plans to come back to convince him to take the throne and give it to him instead. Of course, poor Aogen would not be prepared for any of this. I am sure Lachlan believed he would easily give in to his demands, once faced with the task of leading a kingdom. Lachlan must have had Mickey's help all along. Or perhaps she is one who seduced him into leaving me and doing all this madness in the first place. What a horrible man. Indeed, he is the one that ran off with my darling newborn son. How he could possibly do such a thing is beyond me. I nod along with Sorsha. At least I had a good father, even if he wasn't with me my whole life. Shinji, who has been quiet this whole time, stands up. We all look at him, but he only gives Sorsha and Killian a little nod and then focuses on me. Let's go. Alright, he's got nothing to say to that. With only that, Shinji leaves the room. I have to wonder what he's thinking, suddenly leaving like this, but I stand up to follow him out. When we get outside, I bow to Sorsha and Killian. Thank you for everything. I glance at Shinji, waiting by the entrance, and then look back at Sorsha. Give him some time. He'll come around, I'm sure. Sorsha nods graciously. Thank you. I wish you safety and health until you return. With our goodbyes said, I join Shinji. Together, we depart from Avalon. Chapter 8, Eye of the Storm. As soon as we pass through the portal into the human realm, we're met by sunlight. I squint up at the sky, glaring in the general direction of the sun. Don't think I'll ever get used to the weird time thing. We both deactivate our gear crystals with a flash. I follow after Shinji, and he begins to explain what he wants to do next. What we need to do is get some info first. Then we can strategize on how to capture Lachlan and Mickey. Though, if they're up for talking without being captured, that would make things significantly easier for us. Shinji's voice suddenly feels distant. Ugh. A strange feeling overtakes me, as if something is shifting inside of me somehow. Go him. I hear a voice in my head. It sounds like my own, but it feels odd. Like me, but also unlike me. A sickly sweet scent fills the air. I can't quite place what it is, other than that it's a flower of some sort. I can feel my eyes start to prickle and sting. For a moment, I feel like I might start to cry. Kate? Hearing my own name being called, I somehow manage to chase away the strange haze and focus on Shinji. He looks down at me with worry shining in his brown eyes. I want to tell him about the strange sensations that I just went through. He might know if it's something worth worrying about. Don't tell him. What? Why not? Don't bother him with it. It's not important, so no need. He has enough to worry about at the moment. He does always worry about others, and he's got this to worry about. Yes, it would be ever so nice to do this little thing for him. Oh, no, we gotta tell him. It's fucking weird. I should tell him. This can't possibly be normal. It is. I am a part of you. A sorceress must always have a guiding force within. So where was it this whole time? Really? Yes. I am here to guide you to where you need to be. The voice is so warm, so kind. Even though I can't see it, I feel like they are right here next to me. Like a big sister quietly watching over me. I'm not sure what I'm doing. And even though I do agree, I can't help but feel uneasy still. So, what's next? We need to go get the info from somewhere. Shinji looks away for a moment. Whatever the reason, he seems reluctant to tell me. You know you can tell me anything, right? He sighs and turns back to look at me. All right, so we've got to go to Galen. What? Galen? Why? Shinji looks amused for the first time in a while. He laughs. You'll see. Let's go. Shinji takes me to a pretty normal-looking house in the outskirts of Chua. Just make yourself comfortable here. He starts to move, but before he can leave the room, I call out, Wait! You're not going to leave me here to wait while you go off and do some secret stuff alone, are you? Shinji laughs and shakes his head. No, not this time. I just need to go and call the old man, so I'll be back in a bit. Oh, okay then. I barely manage to settle on the sofa when Shinji comes back with some tea for us. I thought you went out for a call. I did, but I also made tea. We need to relax. Thanks. Am I allowed to ask where we are? Is this Galen's house that we're in or what? Sort of. It's actually a safe house. That sounds so suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Oh, don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Safe house? For what? It's just a safe place for various meetings, mostly. Definitely suspicious, then. I take a sip of my tea, quietly weighing the pros and cons of asking anything more. Oh, Kate? Yes? Shinji sighs. This might not come up ever, but I want to warn you just in case anyway. Warn? I suddenly feel very nervous. Never lie or try to trick Galen. Depending on the situation, he might just let it go and choose to be amused, but with him, it's hard to predict. He always knows. I nod, but my mind is whirling. Just what is going on with them? I take a sip of my tea and glance at Shinji. Should I ask? Would he even tell me? I see you brought Kate after all. Ooh. I jump at the sound of the sudden new voice and inhale tea instead of air. Coughing, I look up at Galen, who's standing there, leaning against the doorframe with an amused expression. Where did he come from? Galen seems to have a bad habit of appearing as if from nowhere. Sorry. Didn't mean to startle you. His words don't match the expression on his face at all. He's totally not sorry. As Galen takes a seat on the opposite sofa, I realize that he might have overheard what Shinji was telling me. Oh no, I hope he didn't. How awkward would that be if he did hear Shinji warning me about him? I glance at Galen, but I can't read him at all. He just looks amused, as always. Our eyes meet, and for a moment I feel as if he can see right into the deepest parts of me. Those vivid green eyes shine with knowing. But before I can think too much on it, Galen directs his gaze on Shinji. You haven't told her yet. It wasn't a question. Whatever it was, he knew. Shinji chuckles. He doesn't look the least bit surprised. Told me what? And is this what he meant? That Galen just knows? No, I haven't. I wanted to wait for you. But you knew that already? Galen just continues to smile without comment. Shinji rolls his eyes and laughs. I feel like I'm only getting pulled in deeper into confusion at their conversation. Shinji then looks at me. There's this sort of black market. Officially, it's called the Mercurius Market, or just Mercurius. Okay. Galen is an information broker. In Mercurius, he's known only as Harafin, and he's the best one there is. What? I knew something else was going on with them. Oh, then the warning makes sense. If information is his business, then of course he'd be good at telling who's lying, especially if he's supposed to be the best. I see. Then I finally get why you wanted to see him. Shin, isn't there something you're forgetting? Shinji gives him a very long stare, then looks back at me. Fine. Yeah. I also work for him, not just in Veritas. My precious apprentice. So I was right. He is involved with some shady business. But I'm really glad it doesn't sound like they're flat-out criminals. Shinji rolls his eyes at Galen's words. Anyway, the point of this meeting is that we need information on Lachlan and my mother. Where they could possibly be hiding and anything else you can get. I don't see that being a problem. I'll need a day or two to gather information and reach out to my sources. Yeah, that's fine. Shinji, when you find them, just what do you plan to do? I think they should both be locked away forever. Death would be too good for them. What? What? Why did I just say that? Both Shinji and Galen gave me an odd look. Shinji frowns, but doesn't comment. He looks like he's not really sure what to say to that. The way Galen looks at me, I could swear it seems like his eyes start to shine. They fall onto the flower in my hair. My, what a lovely flower, Kate. Is that a souvenir from Avalon? When he says it, Shinji's eyes instantly snap to the flower as well. Where did you get that? My head feels heavy. Need to leave. I want to leave, to run away. I run my fingers through my hair. I picked it while we were by the lock. You must have just not noticed, Shinji, but that's understandable. Why am I lying? I don't understand why I'm lying. I don't like it. But I get the strange feeling that it's for the best. Oh no.
Liar!
Shinji doesn't look at all convinced, but it seems that the matter is dropped for now. I feel both happy and sad that he won't pry any further than that. All good, Taka. Thanks for being here. You two should try going about things as you normally would, just in case you're being watched. It could help draw out any possible hostile parties. I'll contact you as soon as I know anything, and be careful. Thank you. Shinji doesn't say anything. He nods, but it's clear his mind is off somewhere else. We'll go then. See you, old man. Shinji gets up to leave, and I follow suit. Kate, Galen calls out to me just before I step through the door. I turn to look back at him. Remember that appearances can be deceiving, and that sometimes you have to look beyond the face value of things. Huh? Okay. I'll remember that. Galen smiles and waves us off. I'll see you two at work. We leave the safe house and quietly walk down the street together. I look around, trying to memorize our surroundings as we walk. I don't know what the future might hold, but it might be good to remember how to get back here if need be. I glance at Shinji, and our eyes meet. He gives me a tired smile. So, what next? I don't really know. I don't know what to do next, not until Gal comes back with the info. How do you know that he will, though? He's the best in the business. If there's something to know, then he'll know it. Which is also why he's the most expensive. Do you think he'd know about Shizuka then?
It's very expensive.
Maybe. Do you want to ask him? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I even want to know. How about relax in the meantime then? Relax? Yes. You do know the meaning of the word, right? Of course I do. You don't have to look at me like that. Wait. Something clicks in my mind. Wait. Is that how you can afford that apartment? Shinji laughs and nods. Good job figuring that one out. Yeah, that's how. There's very few people who know about the whole information broker thing. I trust you not to tell anyone. That's why I let you in on the secret. If too many people knew that Harafin is Galen, it would cause unnecessary problems. He trusts me. I try very hard to fight back a grin. He trusts me. To stop myself from grinning like a loon, I turn my thoughts elsewhere. Why don't we invite our friends together? We could just hang out and have fun. I think that some distraction, even if temporary, would do us both some good. I didn't even think about that. That's a good idea, Kate. My heart jumps at the way he says my name. No. Get a hold of yourself, girl. But regardless of what I tell myself, I feel like Shinji and I have definitely become closer. We adjust our route and make our way to Shinji's. Getting everyone to agree to come and gather in one place turned out to be a chore. Well, everyone but Shu, who already left the day before due to some family emergency. I'm still surprised that Tatsuya agreed, though I bet that was Taku's doing. Blame Palia had to send the boys outside so we can make food. Come back, where's the food? Where's the food? It's Tina. That's what reminds me. Eat the food! I should add that. That's a sound command. Oh, shit. I know, I want my food. I'm hungry. Oldest stole my food. Rude! Rude! I carefully prepare everyone's drinks. My eyes drift towards the living room area where Tatsuya and Shinji are debating the pros and cons of using something. It's our online version of the future. This game is adorable. I love it so much. I'll try to do my best. Well, if I start earlier, I should be able to finish it. I mean, I'll finish it regardless. But I want to finish like each story in one sitting. So we'll finish Shinji tonight. Organic constructs, I think I heard them say, and the ethics of it all. It's such a good game. Like, it's just... The music is one of my favorite things. I love it. Takumi is listening to them attentively, looking like he's itching to take some notes on the topic. I quietly giggle to myself at the rather peaceful scene. Despite everything, they really do seem to enjoy talking like this to each other. This whole thing is one dude, yeah. There's storylines for each of these people. I placed everything on a tray and rejoined everyone, and they're all really good. As I hand out the drinks, Takumi suddenly brings up something that catches my attention. Are there even that many people who can make organic constructs? Quite a few. I think a lot of healers actually study it, or at least some forms of it. I have 90 hours in this game. It's really good. Since it's something that can be used to recreate lost limbs, or actually recreating or creating whole new bodies, which is highly unethical. Creating new bodies? Could it be? I shudder, but the curiosity is still there. I have to know. It doesn't hurt to ask, right? When you say creating whole new bodies, is it something that's used in creating a homunculus? Shinji doesn't comment, but I can feel his eyes on mine. As far as I know, no. I hear Shinji sigh. My eyes naturally go to him. I bet he knows for sure. I hold back a snort. He may look cool, but he is a giant nerd. Perhaps more than most people realize. Not a lot. When he doesn't say anything, Tatsuya gives him a strange look. What? No comments? Don't tell me you don't know anything. Shinji sighs again. He glances at me and it finally clicks. Oh, he must be worried about me? That's so sweet. I smile at him and hope that he understands that I'm fine. It seems to work because he smiles back at me. No, I know. Technically, it's possible to create a homunculus as an organic construct, but it would only work as a temporary one. Since if the caster lost control somehow or died or whatever, then it would wear off and the temporary homunculus would, well, fall apart. Ew, gross. Suddenly, I'm very happy that Shizuka decided to create me in a different way. Note to self. Don't try creating homunculus as an organic construct. Not unless you want an explosion of... Isao! What? Don't be gross. Seriously. And with that, conversation turns to less serious things. After a while, Emi gets up to get some water, and when she comes back, she sits next to Shinji. No. My head starts to feel heavy. Before I realize what I'm doing, my body seems to move on its own. I get up and quickly move past Emi. I take the seat right next to Shinji, taking the chance to sit as close to him as possible. He looks at me with a frown, but doesn't say anything. Instead, he just continues to talk to Isao about some band I've never heard of. Emi looks a little confused. She smiles at me and sits down next to Tatsuya and said, as the night continues on, everyone seems to be having fun, but I find myself staring at Isao. My vision is a little blurry. A sweet, flowery scent fills the air. Why is he taking up all of Shinji's attention? I wrap my arms around Shinji's and pull him closer to me. Shinji. I practically purr into his ear. He looks at me with a frown and pulls his arm away from me. He looks away and stands up. I want to reach out and grab him, to pull him back down next to me. I'll get everyone more drinks, yeah? A chorus of yeah rings out in the apartment and Shinji makes his way to the kitchen area. As I watch his retreating back, I blink. Huh? What was I doing? The heaviness in my head goes away and I no longer smell anything sweet. I can't shake the feeling that I should be worried, but for some reason I can't bring myself to bother with it. Takumi's voice cuts through my thoughts. Man, you guys are all so lucky. I wish I had some powers. I glance at Takumi. Actually, since your hair color is pretty strange, at first I thought you might have turned out to be a mage or something. Really? You did? Well, either that or that you're just bleaching your hair to hell. Takumi looks scandalized at the very suggestion of bleach touching his hair. I would never. That's way too damaging. Takumi suavely runs his hands through his hair. The white is all natural. You have to admit your hair color is pretty strange. So it would be normal to assume that... Isao snorts. Oh, like you're one to talk. Shut up, butthead. Mine was an experiment gone wrong. I think her pink hair is cool. Oh? What do you mean? Oh, Emmy laughs nervously. Well, I was born with brown hair and eyes, same color as Isao's actually. But I messed around in Mom's lab and I caused an accident. Magical explosion. Magical explosion. And ta-da! My hair now grows pink. Oh, really? I had no idea. Maybe something like that happened to Takumi, too. I frowned, thinking back to when we just met as little kids. He's had white hair for as long as I remember. Yep. Since birth, apparently. Having brought more drinks, Shinji plops down on the sofa next to me. Then he might really have some Fey blood. Pretty likely. Takumi suddenly looks so excited that I think he might just tackle Shinji. Really? You think so? So I might have some powers then? Not sure about that one. Just looks like you inherited the strange hair is all. Aw, boo. Sweetness suddenly hangs in the air. For a moment, I think I might throw up. Dizziness overtakes me. The room starts to spin. My ears ring. I can't hear anything. Shinji says something to me, but I can't hear him. I feel my own lips moving, but I don't know what I'm saying. I can't hear a thing. What the hell is going on? I move closer to Shinji, practically clinging to his shirt. He stares down at me, then gently pushes me away. The ringing stops. My head feels heavy. It's hard to think. I apologize, but my voice doesn't feel like my own. Come with me, Kate. Let's go somewhere a bit more private. All right. Good. Go. Oh, yes. Let's. Some private time together. What is... Whoops. Something's really, really wrong. I try to open my mouth to tell Shinji that I'm not in control of myself. But unsurprisingly, my mouth doesn't open to say the words. Please, please, I don't know what to do. I want to cry, but my body has its own ideas. I follow Shinji out of the room. As soon as we make it to our destination, Shinji turns around to face me. All right, what's up? You've been acting really weird all day. Yes, I have. Help me. It's nothing. I can deal with it myself. There's something seriously wrong with me. Something seriously wrong with me. I'm fine. Everything is all right. Wow. No. Nothing is all right. Shinji, please, don't believe it. Don't believe it. Please don't believe it. I'm not the one talking. I want to scream, to cry, to do something, but my wants don't incite any sort of actual action at all. I keep smiling up at Shinji. Yeah, that's not very convincing. What's wrong? What do you mean, honey? Nothing's wrong. I want to punch myself for how sickly sweet my own voice sounds. Honey? I giggle. Yes, I've decided you're my sweet honey. Oh God, what the fuck? What the fuck? No, what is this shit? What's going on? Why can't I control my own damn body? Right. My head feels really heavy, almost as if something is trying to drown out my consciousness. No. An irritating buzz starts ringing in my ears. The sweet scent of flowers fills the air again. Shinji narrows his eyes and looks at the flower in my hair. Where did you get it? Really? No lies this time. He noticed that I was lying back then? I already told you, honey. I just picked it when we were by the lock. Shinji reaches out to take the flower away from me, but my body moves on its own and slaps his hand away. My vision blurs. All I see is darkness. Kate! Hey, come on! I can hear Shinji's voice calling out to me. I desperately wish to call back out to him, to be able to taste his name on my lips. Kate, please, come on. You... Shinji's voice twists and morphs into one that I never expected to hear again. Kate! I shut my eyes instantly at the sound of her voice, as if that will somehow protect me. No. I should face her. When I blink away the darkness, I see her standing in front of me. You? What the hell are you doing here? Did you do this shit to me? What? What are you talking about, Kate? Don't you pretend. Don't you dare. This, no. Everything is your fault. Kate, you're seeing... No, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You shut your mouth.
You shut up, bitch!
I'm saying it really quick. Don't talk. Do not say anything. I don't want to hear your voice ever again. I feel the anger bubble in my chest. Just seeing her face, seeing her look at me like that, it pisses me off. Without warning, I hurl a fireball at her, but she easily dodges it. Too easily. Fireball after fireball, I throw them all at her. She deflects and dodges, never once attacking me back. It's almost like a dance between us. No matter how much I try, I can't land a single attack on her. Fight me. Kate, you need to stop. You're not thinking straight. I'm thinking just fine. Now stop dancing around and fight me. To punctuate my point, I hurl a particularly large fireball at her. Shizuka deflects it completely, as if it were nothing. What? Using my momentary distraction, Shizuka quickly moves forward. She reaches out to grab for me, for my flower. I slap her hand away and she jumps back, away from me. My vision blurs. Shizuka's form starts to shift and change in front of my eyes. I stagger backwards. Oh God, what the hell? What's happening? Thunder roars and lightning flashes. As the lightning flashes, rain starts to pour from the sky. Kate, please try and see through whatever is going on. You're strong. I know you can do this. Don't let the magic sway your mind. Don't let it blind you. Galen's, or whoever it is, words stick to me. His form shifts again, but the words stay with me. My anger starts to fade. Yes, I am strong. I close my eyes. I will not let anyone or anything try to control me. I refuse. I refuse to let anyone try and fool me. I turn all my focus inwards to how everything feels. A sweet smell comes to me, stronger than ever before. The smell, it has to be a part of this. You can't stop this. The voice rings in my head again. It sounds so strange, distorted, as if my own voice was mixed with that of someone else, making it too hard to recognize. Just give in. No. No, I won't. I open my eyes and force myself to hold back a gasp at what I see. What is this? I'll keep you safe. It sounds so sweet, so tempting. I can feel it pulling at me, at my heart. I don't want that. Just give in. Everything will be better if you do. No, it won't. The fog surrounding me is inching closer. You will want for nothing. Closer. You will be safe. Closer. I feel the invisible tendrils grab at me. You will be happy. It grabs at me. I sigh and pull my arm away. You know what? Fuck this. And fuck you. I'm not sure what I'm doing, only that this feels right. I push my hands out and grab onto the fog and tear it away as if I was tearing fabric. No, wait. The fog is gone, and with it, the voice. I look down and see the flower Sorsha gave me wither and fall to the ground in pieces. The sound of footsteps rushing to me makes me look up. My knees give out just as Shinji reaches me. He wraps his arms around me before I can fall to the ground. Pressed against him, I allow myself a tired sigh. I close my eyes and listen to his heartbeat. You did it, Kate. That was amazing. I can only manage a tired mumble. I feel myself being lifted up, but I'm far too exhausted to open my eyes. Shinji smells so nice. With that last thought, I fall asleep in Shinji's arms. Oh. The feeling of sun warming my skin brings me out of my sleep. I think I had a nice dream, but now I can't remember it at all. My mind still feels a little hazy from sleep. I sit up and stretch with a yawn. It takes a few seconds for it to register that something's wrong. Where am I? My heart practically jumps into my throat. Despite the warm sunlight coming in through the windows, I suddenly feel very cold. No, what happened? Did I get kidnapped? I don't want to think something bad happened with me being in a place like this, but I'm well aware that I should be cautious. Slowly, I get out of bed so as not to make a sound. I need to find my phone. Just as I ready myself for a long and thorough search for my missing phone, I spot it on the desk. Well, that was easy. I quickly grab it, intent on calling Shinji. Well, shit. It's dead. I stuff the useless object into my back pocket and look out the window. The location. It looks kind of familiar. So where am I then? I rack my sleep-addled brain, trying my hardest to remember what happened. A yawn escapes my lips. I can't think. Ugh, need coffee. That's a mood. Throwing caution to the wind, I decide it's simply best to go out of the room and try and find out where I am. I carefully make my way out of the bedroom. As soon as I step out of the bedroom, I realize where I am. So I'm at Shinji's. I look around. So whose bedroom was I just in? Was it Shinji's? Or Shu's? Nah, no way it's Shinji's. It doesn't suit him at all. So it must be Shu's? I walk further into the living room and spot Shinji in the kitchen area, although he doesn't seem to have noticed me just yet. A mischievous thought enters my mind. I should sneak up on him. Step by step, I slowly move closer and closer to him. I reach out to pat him on the back when suddenly Shinji turns around. He grabs my wrist and pushes me against the fridge. Oh, hello, good morning. He has me pinned against it with my hands above my head. Hello. The cold metal of the refrigerator and the heat of his skin on mine sends a shiver down my spine. Daddy? Good morning. I can feel myself getting hot, and it's not from the weather. Good morning? Oh my god. Oh my god. Where's Frank when I need him? Oh my god. Shinji smirks and leans down. Close, so close. I can feel his hot breath on my skin. Good morning, Kate. His voice sounds so husky in my ear. My heart jumps, beating hard against my rib cage. Oh god. His hands grip tighter around my wrists. Come on now. Our bodies are so close, I can feel the heat coming off of him. He moves closer still. Not even Takumi manages to sneak up on me, so better luck next time. He chuckles and lets me go, stepping away from me. Boo! Boo! Boo this man!
I am very disappointed.
Boo! Alright. Instantly, I feel colder, missing his warmth. Yeah. He's such a fucking tease, this one. God. My heart is still racing like crazy, and as I try to take a step, my knees buckle. Yeah. I was not prepared for that. Any of that. Shinji catches me before I fall to the ground. You okay? Yeah. Fine. Yeah. Still a bit groggy from sleep, I guess. Yeah. Oh my. Yeah. Not like it's a lie, exactly. I mean, Shinji doesn't look like he believes me even for a moment. He fucking knows this tease. I wouldn't believe me either. Ugh, my face is so hot right now. Past yet another kiss moment. I know he is dragging it out. Go sit down then. I'll make you some coffee. Fine. Yeah, coffee. Great. I would love some fucking coffee right now. With shaky legs, I managed to somehow wobble over to the sofa without falling over. Breathe in, breathe out. Girl, just wait. I'm waiting. I attempt to calm my overexcited heart. Before I know it, however, I'm already watching Shinji work on making me coffee. His shoulders are so broad. I never really noticed before. He reaches up to... Wow. My neck is up here. Yeah, that's what's going on in our head right now. Just like five. Oh, I don't know what I'm even trying to say. Alarm. He reaches up to get something from a high shelf and his shirt lifts, revealing skin. I wonder what he looks like on... Nope. Bad. Kate, bad. Don't go there. Why not? I forcibly shut down that train of thought completely. Boo. So Shinji Can you tell me what happened exactly? Like, how long was I out and why was I sleeping in Shu's room? After you passed out on the roof, I brought you back here. I put you in Shu's room since he's away so you could rest properly there. Ah, boo. Who wants to rest properly? It's only been about 2 days since you were out. 2 days? Really? Yeah. Not really surprising considering everything. Right. Yeah. But what happened then? You were under some sort of spell or curse, which you managed to break yourself. Yes, I can remember that much. Though just remembering it makes me feel exhausted. That we may be old, but there is one thing we can pull an all-nighter for, right? After I got you here, I called Hikaru over to get you checked over. Turns out that the curse was done with Fey magic, and Hickey was beyond impressed with you for successfully breaking something like that. Hickey? And so am I. Oh. What you did was extraordinarily amazing, especially considering... Considering what? The smell of coffee permeates the air. I guess you should know. If anyone else had tried to get rid of the curse, it might have ended badly, although I'm not entirely sure for who. He sets down a cup of coffee in front of me. Kate, who gave you that flower? Really? Sorsha conjured it for me, but I didn't start feeling weird until after we left Avalon. So maybe Lachlan did something while Mickey was distracting everyone? While she was throwing around lightning and getting all the attention on her, he could have easily done something like curse me. Shinji sighs. I can't exactly argue with that sort of conclusion. It is pretty plausible that that's what may have happened, but what? Don't tell me. You don't trust your own mother, do you? He makes a face at the word mother, then looks me right in the eye. No, I don't trust that woman. I'm pretty sure that she's the one who cursed you. What about Lachlan and Mickey then? Why would they bother creating that whole display and risking getting caught? If they're so innocent, then why did Lachlan attack me? Why would those two act as they did, and what would Sorsha even be after anyway? Shinji looks like he wants to argue, but he's unsure how. I don't know. I don't know why. But that's why I want to find them. I want to get to the bottom of things. Not just for my sake, but for yours too. Huh? My sake? Yeah. Sorsha or Lachlan or whoever, they cursed you. You could have lost your mind. What? Suddenly I realized that the curse was far more serious than I first thought. So I really managed to break something so dangerous? They involved you further in this mess and put you in danger. There was no reason to do that to you. No reason would ever be enough to put you in any sort of danger. If there even was a reason for it this time. I hope we get to the bottom of things soon. He nods. When you finish drinking your coffee, I'll take you home. I smile and quickly chug it down in one go. Yes, home. I really need a shower. All right, let's go. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Shinji walked to my place with me, and I asked him to stay and wait until I had a shower. Let's see. There we go. It felt so remarkably good to finally have a shower that I almost didn't want to get out. Oh, thank you. I didn't used to be a PNG tuber until I came back last year. It was only because I couldn't figure it out. Like, I always wanted to be one, but I couldn't figure it out. I can't decide if I'm going to do real life for season 3 or do my VTuber. We'll see. Not wanting to keep him waiting any longer, I quickly get dressed and go out to the living room. As soon as I step out, I see Shinji talking on the phone with someone. Yeah, everything's fine. I wonder who he's talking to. Yeah, I got you some. Yeah, I know. Got you some. So maybe it's Takumi? Yeah, she slept fine. Okay, I'll tell her. Oh, it's Shu. Probably. Baby born yet? Baby? Don't tell me. Shu's having a baby with someone? I see. Alright, see you later. Shinji finally hangs up and looks at me. A single look at my face and he starts to laugh. Oh, she's very adorable. He's a little biased. Alright, what weird stuff are you imagining now? Shinji pats the spot on the sofa next to him and I move to sit down next to him. You're biased, bitch. Wow. Wow.
You shut up, bitch!
Shu running off for a week because he's having a baby with someone? Shinji chuckles, but it sounds somehow sad. No, I don't think Shu will even date anyone, let alone have a baby with someone. What? Why not? Is he just not interested in dating? You could say that. He's just had too many bad experiences. Can I ask what happened? I guess. He doesn't exactly hide it, but he doesn't like talking about it himself. Yeah, generally, you don't. The short version of it is that all his past girlfriends have ended up being abusive in one way or another. What? Oh no. Poor Shu. How could anyone do that to a sweetie like him? No wonder then. He's talking to me. That's my husband. Will you shut up, bitch? Talking to the hand. Wow. Because the bitch don't listen. Yeah. So I think even if he ever does date someone, it'll be years until he's not completely terrified of the very thought of dating. Can confirm, am husbo. That's him. Anyway, Shu's actually visiting his older brother and his wife. She's having yet another baby. I forget how many that'll make. Wait, who? His older brother and his wife. Okay. He's having yet another baby. I forget how many that'll make. But he went to see the kids. He also asked me to tell you that he hopes his bed wasn't too uncomfortable for you or anything like that. Oh, he's so sweet. You can tell him that it's probably better than my bed, so I had a very restful sleep. So, what now? Well, since our day off got interrupted due to horrible events, and because you seriously deserve a nice day, I'm taking you out on a date. Oh, a date? I sit up, straightening my back. Somehow I manage to stay as calm and still as the surface of a lake. At least on the outside. But my heart jumps to my throat, and I desperately hope my voice doesn't come out like a squeak instead. What? Like a date? Or one of those bullshit, oh, it's not actually a date, just friends hanging out kind of things. His lips twist into a smirk as he leans closer to me, our noses practically touching. I do my best to appear as calm as possible. The tease. Date. Unless you don't want to go on a date with me. Oh, wow. Date. Let's just hang out. Is it a date or a real? Yeah, it's a date. No, we already did the date. We already got lunched earlier. I think I just need some rest right now. Date it is then. Oh, but should I go get changed into something else? How about a ball gown? What? Just where are we going? He looks at me so seriously that for a moment that I can't help but feel nervous. Then he bursts out laughing. I'm just kidding. You look nice like this. No need to change. Not unless you really want to wander around town wearing a ball gown. Oh, thank you. And no, I think that's okay. I'll save the ball gown for another time. All right, shall we go then? He stands up and holds out his hand to me. I don't even need to think about it. I place my hand in his and he pulls me up, a little too fast, and I end up falling right into him. He wraps an arm around my waist, amusement dancing in his eyes. Guess I pulled you up a little too hard. I can feel the heat rise to my cheeks. I don't mind. Is that so? Good to know. Whatever is going on in his mind, I can't begin to guess. But his smirk leaves me feeling nervously giddy. Anyway, let's get going. Shinji lets me go and moves away, but for a split second I want to jump right back into his arms. Ugh, why did I pick this option? That's a little meta. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry for picking it. I don't think my heart can take any more of this sort of thing. I can't stop smiling as we make our way out of my apartment. And honestly, I don't even try to stop. Shinji takes me to a quiet spot right by a lake. It takes us a while to actually get there since it's out of the way. I hope you don't mind coming somewhere like this. You heard Genji again? Did I say? Whoops. I hope you don't mind coming somewhere like this. You could say it's one of my hiding spots. I come here to think, and when I want to be alone for a while. Or nap. Does anyone else know about this place? Nope. You're the first person I took here. Yeah. Oh, I'm the first? Yeah. We sit like this together for a while, enjoying the peacefulness of the place. Mesmerized by the water and Shinji's calming presence, I find myself relaxing. My mind feels so calm that I almost clear my mind completely, but a thought comes to me. So is this where you disappear to? Sometimes. I have a few more places I like to go to, but this is probably my favorite one. I can see why. It's so nice out here. Makes me never want to leave. Shinji laughed. Maybe this place is enchanted then, to keep you from wanting to leave. Really? He shrugs. Probably not this one in particular, but it does happen. I have heard stories like that, legends and myths. But I didn't think it might be true. I laugh, though I don't know why I didn't. After finding out about magic and all the different worlds, it only makes sense. Well, not absolutely every myth and legend is true. Some are actually made up. Oh, like what? Shinji pauses to think. Garlic. What? Garlic. Vampires aren't afraid of it. I actually know one that happens to really like it. He says that Italian cuisine just doesn't taste right without the garlic. I nod along. Yes, it tastes rather bland. Wait, so you do know some vampires then? It's hockey. I'm a hockey fan. I'm also in a fantasy league, so it kind of helps me when I'm not be able to watch it. Games. Yep. I would offer to introduce you, but he's kind of shady. So, like you? Shinji snorts. Yeah, I guess so. Just how many shady people do you know, anyway? Good question. Honestly, too many to count. We go quiet again, watching the sun reflect on the lake's surface. A sigh brings me out of my trance. I'm sorry if this isn't what you imagined when I said date. Oh, no, it's perfect. I don't really think I imagined anything at all, other than spending time together. I like this, though. It's so peaceful and intimate. It could get even more intimate. Just the two of us. Kind of feels like we're the only ones who exist. And I'm happy. I'm so happy that you took me to a place like this, that you trusted me enough to show me. I'm glad to hear you think so. And you know, I like you. Oh, wait, no. I better not get my hopes up. So he's finally accepting me as a friend. I can at least admit to myself that I was half expecting for it to take at least a year or so just to get to this point. I like you too, of course. It's nice to hang out like this. I can't stop smiling. As I look back at the lake, I can feel Shinji's eyes on me still. We've become much closer, so I'm happy. I've been trying not to think about it too much, but now I feel relief. I know I'm one step closer to getting Shinji to like me as more than just a friend. We stay by the lake for a while longer, right until the sun starts to set. As always, Shinji offers to take me home. An offer I happily accept. By the time we come back, it's already nighttime. Shinji stops with me right in front of my door. It was fun today, even if we didn't do much at all. Well, I think it was nice. With all the recent events, it's so good to just sit back and relax. And I had fun, too. Talking to you is always fun. Good to know. I'll see you later then. Good night. Good night, Shinji. Stay safe on your walk home. I unlock my door, but instead of going right in, I watch Shinji walk away. Only when he's finally out of sight do I finally walk inside. Boo. Good night, Shindog. Oh, I don't play sports. I just like watching hockey and football sometimes. I open my eyes. It's late. So late that I don't actually want to look at the time. I feel so tired, but sleep is refusing to come to me. The worst. Unable to drift off, my mind turns to the curse that was placed on me. I snort, as if being cursed once already somehow wasn't enough. I wonder who really did it. Why me? Why curse me? Didn't even make a move. Not daddy energy. A memory of Mickey flashes in my mind, her furious expression in that terrifying storm. To think that either of them could be innocent, is Shinji seeing something that I'm not? I search my mind for an answer, but in the end it comes down to two possibilities. Either I'm not seeing something, or Shinji is desperately clinging to what he's known for his whole life. Even with all the recent changes to his life, the betrayal of the woman he calls mother would feel much worse than anything else. Shiggy, please. A sigh escapes my lips. I can understand the feeling. To realize that your mother isn't what you thought she was, that she's not even your mother. Not really. Not the shig face. Ignore the stinging in my heart. I know it's hard, but it's not healthy to try and hold on to a person like that. Hell, even I still have issues with my own shit. I won't pretend that I don't. I mean, it just fucking happened. I'd be really concerned if you did, honestly. Gotta grab it by the throat. Right, yeah. Amps the throat, girl. So if anything, I'm probably one of the few people who can really understand how he feels. Ugh, that sounds so arrogant, though. I laugh, but it comes out sounding hollow. Arrogant or not, it is true. Maybe I should try talking to him about it. He's not giving Sorsha a chance. I think he might just be scared too. Are we still fucking cursed? Is she dumb? That's what I meant. Yeah. But if he knew how nice and kind she is, it might not help ease his pain. At least a bit, anyway. I close my eyes in some vain hope that might somehow put me to sleep. But my thoughts don't turn off. Sorsha is like the mother I used to wish for. Kind and warm and everything Shizuka is not. If I had someone like her for a mother and not Shizuka, then maybe none of that would have happened. I sit up with a sigh. It's all too clear that I will not fall asleep anytime soon. Something hot might help. Something hot and soothing. We call Shinji. I'm just kidding. Oh, whoops. Actually, here, that's probably not a bad idea to save. Didn't mean to do it, though. I push myself out of bed and do a little stretch. I hope I have something. I can't remember when the last time was that I went shopping. I take just a step towards the bedroom door when I hear it. Something small hitting my window. What the? I move closer to the window and peek through the blinds. Out there, right under the streetlight, I can see Killian standing. Somehow he seems to see me looking at him and he gives me a little wave. What is he doing here in the middle of the night? Despite my confusion, I wave back at him and mouth "come to the door" in hopes that he might understand. Holds up jukebox. Don't you forget about me. Actually, I forget this song that isn't say anything when he does that. Killian nods and starts walking towards the stairs. I move away from the window and go quickly outside. When I step outside of my apartment, I see Killian already there, waiting for me in the corridor. Lady Kate, thank you for coming outside. Killian seems to freeze mid-sentence as he looks at me. His face slowly starts to turn red before my eyes. He clears his throat and looks away, at anywhere but me. As I watch him fidget like this in front of me with his face aflame, my amusement only rises. It's Raining Blood by Slayer. Dude, that actually would be a really funny meme to just to cut that scene and just do like a death metal song or something. That'd actually be a really funny cut to do. I hope I remember to do that because that'd be funny as shit. Quick, Shiki, get the boombox. He's blushing at just seeing me in my pajamas? That's so adorable. They're not even remotely sexy. Lady Kate, I'm sorry for, I wonder just how innocent is he if he's seeing me in pajamas makes him this flustered. Would you like to come inside? Have some tea with me? Killian shakes his head. Thank you for the offer, but I cannot. It would be very inappropriate for me to do that. All right then. Well, whatever. At least I offered. So what are you here for in the middle of the night? I have come for 2 reasons. First, to ask after the prince and how he's doing. Why don't you just go ask him yourself then? I tried, but Prince Eogan does not wish to see me. So I have come to ask you. I wonder, could he possibly know anything? Say, Killian, you wouldn't happen to know anything about me getting cursed, would ya? A curse? What? Are you okay? What was it? It is still not active, is it? Oh, no. I should call someone. Get someone to take a look so we can find the cause and the curse is already gone. Don't worry so much. I fucking took care of it. It's not working. We can't hear the death metal through the door. Gone? Yeah, I managed to remove it myself. Shinji got someone to look over me after, and it was determined that it was done by Fey magic. I can't quite tell if Killian looks more surprised, terrified, or simply blown away by my words. You broke a Fey curse placed on you? By yourself? Truly? As I nod, I can see the amazement shine through his eyes. Our magic is notoriously chaotic, and as such, Fey curses can be particularly vicious, even when they were cast. They were not. How it evolves and changes, especially when someone tries to remove it, is unpredictable. So the very fact that you managed to remove such a thing without dying, dying? Is beyond incredible. But who could have... His expression quickly changes to something dark. Lachlan. He thinks so too? Possibly. It would explain much. I did wonder why the two of them would stay back and attack instead of just fleeing right away. By staying back, they only increased the risk of them getting captured. At the time, it didn't make any sense, but it fits. I came to the same conclusion. Killian sighs, and even in the darkness of the night, I think I can see would-be tears shining in the corners of his eyes. I am sorry to have involved you in this. It is my fault. Oh! Yeah, band. I was a band kid. I'm sorry to have involved you in this. It is my fault. If only I had simply approached the prince myself, you would not have been dragged into all this. Yeah, I would have. I'm trying to bang the prince, so it would have happened. That wasn't Death Metal Shiggy. That was a Rickroll. That wasn't Shiggy. I should get a death metal something. I don't know. There's probably a blurb or something I could get. No, it's okay. As strange as it might sound, I'm glad that you did. If there were a death metal soundbite, I'd play it. I should find one. It's true. I could have done without being cursed, but I think if you hadn't involved me, if I didn't already know what was going on, Shinji would have just shrugged everything off, said it's fine, and tried to deal with everything himself. He might not show it much, but I feel like all of this is really hard for him. So I'm glad that I got the chance to be a good friend to him. Oh, I see. Then I'm happy to help? Killian looks to be stuck somewhere between happy and confused. It looks so strange that I want to laugh. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. I clear my throat. So what's the second reason for you coming to me? Killian suddenly bows his head at me. Killian? What are you doing? Lady Kate. I am here to extend an invitation from Queen Sorsha to you, to come see her in Avalon. I stared down at Killian's bowed head. He doesn't move. He doesn't try to look up at me. He simply patiently awaits my answer. I don't think I'll fall asleep tonight, so why not? Also, it would be nice to see Sorsha too, so I guess. You should put your character over the main character. Oh, that's actually a good idea. Alright, wait here a bit. Here, I'll do that. Fuck her. Oh, and I can't see it at the same time. Looks like she's got pink eye. I can't see it at the same time. That's kind of lame. There we go. Is that better? There. That's a good idea. Alright. Wait here for a bit. Just as Killian looks up at me, I turn around and run back to my apartment. I get dressed as quick as humanly possible and run back out again. Okay, I'm ready. Killian holds out his hands. Hold on, please. Well, Okay then. I'm not entirely sure where he's going with this, but I get the feeling that I should just go with it for now. I reach out and place my hands in his. I blink in a strange sort of tug. And we're in Avalon. Huh? What the? How did you... I let go of Killian's hands and touch one of the pillars. Feels real, so definitely not an illusion. I turn back to look at him. How did you do that? Killian pulls out a small necklace from under his armor. Oh, on it is the same symbol I've been seeing everywhere in Avalon. This is an artifact left by the god of chaos. It is a necklace that lets me travel in between. Oh, that's neat. Where can I get one of those? Killian laughs and puts his necklace back under his armor. Unfortunately, unless Earworth appears right in front of you and makes you one, I have the only one. Earworth? Yes, it is the name we have given to the god of chaos. Now please, follow me. With a nod, I trail behind him when a thought enters my mind. Killian? He looks back at me as we walk. Yes? Have you ever met this Earworth, was it? That I keep hearing about? Killian shakes his head. No, I have not. Earworth disappeared long before I was even born. The necklace I wear is simply an heirloom. Many eras ago, one of my ancestors received it from him, although I don't know for what reason. Oh, so that's it. I am still curious about this mysterious god that the Fae hold to such a high regards, so much that they emblazon everything with its symbol. But I don't know what to ask, where to begin. And I get the feeling that even if I asked, there wouldn't be too many answers. Maybe it's something Shinji would like to research with me. I bet he would love to. He would love that, with our clothes off. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm missing the conversation. See, I didn't like death metal until, like, somewhat recently. Pathway to most things people would consider unnatural. There's a song that always comes on that Frank says we go to hell for, and it's by Lorna Shore, which I didn't think I was going to like them, but I ended up liking. Oh, I mean, it's really the only song I've really listened to, but I really liked them more than I thought I was going to. For now, I decide to let it go. Killian stops and stands in front of a door. You may go in, Lady Kate. Her Majesty is waiting for you inside. I give Killian a little bow and go into Sorsha's room. As I walk inside, I find Sorsha lounging in one of the armchairs. Hey! You want to give me another flower? That went really well last time. Upon seeing me, she smiles and tries to stand up, only to wince and sit back down. Oh, her wound was still hurt? Kate, I'm so happy that you've accepted my invitation. I didn't really. Well, I guess I did. Please, come sit. She gestures at the empty armchair in front of her. I smile back at her, but a strange heaviness settles in my chest. Shinji must have rubbed off on me, because I suddenly feel as if warning signs are going off in my head, telling me to be cautious. I do my best to ignore it. With a smile still on my face, I sit down in the armchair opposite Sorsha. This whole curse thing has me more on edge than I realized. Your injuries, do they still bother you? I am better now. I do have some healing to do still, but I will be fully fine in no time. Did you not like the flower after all? Oh, not that. It's not that. No. It was great. It was very pretty, but it was cursed as fuck. I quickly tell her about the curse, how it seemed to activate as soon as I returned to the human realm. How it messed with my mind and made me act weird and lose control of myself. That's awful. That bastard. So just hurting me wasn't enough for Lachlan anymore. He just had to curse dear Kate. She sighs. What happened to the curse? It is not still on you, is it? Oh no, don't worry. It's all right now. Even though I wasn't entirely sure what I was doing, I managed to remove it successfully. You removed it yourself? Huh? For the briefest of moments, an odd expression flashes on Sorsha's face, one that seems entirely out of place. It's gone so fast that it doesn't register as to exactly what the expression was, but I could still feel the wrongness of it. I smile at Sorsha. I haven't slept in over 24 hours. I guess the lack of sleep is finally catching up to me. I am so happy that you managed such a thing, and I'm so very proud, truly. You are much more like the daughter I always imagined I would have after my son. I have always dreamed of having a big family, but after what Lachlan did, how he left me heartbroken like that, it was so difficult. It's still hard. It is a pain that I do not think will ever disappear. But I see the way Eogan looks at you. I am not blind after all. So I hope that perhaps one day, even though I may not ever have any more children, that I might have some grandchildren to love and cherish. Oh, wow. Calm down. Sorsha sighs, suddenly looking very tired. I do hope we get the chance to become closer. For my own son to reject me after everything. I do not think I could bear it. If my mother had been like this, maybe things would be different for me. I feels like there's a weight on my heart, slowly crushing it. Yo, Scorpio, have a good night. Thanks for being here, hanging out. Appreciate you. It's a real flower girl. Yeah, Amp had the idea to put me over the character, so here we are. Feels like there's a weight on my heart, slowly crushing it. I understand, but I don't think there's any way to change his mind. Other than simply going on with interactions and slowly becoming closer. Just give him some time. That's something that worked for me. It took a while, but now we're closer than ever before. Shinji even trusted me with a secret of his. Maybe don't tell her that. Which is a huge step, because then before that, he wouldn't even talk about himself much. This is probably why he has to tell people secrets. She's like, hey, he just told me like this big fucking secret. And she's like, oh? Oh, yeah, that's wonderful to hear, Kate. What kind of secret might it be? Don't tell her. No. I'm sorry, I can't reveal any of his secrets. That would defeat the fucking purpose. He gave me his trust, and that's not something I'm willing to break. Of course, yes. I was merely curious. Thank you for being such a loyal friend to my son. He's very lucky to have you. All right, then keep your secrets. Oh, thank you. I hope that soon enough Aegon will trust me with some of his secrets too. So is there any particular reason for you inviting me here? She's just like, what are we doing here, dude? Hold on, I gotta turn this light on. Okay. Yeah, we've come so far after him being a tease all this fucking time. No, we're not gonna tell. I'm worried about Aegon. Sorsha sighs. Her eyes drift towards the window, and for a moment she seems lost in thought. However, she quickly refocuses back on me. Do you know of Avalon and the current era that we're in? No, I don't. I will spare you the full history of the land. Thank you. What if she was like, thank you? I don't really care. I would actually love to find out more. Good, I'm not here for a history lesson. Oh. That's really funny. Sassy even in game. You know, that's me. That's fucking funny, dude. Good. I'll do it for y'all so you can find out the lore. I would actually love to find out more. That's wonderful to hear, Kate. But our history is a long one, so perhaps another time I can tell you more. Oh, well, okay. That's what I get for not being sassy, I guess. Oh yes, that would be nice. Currently, we are in the era we have chosen to name after King Anwir and the events surrounding him. Are all the eras named after kings? We name our eras after a high king or queen, usually. 35 years ago, Anwir rose to claim the throne of the High King. The methods he chose to achieve such a thing were laced with trickery and deceit. Assassinations and disappearances of any who might have opposed him taking the crown. Sorsha smiles at this. Admittedly, his methods aren't unusual for Avalon, and it certainly wasn't something that would be cause for surprise. However, the sloppiness of his methods and the eventual reveal of it all was what caused a stir. He rose to his position by claiming false ties to Queen Boudica, among other things. I still think I'm butchering that. Queen Boudica? You mentioned her before, didn't you? Yes, she was our first High Queen. She was the one who unified the lands. Before that, we do not have much written history left, so it is hard to say what sort of times they were. All we know for sure is that there were endless squabbles and wars. There was not a single moment of peace. Oh, I see. That sounds bad. Yes, it must have been. So what happened to King Anwir? His rule ended rather abruptly in 3 AE, when a banquet he was hosting in his own honor ended in a massacre of him and his personal court. The Red Wedding. Yeah, got added. Sorry. 3 different noble families ended their lines that day. Like the Reigns of Castamere just started playing. I'm not good. That would not be good. To date, it is the bloodiest event during peaceful times. But not the bloodiest in history? Makes me wonder just how bloody the history of Avalon really is. Since his death, the throne has been as of yet unclaimed. No one dares take the throne, believing that Queen Boudica was furious with Anwir for masquerading as her descendant. Her first descendant. That was her will reaching out from the beyond that caused the blood to flow. I think I can see just where she's going with this whole story, but I don't want to jump to conclusions too fast. After a short silence, Sorsha sighs. Since all of Avalon believes that only a descendant of Boudica can now claim the throne, the 2 remaining candidates are Lachlan and Eogan. Can you see the dilemma that we have been put in? Either there will be no one on the throne, which is bound to lead to the fracturing of all the courts and quite possibly war, or we let Lachlan take the throne, which might be even worse. Who knows what kind of awful things he would do. Or we convince Eogan to take it for himself and possibly save countless lives from being involved in the pointless war of nobles. Sorsha looks down at her hands. Kate, could you relay all of this to my son? All of it? No. I will give him the bullet points. Even though the reply should be easy, I don't want to say it. Am I supposed to smile and pretend that everything is fine and just say okay? Nausea hits me out of nowhere, and for a moment the world around me starts to feel hazy. I grip onto the armchair. Shinji, I've never seen him say no to helping anyone or anything. Could you have this convo again, but much longer with my son, please? Yeah, I'll do that. He wouldn't like it, that's for sure, but it's likely that he'd accept and do it to help prevent war. If he agreed to do this, I might never see him again. I'm certain he would say that I'm being silly, that he would try and see me, but it's a huge possibility. Because once he's a king, why would he want to hang out with someone like me? No, that's wrong. Shinji isn't like that, but even if he did want to, how would he possibly even have the time for it? It feels like an invisible hand is reaching inside me and squeezing my heart. I want to cry, but I do my best to give some sort of smile. I'll give him the message. Sorsha smiles at me, but the gentle kindness of it makes my insides twist painfully. Thank you, Kate. I greatly appreciate your help. She does a little wave of sorts and Killian appears as if out of nowhere. Killian, please see Kate home. At the mere mention of home, exhaustion creeps on to me. I hold back a yawn and look at Killian. Could you just take me straight to my bedroom? I'm kind of ready to just fall into bed. He glances at Sorsha and clears his throat. Yes, of course, Lady Kate. One blink and I realize that I'm already sitting on my bed. Killian promptly drops my hand, does a little bow, and disappears before I can react. In my exhausted state, I don't even bother to stop myself from laughing beside you. It feels great. He probably didn't want to peek at a lady's private chamber for too long or some other nightly bullshit like that. He's so pure. I fall back on my bed. With not enough energy to even fully get myself into bed, I can feel myself slowly drift away. My eyes fly open. It feels as if I only just closed my eyes, but I know that I must have slept, even if I don't remember dreaming anything. I sit up and look around my room. My head feels so hazy and heavy. With a yawn, I try to blink away the remaining sleep. Still bleary-eyed, I feel around the bed for my phone. Just how long was I out? Another yawn. My fingers briefly brush against something that I quickly realize is my phone. I grab it. After a few attempts and wrong pattern pop up on the screen, I unlock it to find one missed call from Shinji and a text. I read the text aloud. Call me when you're not busy. Huh? When did I even get this? I check the time for both the missed call and the text and sigh. Both from hours ago. Wow, I slept like the dead. Another sigh. I hit the call button with the hope that Shinji somehow isn't too busy to answer. One ring. I don't think he's got any classes at this time, and his shift in Veritas isn't until later. 2 rings. Yo, what's up? Yo, what's up? Haha, yo, really? Yo, so what's up? Oh, I was asleep. I just woke up actually, and I saw the missed call and a text, so... Shinji laughs. Picking up some strange sleep habits, I see. Oh, like you can talk. I blame you. Guess so. Oh, like you can talk. At least I don't take naps in strange places. True. But who knows? Before you know it, you might be doing it too. So anyway, what did you call me for before? Galen came back with some info apparently and said to come meet him at the same place as before. Did you want to come with me? Of course. Do you want me to come pick you up? No, that's okay. I still remember how to get there, so I can meet you there. I just need a quick shower and something to eat first. Alright, that works. No rush then, okay? Yes, I'll see you soon? Yes, see you soon, Kate. As soon as the call ends, I drop my phone on the bed and rush to have a shower and breakfast. I know he said not to rush, but I can't help but feel an odd sense of excitement at finally getting some answers. I manage to get ready in half an hour and head out. I'll walk down the quiet little street. Ah, crap. I should have brought an umbrella with me. I had it right there, too, right by the door. When did I get so forgetful, anyway? I look up at the sky and sigh, desperately hoping that it won't actually start to rain. I really need to learn about rain redirection. I saw it mentioned, but didn't think I'd need it. I wonder what kind of information is it that Galen dug out. No matter how much I divert my thoughts onto anything else, I'm keenly aware of what I'm trying not to think about. I slow down my pace, almost stopping. I feel the urge to simply turn around and run, to just go home, but very pointedly ignoring the heavy aching feeling in my heart, I look up at the heavy clouds hanging above. Ha! A humorless laugh escapes my lips. The weather seems to reflect my mood today. Oh well, let's just hope neither one actually turns darker. I hear voices almost immediately as I enter the safe house. It doesn't seem like either Shinji nor Galen are particularly worried about being overheard. They know I'm coming, though, so do they just trust me that much? The thought of such a possibility fills me with warmth. For the first time today, I feel lighter. He come around again? Was it actually for something, or did he just come and try to annoy whatever information out of you? Who knows? He does like to poke and prod to try and find everyone's limits. Shinji snorts. So he keeps coming back because he hasn't managed to annoy you just yet? That mean... Shinji's eyes suddenly snap to the doorway. To me. Galen's quickly follows suit. Hi, sorry. Am I late? Not at all. I got here early and the old man was already here, so you're good. Shinji pats the spot next to him on the sofa and I wordlessly sit next to him. Maybe just that little bit too close. Galen claps his hands, pulling all of our attention onto himself in an instant. Great, now that we're all here, I found out where Lachlan and Mickey are hiding. They were spotted together while out on what seemed to be like a date, acting very lovey-dovey with each other. Really? A date? I was told it seemed like they were on a date. And who knows? Maybe they were. My face twists into a frown. What the hell? It feels as if a cold hand reaches out to squeeze my heart. My chest tightens almost painfully. You do all this crap to Shinji, actually curse me, and then you go out on a fucking date? I want to sigh. Why does life suck so much? I watch as Galen hands Shinji an envelope of some sort. There's too many S's going on. Shinji stares at the sealed envelope in his hands and sighs, giving Galen a tired smile. Thanks, old man, for everything. Galen chuckles and waves it off. It's nothing. Looking at Galen, a question suddenly pops into my head. I wonder, just what is he? I try to fight the urge to stare at him, as if just doing that would somehow reveal it to me. Should I just ask? No. That's probably not cool. No. No, I can't just ask something like that. Just suddenly asking something like that, it would be so rude. I do my best to mentally beat down the curiosity with a stick. After all, no one's going, "What are you?" to me. Galen stands up in one fluid movement. Now that's settled, I'll be on my way. Got some things to do. Toodles poodles. What? Toodles poodles. I love Galen. Without waiting for a reply, Galen practically floats out of the room. I'm not quite sure I'll ever get used to him. I turn to Shinji, only to find him staring at me with a thoughtful look on his face. As our eyes meet, he smiles. I have something that I need to tell you. What a coincidence. I've got something to tell you too. Oh. We should go somewhere else to talk then. Somewhere nicer. We could go to the sound of a phone ringing cuts him off. Shit. Sorry. Hold on. He quickly pulls out his phone from his pocket and answers. Hey, what's up? Oh? Cool. Uh-huh. Gotcha. Why? But we just had I can only hear a very faint voice coming from the other end of the line, which doesn't help me guess who Shinji is talking to. Wow, really? The devils are beating the golden knights? Could it be something shady again? Shinji... Ugh, this is so hard to say. Shinji sighs. I can see him glancing at me. He sighs a lot. It's hard to say. Should I be worried? All right, fine, you win. We'll be there in a bit. See ya. We? So he's taking me with him to his shady business deal? Shinji hangs up and turns to look at me. I'm sorry. It looks like we have to go somewhere before anything else, or it'll be the end of me. What? Shinji, if this is something that dangerous, are you sure you want to do it? I mean, I'll go with you no matter what. But if it's something that could get you killed... Shinji stares down at me and slowly blinks. Huh? What are you on about? Something seems to click in his mind before I can answer. He chuckles. It's nothing shady. It was just Shu. He finally got back home and got everyone together. Like, right now. And he wants us to come. We can go out together and talk after that, though. Oh. Right, sure. That's fine. Yeah. Just hearing the words "talk later" come out of his mouth, I feel an immediate rush of relief. I release the breath I didn't realize I was holding and smile up at him. Yes, we can definitely talk later. I know I shouldn't put it off, but I don't want to tell him. I push the remaining dread down and lock it away. Ignoring your problems never works, but delaying just for a little bit won't hurt. And I need some time to mentally get ready myself for the possibility that he might agree to do it. I'm well aware of the selfishness of the situation. But I don't want to lose a friend. While on the way to Shinji's, Shu sent a text asking us to pick some stuff up. So we had to stop by a shop to pick up a bunch of stuff. Snacks, drinks, and whatnot. Shinji wanted to carry all the bags at first, but I got him to give me some. It's sweet, but really, I can carry stuff too. He doesn't have to carry all the burdens by himself. As we get closer to their apartment door, I can't help but wonder out loud. So, do you know what Shu is actually up to? He laughs. No idea. Last time Shu called me up like this, he put on a show and acted out all the roles for me. Oh, really? That sounds like fun. I'd like to see him on stage someday. At my comment, Shinji smiles, and for once, it actually reaches his eyes, too. Oh, that's rare. I'll ask for some tickets to a play sometime then, and we can go. We stop in front of the door, and he looks to me. I got too much shit in my hands. Can you grab my key? Oh, in your jacket pocket? Boo. I move to dig around in his pocket. We're so close I can smell him. I place one hand on his arm to steady myself. He's warm. So warm. And hard. Ayo? Yeah. It's time. Is it time?
That's what she said.
Holy hell, how did I not notice before? I don't know. A shiver runs down my whole body as images of Shinji without a shirt on suddenly flood my mind. Just feeling how hard his arm is, I can't help but wonder about the rest of him. Wherever my train of thought was going, it's broken by the sound of Shinji clearing his throat. It's like, oh, right. Cheeks flaming with embarrassment or perhaps something else. I look up at him. He doesn't say anything, but I can see the quiet amusement dancing in his eyes. Finally remembering myself, I quickly grab the keys out of his pocket and unlock the door. Right, yeah, Sorry. As I open the door, the sound of a familiar voices reaches us. We only make it a step through before Shu rushes to greet us with a big smile threatening to split his face in two. Finally, you're here! I only managed to blink and Shu's already grabbed the bags I was holding from my hands. This way. Let's get everything over to the kitchen area. Shu reminds me so much of an eager puppy that I barely managed to hold back a giggle. Hey, Shu. Sorry we're late. Your shopping list was too long. Shu looks seriously scandalized. What? Too long? How dare you say such a scandalous thing, sir? I looked between them, Shu looking like Shinji just insulted his ancestors and Shinji looking completely deadpan. I'm torn between joining them or just laughing. If you want, I can scandalize you even further, you peachy chicken. Peachy chicken? I try not to laugh at the name, but one look at Shu's pouty face and I can't hold it in any longer. So mean. Shu sniffles, and Shinji interjects before I can respond. Yeah, Kate, you're so mean. Laughing at Shu like that. This time it's my turn to pout. Hey. Shinji, you traitor. Traitor? I don't know what you mean, dear lady. I'm a completely neutral party. You're a little shit is what you are, dear sir. Shu laughs so hard that for a moment I worry that he might drop the bags. It's nice to see that you haven't changed, Shinji. We're just giving Shu shit. I see a strange expression flash in Shinji's face, one that I don't quite catch. He chuckles and rolls his eyes. Stop talking like you've been gone for 100 years. But it has been absolutely ages since we all saw each other. But we all saw each other on New Year's. That's pretty recent. Shu does a dramatic, almost frantic little wave. No, it's been ages. I barely managed to catch it, but Shinji lets out a little sigh. He then smiles down at Shu. All right, ages and so on. Come on then, enough standing around. We need to get these snacks out before there's a riot. As Shu and Shinji finally get a move into the kitchen area, I follow along, my eyes drifting towards Shu. I can't help but feel that there's something off about him today. One glance at Shinji and I'm sure that he's seen it too. The only conclusion I can come to is that Shu is using this party to distract himself from something. Good idea there, buddy. I try not to sigh and put on a smile instead as I join the others. Oh well, when in Rome, right? I sit on the armrest next to Emmy and she grins up at me. Took you too long enough to get here? Shu and Shinji hand out drinks and put out snacks for everyone. Shu sent us a really long shopping list. He wanted some special treat made with peaches, which took us ages to find. Emmy nods along to my explanation, then giggles. Shu and his peaches. I bet you he tastes like them too. Ayo? I nearly choke on my drink at her words. What? Emmy, jeez. And jeez. That's the first thing that comes to your mind? Oh, I can't really talk because I just said the same thing. Well, I mean, you're probably not wrong. Yeah, see, even you can, yeah. Shu does seem to eat, live, and breathe peaches. I know, right? Our little party finally kicks off with a bang as Takumi shoots off confetti into the air. No one bothers to ask where he even got such a thing or why he had it with him. The guys get settled around the coffee table and Takumi digs out a deck of cards out of his vest. It seems that even Tatsuya is joining in on the card game this time. Sometimes I wonder if being prepared for everything and anything isn't just Takumi's power. The thought suddenly makes something click in my head, and I remember the earlier assumptions that I had about Takumi. Hey, Taku? I call out, and Takumi looks up from dealing out the cards. Yeah, sup? I can't believe we forgot to ever tell you this before, but... I glance at Shinji, who looks quietly amused as always. Remember back when Killian was following me? Yeah? Well, due to some things, like him not actually saying who the damn prince he meant was, we actually thought it was you for a bit, that you were a fae. At my words, I could swear that I actually see Taku's eyes start to actually sparkle. Really? He pouts. Well, that's Shinji, but... The sparkle returns. I could still be half fae, right? Maybe? A strange thought comes to mind. Does he really not want to be human? No, me neither, bro. Being human's boring as fuck. Yeah, his name is Takumi. Well, I guess something like that. Doesn't quite work like that, dude. If a fae has a child with a human, the child will just be born as a mage. Tatsuya looks towards Shinji with a curious expression. Yeah, nobody wants to be human. Sucks. So the fae are the opposite of dragons in that sense? Shinji nods. Yeah, if a dragon has a child with a human, they will be born as a half-dragon and the line will remain unchanged. He glances at Tatsuya, who nods in confirmation. Really? Huh, that's interesting. So I guess if I had a kid with Tatsuya, it would be a half-dragon? I blink. No, wait, why am I thinking about having kids with Tatsuya? I shake away the thought and refocus on the discussion before me. Everyone's attention is on Shinji and Tatsuya. The cards lay on the table, long forgotten. But with Fae, it doesn't really work like that. The child will be born human, and if the human parent wasn't already magical, then the child will become soul. So the line will be magical, but human? Not really having anything to say, I quietly sip on my drink. Wait, so if you and Kate had a child, it would be a human then? Whoa! Calm down. Wow. Wow. Okay, calm down. And choke. What? Amy grins up at me, a strange glint in her eye. Ooh, think of how cute that baby would be. Choke? Yes? What, Emmy? Not you too. Wait, what? Your baby would be so seriously cute. I can't wait to be an uncle. Wow. Wow. Shinji snorts. You're already an uncle, though. To a whole bunch of kids, I might add. Shu's eyes suddenly turn teary, and his lower lip quivers almost pitifully. But... He throws Shinji the biggest puppy dog eyes I've ever seen. Ugh, I'm so glad he's not looking at me like that. That's way too cute to resist. And it seems that Shinji isn't exactly immune to it either. He sighs and rubs his eyes. All right, fine. You can be an uncle. With those words, all of Shu's poutiness is magically washed away. Yes, I'll be the favorite uncle. I don't want to comment any further on this bizarre conversation. So I'm more than happy when Takumi suddenly reminds everyone of the forgotten poker game. As the night goes on, everyone gets steadily drunker and yet another person joins us, Isao. But not much talking can be done as he immediately ends up getting roped into a drinking competition with Takumi. No matter how much fun I'm having though, just talking or watching the others, there's a feeling I can't shake. Even through my countless smiles and laughter, even with the temporary moments where I get distracted enough to forget. It's always there. I feel sick, like I might throw up. My heart feels cold and heavy, but I force myself to smile through it, through everything. No matter what, I will have to tell him in the end, after all this ends. I glance at Shinji and sigh. Don't think about it. Later. Just don't think. I do my best to remind myself to just breathe. Possibly sensing my uneasiness, Emmy draws me into a conversation. She starts telling me about some of the more wild things that happened during her art classes. The night goes on much like this. I'm not sure how much time passes, but the festivities end with Takumi and Isao passed out cold. Takumi is happily snoozing away on the couch, and Isao is sprawled out on the floor, half of him under the coffee table. That sounds like a fun night. Emmy stares down at him and gives him a little kick to his side. Isao just grumbles in his sleep and turns over. Oh well, guess I'll just leave him here. I watch her pull out a pen from her pocket and doodle a rather impressive mustache on Isao's face. Isn't he going to be pissed off when he wakes up? Emmy grins up at me. Oh, I'm counting on it. This is my revenge for last week, anyway. Last week? Yes, he broke my favorite pencil with his fat ass. So this is revenge. When she finally stands up, Emmy bounces over to me and throws her arms around me, pulling me into a tight hug. I stiffen in her arms, feeling awkward and lost. Do I hug her back? That's me. When someone fucking hugs me, I don't hug. And I'm just like, awkward hug. If there's anything you ever want to talk about, or if you just need someone to listen to you rant, call me, okay? Her voice is quiet and gentle in my ear. I move to hug her back just as tight. Thanks, Emmy. She pulls back and winks. Let's hang out soon, Kate, yeah? Yeah, that'd be great, actually. I could actually use some girl time, I think. Emmy and I say our goodbyes, and she leaves with a spring in her step. How she still has any energy left is something beyond me, but I don't question it. I look around the place. Takumi sleeping on the couch, Isao on the floor, Shu nowhere in sight, probably off to his room already, and Shinji quietly finishing up cleaning the place. I know I need to talk to Shinji, and I know that the guys are all passed out cold, but I can't help but worry about being overheard. Hey, Shinji? He looks up at me from cleaning the kitchen counter. Yeah? Could you walk me home? We could talk about whatever it is we both wanted to talk about there. I glance at the two sleeping figures and Shinji's eyes follow my line of sight. He nods, seeming to understand my worries. Sure, I'll just leave a note for so Shu doesn't freak out, and we can go. With a note left behind, the two of us quietly head to my apartment. The walk to my place ended up being very quiet, with neither of us saying anything at all. I feel the safest in my own room, and for what I'm about to say, I decided to take comfort from whatever I can get. Shinji follows me in with a curious look in his eyes. Sorry, I know it might be weird to just bring you right into my bedroom like this, but I mean, it's a long time coming, isn't it? I sigh. Just call it a silly favor, if you will. I don't think it's silly. If this is where you want to talk, then sure, I don't mind. Shinji plops down on my bed with a little bounce. Seeing him like this, here in my bedroom, brings a whole different kind of nervousness to light. I swallow it down and join him on the bed, all while being very much aware of the distance between us. Looking at him, I take a deep breath. I should just say it first, just get it over with. With that intention in mind, I open my mouth, only to realize that I don't really know where to start. A lump forms in my throat. Why is this so hard? I want to sigh. If Shinji goes first with this thing, it might help. Maybe I don't even know anymore. Oh, I meant to snooze that. I clear my throat. You go first. You said you wanted to tell me something? Here, I'll wait. I'm gonna check my scores anyway. Hold on. This is like kind of a big moment, so I meant to snooze those ads. Oh damn, they're in overtime. I'm losing, that's fine. Whatever. Oh. Whatever. Well, let me close this. I'm gonna close as much shit as I can here. Oh, damn. Tampa Bay's killing Ottawa. Shit. I honestly didn't remember the story being this long. I thought the chapters were a lot shorter, but I didn't play this like all at once last time, so it's a little skewed, I guess. I still think we can play all of them in one go, if it's like the only thing we play. Which there's too many things to get to. We have to do Pillars of the Earth. We need to do book 2 and 3 of that. I need to do a stream where we build or like make all the people in the real world. Shiggy's got to build the house. It's a lot of shit to do. Okay, the ads are back. Hello, welcome. I waited because this is kind of a significant part. Alright. We're letting him tell us what he needs to tell us first. I like you. Huh? Yeah, I know. You told me already. I'm happy that you finally like me enough to consider me a friend. Shinji lets out a long sigh. Yes, but no. You don't get it. I think I do, but no. No! Don't give me any weird hopes. Alright, so maybe just like isn't a strong enough word for it. What? Shinji, what? Just let me talk for a bit, please. I nod, a frown already forming on my face. At first, I admit that I didn't think much of you. Seriously? Ouch. But I knew that already, I guess. You were just another person to help. Another person that needed something. You did what you had to do, but that's it. You seemed to be lost in apathy. Even your aura, it became dulled. It's like you had no interest in living beyond what was required of you. But then something changed in you. Whatever it was, you started to slowly become vibrant. More vibrant than I've ever seen you look before. You were strong enough to pull yourself out of it, and that's something I really admire about you. Shinji, that's... Shinji shakes his head, wordlessly asking me to let him finish. Shut up! Shh.
You shut up, bitch!
Before I realized it, I started noticing all the little things about you. How you always have the cutest stationery, which you try not to show off. Or how you doodle little weird flowers in your notebook when a professor is in the middle of lecturing. He laughs. It's warm and gentle and different from his usual laughter. And you always make the strangest faces when you're deep in thought. You probably don't even realize how truly expressive you are. It's so cute. My cheeks flush with heat. What's he doing watching me that closely? And before I knew it, I found myself always looking for you. You took the chance, and you opened yourself up to me.
Holy shit!
You let yourself be vulnerable, but you still remain strong. Ugh, why must he notice all the embarrassing things? Well, that's not embarrassing. It made me want to be like you. Seeing you like that, how brave you are, it made me want to be open with you, too. So I'll try. Despite my own embarrassment, something finally clicks. Wait, so you like... I'm in love with you. I freeze. My heart hammers away at my ribcage as if desperately trying to escape. I can't breathe. No, I can't even remember how to breathe. Shinji watches my reaction with curious eyes. My mind races a mile a minute. I should be happy about hearing him say it. I am happy. But the feeling of happiness is corrupted by utter dread. It's latched onto me like a parasite I can't rip away. If I tell him, he might feel compelled to agree. Especially since he'd be helping who knows how many people. Even if it is entirely selfish, I don't want him to disappear from my life. I can't escape my thoughts. I've always tried to be good, to not be selfish, but if only for tonight, I want to be. If only for tonight. I want to forget everything. Snapping myself out of my frozen state, I move forward. My lips crash into his. Finally! Fucking like 8 hours later. It's makeout time. It's time. My lips crash into his. So needy. Desperate. His lips, they taste so bittersweet. Strong arms wrap around me, pulling me into his lap. My hands on his chest, his roaming my body. Rough fingers glide against my skin. It's about time. And she had to make the first. She couldn't handle it anymore. She's like, dude, you have been teasing me for so long. She couldn't deal with it anymore. I sigh into the kiss. We break apart for the briefest of moments to create a pile of clothing on the floor. I push against his chest, shoving him down onto my bed. She is taking charge. She is like, I'm fucking done. I'm done playing games, dude. I am done. Shinji falls back with a little bounce as the bed creaks. He looks up at me with a grin and pulls me down onto him with no warning. Well, he's got to do something. You can't do all the work, my God. He looks up at me with a grin and pulls me down onto him with no warning. I fall onto him. For a short second, I wonder if we might break my bed tonight. Let's go. Yes. But then I realized that I don't care. Even if it does. Yeah, no, you don't care. With Shinji's big hands on my thighs and my hands on his hard chest, our eyes interlock. We find our rhythm easily. It's so natural, so effortless to be like this that it feels as if our bodies were made to perfectly fit each other. I spend the night memorizing every inch of Shinji's skin, the expressions and the sounds he makes for me when I find just the right spot. I don't know if there will be a next time, but in the moment, all that matters is our bodies melded together like this. We go again and again until we can't go anymore. That just is rock hard, baby. Ah, shit. We fall asleep in a tangled mess of limbs, too exhausted to do much else, then quietly bask in each other's warmth. Shinji takes up most of my bed, so I end up falling asleep on top of him, listening to his steady heartbeat. It's about goddamn time.
I didn't do fucking shit.
I
didn't rig shit.
Yeah. The smell of something sweet lures me out of my slumber. I crack open my eyes and hiss at the sunlight streaming in through the window. Also me. K9, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, K9. I definitely understand the feeling. Please take care of yourself. I appreciate you being here. Me when the sunlight peaks, I know, me too. I'm just like, no. I want blackout curtains. I didn't do fucking shit. Yeah, that's fucking Shinji, dude. I crack open my eyes and hiss at the sunlight streaming in through the window. And no. Why does the sun have to be so damn bright? Yeah, no. We finally banged.
You're goddamn right.
Yeah. It's time.
Surprise, motherfucker.
The sun refuses to stop shining on my face, so I'm forced to squint. Where's the off button for that thing? No, seriously. I want to live in a fucking cave. I want to live in Alaska where it's like not sunny. Or like, where's the place where it's dark for like most of the year? Is that Alaska? I don't know. My sleepy brain kicks into high gear. I quickly realize that Shinji is no longer in bed with me. Boo! No way. He wouldn't just leave, right? He's not a fuckboy. He wouldn't do that. Yes. I would go there. I would live there. At least not without leaving a note if he had to go. I look around my room, but there's no note in sight. Maybe he's out in the living room? I slowly push myself out of bed, not even bothering to wrap anything around my body. When I crack the bedroom door open, the smell of French toast hits me, making my stomach growl quietly. Wow. French toast and bangin'? Oh my god. Wow. Holy shit. I freak outside and see Shinji in the kitchen area. As if sensing me, Shinji turns to look. Our eyes meet, and he smiles. I'm making some breakfast. Hope you don't mind. No. I laugh. Why would I mind? It smells so good. So do you plan to eat breakfast in the nude? Maybe. Are you complaining? Because if so, yeah, that's right. I'm all for it. Yeah, hint, hint, Shiggy. No. Shiggy he makes crepes. Shiggy doesn't wake up in time for breakfast. He barely wakes up in time for lunch, so. We're all for brunch, though. Because if so, I'm all for it. The thought of him sitting across from me at the table watching me eat with that look in his eyes. Oh, let's just get it over with and then we'll eat, okay? Well, let's just, you know. Well, I don't wear anything at all. What? French toast and sex will get you praise. I mean, what's the fucking... Is there a more winning combination? I don't think so. Pretty sure not. No, I actually need a shower first. Do you wanna come on in there? You wanna come on in there? I hear him chuckle as I rush off to have a shower. Oh, he didn't come in there. All right. Well. I grab my clothes. I try to keep my mind from overthinking things, from what I need to do. I finally head into the shower. If he doesn't... Oh, he didn't come in there. Wow. When I finally get out of the shower and get dressed, I find Shinji sitting at the kitchen table. He looks rather peaceful, quietly enjoying a cup of coffee and reading something on his phone. He's like, cool, now the fucking French toast is cold, you bitch. Wow. When I walk up to Shinji, he looks up. Had a nice shower? It could have been better. But yeah, it was fine. Yeah, it feels good to be clean. So I sit down on the other side of the table, ignoring the plate of French toast in front of me. Oh, rude. She's not even gonna fucking eat it. My stomach feels like it's filled with lead. I don't think I could stomach a single bite. Who the fuck does that? I don't know, this bitch. Not if I'm writing this. Which I didn't. So, you're not gonna eat this nice French toast that he made you? Rude. Would you like some chamomile tea first? Why can't I just say what I need to? Yeah, come on, stop being a bitch. Shinji puts down his cup of coffee with a frown. This is getting ridiculous, Kate. Just do it. Yeah. Whatever's bothering you, you know you can just tell me, right? I take a deep breath and nod. Then I tell him everything that Sorsha had told me, with as much detail as I can remember. So as you can see, it looks like you're pretty much the only viable candidate. He clicks his tongue. I see. So that's her goal. Maybe it was all along. And I assume should I take the throne, she will also helpfully advise me on how to do everything. Because she's just nice like that. No ulterior motives with her at all. Yeah. No. There's no way I'm agreeing to that fucking bullshit. I stare at him, unable to believe my own ears. The reaction I was expecting from him was definitely not this. I had assumed that with how he is, he'd agree. Even if it was just to help others who would be affected by the courts falling into chaos and war. I thought, with how nice you are, that you would accept. Shinji snorts. Me? Nice? I am not a nice person, and I have no desire to help that woman. In fact, if I never get to see her again, then all the better. Whether it's the tone of his voice or just his words, I'm not sure, but I feel something inside me just snap, and my clothes fall off. I'm just kidding. Suddenly we hear the tearing of clothes. Yeah, that's a much better storyline. Seriously. The way he constantly speaks about Sorsha, the way he dismisses her. She is not like Shizuka. If Shinji so wants her to be some evil villain, then I'd gladly give him my mother. She was always cold where Sorsha is kind and warm, distant where Sorsha had been endlessly loving and forgiving. If that's all, then no, that is not all. You keep talking about her like that. You keep acting like she's evil incarnate. But you never gave her a single chance to prove otherwise. From the moment you met, no, even before. You haven't bothered to give Sorsha the tiniest sliver of a chance. You just rejected the very idea of her. What? Are you so terrified to be wrong about her that you can't even try? Like, look at his face. He's just like, what the fuck, bitch? I made you French toast? And this is how you're gonna act? Wow. Didn't even eat it. Okay. You just push and never let anyone in. No, I called you nice. And I was wrong. You're a fucking asshole who can't deal with the fact that the world isn't as you thought it is, so it's easier to reject it. One French roast for this French toast. He's like, well, I made you a nice breakfast after we had a nice night, and you're just yelling at me. It doesn't actually matter to you that you're breaking her heart, does it? For his part, Shinji sits there silently listening to my every word. He looks uncharacteristically surprised at my uncharacteristic yelling. When I stop yelling, he schools his features back into his usual expression. You're blinded by your own issues and assumptions. I shouldn't have to act towards Sorsha how you want me to. I don't trust the woman, haven't from the moment I saw her. So you're admitting it. You're admitting that you didn't even give her a chance. Yeah, I admit it. I don't want to give her one. She doesn't deserve one. And if you stopped thinking of that woman as your dream mother come true, then you'd finally see beyond how she presents herself. His words feel like a punch to the stomach. My whole body starts to shake. That was a low blow. Well, I love how she's being a bitch, but she's like, wow, I can't believe you would say that to me. Why would you say that? I can't believe you. Or was it? I didn't realize. You sarcastic? Sarcastic what? At least I don't meddle when it's not asked for. Ugh! That's not how it is at all. Then go on. Tell me. Just how is it? You're just too distrustful, too stubborn, too unwilling to admit that Sorsha is just how she seems. Yeah, ban the main character for real. There's no imagined plots, so just get over yourself already. Once you get your head out of your ass, you can just come talk to me again. But for now, you can just kindly fuck off. I can barely stop myself from flinching when I see the coldness flash in his eyes. The chair screeches against the floor as he stands up. Then you can take up any further tutoring sessions with Hikaru, if you even need them. He bows mockingly. I'll fuck off now, as the lady wishes. With that said, I watch him leave in silence. The last thing I hear is the door opening and closing. He leaves my apartment without another word. I sigh and push back the feelings.
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
That is what just happened. I sigh and push back the feelings of wanting to go after him. Oh, you fucked that up. Oh, I think it's too late for that. No, I know I'm right. Maybe I shouldn't have yelled like that, but I know I'm right. But even though I know this, why do I feel like I've made a mistake? Alright, we're getting there. It's been a little over 2 weeks since our fight. Shinji and I haven't spoken to each other at all. In fact, I've barely even seen Shinji around, since we don't actually share that many classes. Admittedly, I don't even know all the classes that he has. I've never seen what his schedule looks like. Although I'm guessing with what I do know, that is pretty insane. The few times I have seen Shinji, he always looks so tired. Over the past few weeks, I've come to see that the fight I had with Shinji did get out of hand. I don't know if I should be waiting for him to come around or what, but I decided that I can't just sit around. I'm the one who started it, and I'll be the one to end it. Even though the fight did get out of hand, I know I wasn't wrong about one thing. Shinji can definitely be very stubborn when he wants to be. And you can't? Like, you're being just as stubborn. But I can, there we go. Yeah, I can be just as stubborn when I want to be. This might very well turn into a case of immovable object meets unstoppable force. I head towards the business club room early enough that only Tatsuya should be there. I find Tatsuya working on something in the club room just as I had hoped. As soon as he hears the door close behind me, he looks up at me. Kate, you're here early. Yeah, hi. I actually came to talk to you. About? Well, first, I just want to confirm that the club meeting is actually on today. It is? What's the other thing you want to ask? Well, I need a favor. Tatsuya looks at me with cautious eyes, but doesn't say anything, waiting for me to continue. I need you to keep Shinji here for as long as possible. And just why do you need me to do something like that? Because you're the only one who actually could manage to get him to not wander off. He sighs. I have no desire to spend any more time with Hirayama than absolutely necessary. Please, Tatsuya. He sighs again, but this time it seems like he's actually thinking about it. Please, it's very important. Before Tatsuya can reply, I feel an arm drape around my shoulders. I look up to meet Takumi's grinning face. If it's important, then of course Tatsu will help. Can't say no to a pretty lady, right? I'll help too, obviously. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your help. You're very helpful.
Thank you!
I easily shake off Taku's arm from my shoulder and give him a quick hug. I owe you one, Taku. Oh, don't mention it. I give them a little wave as I rush out the door and nearly walk right into Shinji. We stop just half a step in front of each other, but he doesn't look at me. He steps to the side and continues on, but as I leave, I can swear I feel his eyes on my back. I have a plan to fix everything, to put an end to this ridiculous situation, so I just hope that it works the way I want it to. I check the time before heading out to Veritas. Since I don't have Galen's phone number, I realized that I had to come to him, and this is the only place I know that he's consistently in. I could wait in the safe house, but who even knows if he'd show up there without knowing that I'm there? I spot Galen at the moment I walk in through the door. Thankfully, it seems that it's a bit of a slow day, with only a couple of customers sitting by the windows. As I walk up to him, Galen gives me a strange look that I can't quite decipher.
Don't try it.
He can't read minds, can he? I shake my head. No way. That's impossible, right? Did we just find out like magic exists? That's impossible. You can't read minds. That's crazy. What? Shinji did say I make faces when thinking about things, so maybe. I stop in front of him and look up with what I hope is a fierce enough look to convince him to just go with it. I need to speak with you. Now. With the way he towers over me, it's hard not to feel intimidated. I don't know why we're going in here with an attitude. Now. Though the way he towers over me, it's hard not to feel intimidated. However eccentric he may be, the man in front of me is largely an unknown. I have no idea what he is. He might be human for all I know, but plus, he is a big shot information broker and whatever else I'm not even aware of. I aggressively drown any and all nervousness. It occurs to me that Shinji might have already told Galen of all the things I yelled at him. Please, please don't say no. My heart beats frantically in my throat. No, I can do this. I'm here to fix everything. Galen looks amused suddenly, as if he really had read my mind somehow. Very well. Follow me, then. I breathe a quiet sigh and follow after him. Galen takes me behind Veritas, the place that I haven't had the chance to really see for myself before. Now, what is it that you want from me? He leans back against the wall, vivid green eyes never straying from me. Having Galen's full attention on me makes me a little nervous, though I'm not sure why. Do you know if Shinji went ahead and found Lachlan and Mickey yet? How curious. You two are so close. He trusts you. Wouldn't you know that already? Ugh, ouch. That was totally on purpose. We're not on the best of terms. Haven't been for a few weeks. I'm trying to fix things, though. I kinda yelled at him for no fucking reason. Fix it for his sake or yours? I'm doing this for him. Does it matter? Oh, no. I'm doing it for him. So that's it. For a moment, he stays silent and looks away. Then whatever conclusion he comes to, he looks back to me. No, Shinji has not found them yet. There were quite a few places on that list, and it takes a while to look on your own. Would you tell me where I can look? I can, but how much are you willing to give for the information? I'll give you anything. Like just a little flash of a titty. I don't know. What do you want? What do you want? How much money do you want? I don't know. What do you want? He chuckles. Nothing you could possibly get for me. Oh. Titty? Where? Zeke. Wow. Zeke coming out of nowhere. Oh shit, Zeke. What's up, dude? We're gonna flash him a titty. I mean, he would have to give us the information, right? Titty? Who the fuck is Zeke coming in here with titty? He's here for the titties. He heard titty and he was like, oh fuck. I gotta get into laughing stream. You've been summoned. What's up, Zeke? Here for the titties. I mean, who isn't? Me too. There's a manor in the mountains, owned by some Ulius Caro. Galen pushes himself away from the wall and walks up to me. He pulls out a piece of paper out of his pocket and hands it to me. You'll find the instructions on how to get there on this. Why does he just have the address to that written down? It's a titty breakfast. No, we were gonna have a titty breakfast, and then she started fucking yelling at him, and so the titty breakfast got ruined. There was gonna be titties and French toast. That was like gonna be the name of the fucking game. And she just decided to fucking ruin it and wanted to buy a raffle. She, titty breakfast, and she ruined it. She fucking ruined it. Titty buffet. She fucking ruined the titty buffet, and I'm mad about it. It could have been a really nice morning. I nod in thanks before something clicks. Wait, didn't you say there are a few places? Yes, I did, but that was before. Now there's just one. Go there, and you'll find them. Don't ruin the day before, Morningside. I know, right? Like, she should have just waited. Calm down. Could have at least gotten a morning bang in. God. He walks back towards the door into Veritas. But just before going back in, he turns back to me with a smile. Oh, and do watch out for any chandeliers. With that last comment, he walks back inside, leaving me standing there completely confused. What? Chandeliers? That's Sia's song? It's a good song. I chased the confusing thoughts away and moved towards the street. Doing good, Zeke. Thanks for coming in. Miss you, man. Zeke is VIP. It's all that popcorn. I arrive at the location Galen gave me by nightfall. I slowly make my way down the pier, careful not to make too much noise. I can't believe I found this place so easily, though Galen's instructions were easy to follow. I can see some lights coming through the top of the trees, and I think it's safe to assume that that's where the manor is. 2 figures by the stairs catch my attention. I carefully crouch down and hide away in the shadows. I'm starting to feel a little bit like a ninja. Hell yeah. Sorry, my fucking phone was blowing up, so I was just like, what the hell? Starting to feel a little bit like a ninja. Let's go. I mean, you're talking about Zeke here, the stone-dicked king of the cock gods. There's your new title. Even from a distance, I can see that it's Lachlan and Mickey. Unfortunately for me, they're too far away to hear, but they seem happy about something, which doesn't bode well. I need to find out what they're up to. As they start to move up the stairs, I cautiously follow behind them. I manage to follow them without being spotted, all the way to the ballroom. Thank you to whatever god is on my side tonight. I quickly hide behind a pillar and look around the place as much as I can without being seen. That one is making even me laugh pretty hard. That was good. That was good shit. I need to make that your title in like Discord or something. It's gotta be somewhere. I wonder if I can find my way back out if I need to quickly retreat. I peek out from my hiding spot to watch the seemingly happy couple. Lachlan snaps his fingers, and out of nowhere, music begins to play. Sums me up, except for stone-dicked king of the cock gods part. No, that's perfectly true. I mean, not that I would know, but it seems like it would be. My lady, may I have this dance? He offers his hand to Mickey, which she gladly takes. Well, aren't you a charmer? He pulls her to him, wrapping an arm around her waist. You know it, darling. As the music plays, the two swirl together in a beautiful dance. They look so happy and carefree, like they're completely lost in the moment together. Just what the hell is going on here? Whatever I was expecting to find here wasn't quite this. With no other option, I watch them dance for what feels like hours. Eventually they stop, coming to an abrupt halt. Lachlan looks right at the pillar that I'm hiding behind. I hide away, pressing my back against the hard marble. Are you going to continue hiding for much longer, or are you ready to come out now? Shit. Uh-oh. I didn't expect to be noticed or sensed out by these magical fucking beings. Like, she's starting to get on my nerves. My heart is in my throat. It's hard to swallow. How did I realize that I'm here? Asking myself that makes me realize Shinji's supernatural senses might really just be a faith thing. Well, shit. I sigh. Yeah, there's gonna be ads to Kami. I'm sorry. Like, I do have a lot of ads on here because I do this for money. So I'm sorry. I push myself away from the wall and come out of hiding. Despite my deductions, I'm still curious. Just when did you realize that I'm here? I'm just like a supernatural being. It's fine. With an aura so bright, you are rather like a star in the darkness. You're very hard to miss. Yeah. I scoff, meaning that he noticed me all the way back at the pier, but still allowed me to follow them.
Dilu Dallas Multipass.
Dilu Dallas Multipass. Thank you for subbing with your Prime, Zeke. I appreciate you. 7 months. Wow. Wow. Thank you for using your Prime on me. I don't like any of this. Why have you come? Alone at that. If you're here at the behest of that woman, then you can just leave now. I don't bother to stop myself from glaring. I'm here for Shinji and no one else. The mess between you, Sorsha, and Mickey is something you can sort out yourselves without involving Shinji. No more ads for you. No. It's disgusting what you've done to him, that you stole him away from his mother. So you just leave him alone now. Lachlan snorts. I don't deny taking my son away from Sorsha, but whatever bullshit story she gave you is not why. Will you listen to my side of the story or not? The last time I tried talking to you, you attacked me. If you'll remember correctly, it was Killian who attacked me, and then you joined him in it. Now that's true. We did do that. Right. Fine. You got me there. Will you listen to him then? Yes, we'll listen. I don't know if I should or not. He could very well lie to me, but all right then. I'd love to hear what you have to say for yourself. That's something I'd like to hear too. A voice, one I instantly recognize as Shinji, speaks from behind me. What, he followed me? What are you doing here? I turn to see him walk up to me. As he stands at my side, Mickey looks pained to see him. I can see in her eyes how much she wants to run up to him, but she restrains herself. Either that woman is an amazing actress, or she really does care for Shinji. I'm not sure which. Shinji, how did you get here? I was directed here by someone. Ah, Galen, then. I nod in understanding. Mickey opens her mouth to say something when both Shinji and Lachlan suddenly look startled. What's wrong? It seems that our hideout has been compromised. We must leave. Now. He looks to me and Shinji. We will find you soon and explain everything. Shinji. I will see you very soon. Huh? Mickey takes Lachlan's hand, and just as before, the air ripples and shifts and the two disappear out of sight. Why? Wait, I thought I was going to listen to your story. I thought it was story time. Mom. Shinji's voice is barely a whisper. I only managed to catch a single word. Just moments after they're gone, Killian pops in right in front of us. Oh, that's why. With the hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at any moment, his eyes scan the ballroom, right before stopping on us. Where are they? Where are they? Gone. We answered together. Killian relaxes his stance, but doesn't remove his hand from his sword. Not quite. I do not know what you might be planning or why you went after them. I doubt you would tell me even if I asked. But please be careful, whatever it is. I have to go back and report to my queen. He sighs, finally letting go of his sword. She will be so disappointed with me for not still catching the criminals. It's okay, Killian. Don't be so hard on yourself. It feels odd to say that, considering we just let them disappear so easily. I'm not certain that that was a good idea, that they won't just go on to wreak havoc on something. Nor am I certain as to why I don't just tell Killian the full story of it all. Killian bows his head to us. Farewell, my prince, Lady Kate. He grips onto his necklace and disappears in a blink of an eye. That thing sure is useful. Shinji and I look at each other and sigh. What a mess. Agreed. We should just get out of here before someone else randomly appears again. Shinji nods and starts to lead the way. As I follow along, I glance up at the chandeliers. Doesn't seem like I had to watch out for them after all. So what did he mean? We managed to find a way out of the manor pretty easily. Shinji walks me home without a word. It's unspoken, but pretty obvious that both of us sense someone watching us. Although by who is unclear. He walks me all the way to my apartment building. Thanks for walking me home again. He shrugs as if to say that it's nothing. I'll see you later. Sweet dreams. He leans down and kisses my forehead. Oh. I stand there, frozen in surprise as Shinji walks away. Only when he's out of sight do I finally unfreeze. I wasn't expecting that. Not wanting to stand around outside any longer, I go to my apartment. The butterflies won't stop dancing in my stomach as I walk. Sometime after the visit to Kero Manor, I got a call from Shinji. He quickly explained that he got a message for us to meet up and arranged for it to happen in Galen's safe house. Shinji said that the place is safe enough that we wouldn't be disturbed by any surprise visitors again. I got down here as fast as I could and found Shinji, Mickey, and Lachlan already there. Why am I always the last one? Shinji and I sit down next to each other on one of the couches while Lachlan takes a seat on the one opposite us. Mickey gets us all some tea, warm drinks for hard conversations before sitting down next to Lachlan. I wonder if Shinji got his casual helpfulness from her. Now, I promised to give you my side of the story, so I'll start at the beginning, if it's fine with you. We would like to know everything, so yes. Shinji nods along with what I said. Even if outwardly he doesn't show it, I can feel the hidden nervousness in his eyes. I quietly reach out and hold his hand. Surprise flashes on his face for a second before turning into a small smile. We're slowly getting back there. It all started when Sorsha decided to get to me through Killian. She was smart enough to realize that if she approached me directly, I might not have fallen for her tricks. Lachlan sighs. So she went after the only person who was precious to me. She came to him and befriended him. She made him believe that she was a kind-hearted and warm person. Sorsha played around with him enough that he would want to introduce her to his best friend. And from the time that he did, she worked to make me believe the image that she had created for herself. I don't know how I didn't see through it. Maybe if I had, then... He sighs again and looks at Shinji. No. If I had seen through her, then he wouldn't have been born. Yo, Pizer, I appreciate the lurk, dude. You're the one thing I do not regret. Could never regret. Even if I couldn't be in your life before. I see. I give Shinji's hand a little squeeze and he manages a smile for me. She became pregnant with you not long after I confessed my feelings to her, and I was overjoyed at the very thought of having a child with the woman I loved. The day you were born was the happiest day, but it seems it was not so for my lovely wife. She did not have a name for you, and I admit that at the time I did not think it too strange. She claimed that she would like to let me name our son since that's what her father did for her. I was more than happy to. So she didn't even care enough to give Shinji a name? I look at Shinji out of the corner of my eye. His expression is unreadable. Shizuka may have created me as a way to get rid of her curse, but it seems that even she cared more for me than Sorsha cared for Shinji. I wanted your grandparents, my parents, to meet you, so I took you with me to visit their graves, but it ended up being far colder than I had thought it would be, so we returned home earlier than Sorsha was expecting us to. Intending to surprise her, I quietly snuck into our bedroom, and that's when I overheard her talking. It sounds so cliché. He chuckles mirthlessly. But I overheard her talking to herself, and in a split-second decision, I had illusioned myself to be invisible, which allowed me to hear everything. How disgusted she was with having to actually bear a child, how annoyed she was with everything taking so long, how she wished for the kid to grow up already so she could get on with finally being the queen mother to the High King of Avalon. Lachlan's voice cracks with held-back emotion. The disgusting little goblin had better be worth it. If I had let Lachlan influence him too much, he might grow up to be too independent, and I can't let that happen. At that point, I had heard enough. I took Egan and immediately left for the human realm, and that's where I come in. I was married to Tomoaki at the time. My late husband couldn't conceive any children, and that was fine with me. Our families were disappointed that they wouldn't have any grandchildren, of course, but they had made peace with it. Then one day, out of nowhere, Lachlan came to us. The Hirayama family have ancient ties with the Winter Court, the one I was born to. They were began by a union between the Fae Connell and Yukiko Hirayama, a human woman. So my hope was that they would be willing to help me. Mickey smiles and squeezes his hand. And we were. We were happy too. I never thought I would have a child, but the moment I saw little baby Shinji, I just knew I had to protect him. So Tomoyaki and I agreed that we would become his parents. I used old, somewhat forbidden magic to subdue his Fae blood. It weakened his magic and altered his appearance enough that he could pass for a mage child. I knew that if Eogan had all his powers as a Fae, it would just bring far too much attention to him. I left him with only the power to control the elements. Tomoyaki and I agreed that it would be the safest for everyone if we truly thought that Shinji was our child. So our memories were altered to make us believe as much. Her eyes flit over to Shinji. I'm so very sorry, Shinji. I didn't mean to lie to you. I know you would have preferred to know the truth, but... Shinji interlocks our fingers and gives my hand a light squeeze, which I return gladly. It's okay. I know he can't read minds, but I hope my words reach him. I understand. But are you okay with it? I look to Lachlan again. Why didn't you just try to out Sorsha for who she truly is? Lachlan actually laughs. No matter how royal my blood is, no one would believe the child of 2 executed traitors over the Lady of Flowers. Sorsha doesn't have a single selfless or kind cell in her body, but Killian is not a bad person. As far as I have investigated, Killian has no idea of the kind of person he serves, the kind of person that he's in love with. He's too blinded by love to see Sorsha's true self. I deeply regret not trying harder to pull him away from her, but I don't think he would have ever listened to me. And so I spent the last 20 years on the run, waiting and watching to make sure he never made contact with Shinji. It's hard to imagine Sorsha as the woman that Lachlan described, and I want to say as much. But when I truly think back on all of our interactions, there have been some things that were strange, or so out of place with her image that I chose to ignore them. From that, it's not a hard conclusion to make. So Sorsha has been using me all along. Yeah, she finally gets it. It's hard to accept the way she presented herself. I admit that she seemed like the kind of mother I wish to have, but I suppose that's the whole point. A bitter laugh escapes my lips. So my own mother might really be the better one after all. Shinji chuckles, a dry and joyless sort of laugh. Yes, who would have guessed that you actually lucked out in the mother lottery? I nod and look back to Lachlan and Mickey. So, what's the plan then? How do we end this? We need to capture Killian first. While he may be an easily embarrassed clod, he is still an excellent warrior and not one to be underestimated. If we can get him on our side, everything would be much easier. And if we can't, then we at least need to get him out of the way, preferably without killing him. With that, the 4 of us try and come up with a plan. Ideas are thrown out left and right, but nothing seems to be good enough. Either Killian would see through it, or it can't be made to feasibly work without him ending up dead. I allow myself time to think while the others talk, and something finally occurs to me. I'll lure him in. What? I'll use my body. I'll lure Killian into a trap. Are you sure? It would be very dangerous. What if you get hurt? I shake my head. As a woman. Should that happen, it's a risk I'm willing to take. But just think about it. He is bound to trust me more than any of you. More than Shinji. Unlike Shinji, I haven't shown any previous distrust or hostility towards Sorsha. Quite the opposite, actually. So I know I could pull it off. Without even looking, I can feel Shinji watching me as I explain my plan. When I glance at him, I see that he's giving me an odd look I can't quite decipher. He grips tighter onto my hand with a smile. And maybe it's just my imagination, but I can sense his eyes telling me, I trust you. So, I will lure Killian somewhere by saying that I found the criminals, that you're talking to Shinji, and that you'll be distracted with him there, which is, of course, the perfect time to capture you. But I haven't quite figured out how to get Killian to come alone without his fearsome-looking knight entourage. Perhaps suggest that it would be much easier for Lachlan to sense a larger number of people coming, which would mean that we could escape before they could even get there. Killian can also be very hot-headed. It's possible he might not even consider to bring them if there's a possibility of capturing us. That could work, but how do I even get him to come to me? It's not like he has a phone number I can call up. He does not have one of those, true, but simply calling out his name should work. Why? I have little doubt that he has been shadowing you, so calling out his name would get him to show himself to you. Yeah, he's been following us the whole damn time. Annoyance starts to bubble up in my chest. So I have been followed. Yeah, you knew that. How much? For how long? The whole fucking time. Bitch, are you kidding me? From the beginning. From the very beginning, this guy was following you. Did he watch me sleep? No, that one I doubt he could go do without dying from blushing too much. I don't like the fact that I was followed around like that, but I can't do anything about the past. I do feel better knowing that I'll be stopping him from doing that from now on. Mickey brings some more tea, and we work on tweaking the plan so there's less chance of failure. By the time we settle all the details, it's well after sunset. As soon as we're finished, Mickey looks at me with a smile and signals for me to follow her. When she gets up, I follow right after her. Mickey takes me to a room closest to the living room. She looks around the room and smiles. Well, it's not too bad in here. Mrs. Hirayama, is there a particular reason we've come in here? Oh, sorry, darling. Just thought it would be nice to give father and son some time to get to know each other a bit. Oh, yes, that's a nice thought. And besides, I'd like to finally get to know my son's girlfriend. Girlfriend? Am I his girlfriend? Yes. I realize that he's told me he loves me, but I haven't said it back yet. We did sleep together, but I actually have no idea what we are now. Yeah, that's kind of bullshit. Like, he's like, I love you, and she's just like, all right, let's bang. And then, like, the next morning, she's like, fuck your French toast. I'm done. She's actually kind of the worst. The uncertainty should worry me, but for some reason, I feel calm. So let's talk. I smile at Mickey. Yeah, sure. She hums happily and pulls me down to a seat. So what dirty little secret would you like to know about my Shinji? Oh, I paused to think. What would I like to know? Shinji told me about the possession incident. Ah, that. Mickey sighs. I'm surprised that he told you. He did, but he just kind of brushed it off, and you're worried it might still be affecting him. Well, I'm not entirely sure if it is, but being possessed did change things for him, rather drastically too. Well, I can imagine, suddenly being able to see spirits and such. She shakes her head. It's not just about that, I'm afraid. It changed so much, not just him, but everything around him. Death magic has a certain stigma attached to it. So even in the magical community, being able to see spirits is a little... Oh. Yeah. Being touched by death magic can change anyone, and in his case, it unlocks some of the spell that was made to disguise him as a human. But it also made him more sensitive to the unseen. When he was little, Shinji had a lot of friends, but they all left him because of it. He was suddenly the weird, creepy kid because the death magic left a mark large enough for others to feel unsettled by it. Oh, that's... He used to try and hide it from me, but it wasn't hard to tell that he was deeply hurt by it all. To be called weird by your friends for something you can't control, and to be abandoned by them for it. He spent years after that not letting anyone get close to him. As he grew up, people tended to assume all sorts of things about him, hurtful things for the most part. And while Shinji did eventually come to be known as someone who would help people with anything, they only used him, forgetting all about him afterward. Those who tried becoming friends with him only did so on the most shallow of levels. Shu was the first true friend that Shinji made. After that heavy tale, as sad as it is, I can't help but smile at the last bit. So Shu is Shinji's first true friend. Before either one of us can say anything further, Shinji walks in after a small knock. So this is where you two disappeared off to. His eyes travel from Mickey to me and back. What have you been doing? Oh, nothing, darling. I was just telling Kate about Shu. What about Shu? Have you ever told Kate about how you two met and became friends? No, I guess I haven't. Oh, that's right, Shu did. But I didn't think she would be interested in hearing it. Of course I'm interested in knowing everything about you. Although Shu already told me his side of that particular story. I thought it was very sweet how you two became friends, that is. Right. Yeah. Well, anyway, it's getting late and we should all get some rest. Shinji holds out his hand for me. Shall I walk you home, Kate? I easily take both his hand and his offer. He pulls me up to my feet, our hands still intertwined together. I don't want to let go. Yeah, I'd like that. We say our goodbyes to Mickey and Lachlan and leave the house. Shinji walks me home, all the way to my apartment door. We don't really talk on the way, all too aware that if Killian is shadowing us, he could overhear anything we say. As we walk, I couldn't stop thinking about what his mom had told me. Unable to stop thinking about how lonely he must have been, I desperately wished to reach out and hold Shinji's hand. But in the end, I couldn't find the courage to do it. Aw. He was holding our hand. He liked it. I didn't want to talk about it. Not now, especially since I knew I might start crying if I did. When we got to my door, Shinji waits for me to unlock it. Well, I'll be off then. Oh, you don't have to. I don't know how things will turn out for us. Good night, and sweet... I can't predict any of it, but in a split-second decision, I grab onto Shinji's shirt and pull him inside along with me. Yeah. There are no words spoken between us this time. Only clothes tossed to the floor, not caring where they land. I'm not sure who pushes who. I don't pay attention. We fall into bed together and the mattress springs creak under us. Skin against skin, his rough fingers slowly trace every outline of my body. His lips trail against my jaw, so painfully slow I can barely hold myself back. Oh, Shin. He chuckles against my skin, seemingly not intending to stop. Well, he better not. I wrap my legs around him as I'm filled with him so fully, so completely. We savor each other slowly, taking in each other, every inch of each other, memorizing every bit of skin. Whatever happens to us, however this ends, I want to at least keep happy memories of Shinji like this. The night is filled with our heavy sighs, our voices mixing together in blissful harmony. And I'm going to yell at him right after this. At the end of it, we fall into peaceful exhaustion. Shinji wraps his arms around me, pulling me close, so close I'm practically on top of him. Listening to the sound of his heartbeat gently lulls me to sleep. So cute. So cute. Alright, this is the last chapter, I'm pretty sure. Aww. Strap in.
Hold on to your butts.
Oh, weird. I definitely unmuted. I don't know what happened. Thank you for letting me know. That was really weird. I definitely made sure it unmuted. Not bad. I was just saying she didn't even eat the first breakfast. Another breakfast. She didn't even eat the first one. Oh, you heard me come back? Maybe I hit the wrong thing. My bad. Fine. You want me to make you some now? No, I'm actually so nervous about today that I don't think I can eat anything without throwing up. It really hit me just now after waking up that we've concocted a plot to capture an actual knight and we're going against a queen. It's like something out of a book. It's a little hard to believe that it's actually happening in this day and age. I mean, I know we live in this magical world, but I didn't always know about it, so sometimes things still feel strange and unreal to me. Shinji gets up again and grabs me something from the refrigerator. He hands me some cherry yogurt and a spoon. Since when do I even have yogurt in my fridge? Here, at least try eating this. Despite my my somewhat uncooperative stomach, I managed to eat some of the yogurt. I'm going to meet Lachlan and my mom soon, so as per your plan, it'll be up to you to lure Killian to us. Aye, aye, Captain. I will go along with the plan exactly. Oh, Captain, my Captain. He snorts. It's your plan, so wouldn't that make you the captain? Oh, yeah, I guess it would. Captain Kate Sith. I'd rather like the sound of that. Me too. I do like that. Shinji salutes me with a grin. All right then, Captain Kate. I held back a giggle. It feels so strange to hear him call me Captain. Strange, but nice. Let's try it out in the bedroom later. All right, focus. Serious now. You know, a girl could get used to this. Fresh coffee made each morning, breakfast prepared.
But daddy is a state of mind, you know what I'm saying? I'm your daddy.
You're my daddy. Daddy Captain. If you keep doing this, I might end up getting spoiled. Oh man. The Kraken are losing. Well, that's fine. Maybe I actually want to spoil you, even if it's just a little bit. Oh. Oh my. I don't know what to say to that. An unfamiliar sort of giddiness builds and bubbles up inside me. It feels like we're a newlywed couple sharing our morning like this, especially after the night we had together. Yo. Same though, right? Just what are you thinking about? Oh, nothing. Don't look at me. Don't look at me like that. We have shit to do today, okay? I practically inhale my coffee when he asks this. From the look on his face, I wouldn't be surprised if he waited for me to start drinking to ask. He knows. I get myself to stop coughing and look to him, trying to desperately ignore my burning cheeks. I was thinking about last night, actually. Oh? Want to go again? Listen. Yes. But we have to go. We have to go thwart your evil mother or whatever, okay? We gotta, like, focus. It's focus time. Then we'll bang the rest of the time. Did she at least scream? I don't know. Like, we didn't get that far. Details. We got some details. We got some. It was really, really nice. I'm gonna say yes. Because it was, like, good makeup sex, you know? We had, like, it was the first sex we had after the big fight, you know? So it's like good makeup sex. So I'm going to say yes. I'm going to make up the details for that one. Want to go again? Yeah. Actually, yeah. That might be good to get some of the pent-upness out before we do this. Maybe right on the kitchen table this time? Oh. Buddy, you say less. I nearly choke on my coffee again. He doesn't stop himself from laughing this time. As tempting as that is, perhaps when we don't have a knight to capture and a queen's lies to bring to light. No. He brought it up. Shinji chuckles and gets up, stepping closer to me. I know. He leans down and gently kisses the top of my head. I'll see you later. Ugh. The top of the head? The top of the head? You can't give me a nice passionate kiss before we do this? The fuck me like you hate me makeup sex or the woo woo lovey it's the lovey dovey. We love each other for sure. Gonna spend the rest of our lives together makeup sex. Yeah. Def the woo woo. Def. I'll see you later. Hopefully this mess will be over soon enough and we can bang all day. All right. As he walks out, I still can't stop smiling even as I hear the apartment door close. I down the rest of my coffee and go to shower and get dressed before I head out as well. We could have joined us in the shower. We had to take one anyway. All right, fine. It's fine. Focusing. We're focusing. I stand in the middle of the street and look around. My heart beats nervously against my ribcage. I breathe in deeply to try and quell the nervous energy coursing through my body. I really hope this all works. No, it will. It has to. Fuck me like you hate me couple are going to be together till death. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's the hate. I don't think they hate each other, though. They love each other. The love is there. School focus. Go, Seth. Whew. We will bang later. All right, got it. Killian? I call out his name, doing my best to sound unsure. Nothing, but that was expected. I try again, this time letting my voice quiver. Killian. He has to know that we need him. Do I sound desperate enough? Killian. Maybe I should ask Shu for some acting lessons. Like you hate me. Well, I don't know what that was. That was my best quiver. Fucking dying. I don't quiver, okay? I'm not a pussy. So I don't know what it sounds like. As soon as I think that, I realize the acting lessons may not be quite necessary. Killian makes himself known, walking out before me with a bow. Lady Kate, how did you know I was here? I didn't. I was kind of just hoping you were, or that you could hear me somehow and appear. Killian, the baby is coming. My voice is also like going, so. We've been talking for 13 fucking hours. The baby's coming. I'm fucking dead. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm desperate, so I decided to try this because it's urgent. Trying to sound as panicked and worried as I can, I began to tell him the story of how Shinji has been acting weird lately. Time to pepper in some truth. We even had a fight recently when I suggested that he should give Sorsha a chance, that he should at least try to get to know her. I told him that if he did, he might see what a kind person she is. But he just freaked out on me, started shouting and throwing things. It was so unlike him that I was shocked. Shocked, I tell you. It was so unlike him. I sigh and look away, hoping I look appropriately downcast. Because he acted so out of character, I thought that something must be up. I admit, I followed him. It was wrong, and I shouldn't have, but I was so worried. Killian nods along in understanding to my emotional explanation. He doesn't comment, however, silently urging me to continue with his eyes. I followed him around a few times and found out that he's been talking to Lachlan and Mickey. Somehow they found him, or he found them. I'm not even sure. At first I thought he just wanted some answers, which is why I went to the manor to look with him. But now I'm not so sure. Are they together now? Is that why you called me? Teary-eyed, I nod. Killian speaks to me in such a gentle tone that I start to feel bad for tricking him like this. He's just a boy. No, get it together, Kate. You can feel bad after this, about this after the evil queen is dealt with. Do you know where they are? I nod again. With what Sorsha told me about Lachlan, after the display I saw when they escaped and the giant storm Mickey created, and then the curse, I'm afraid to get any closer to them on my own. Who knows what they could do with me this time? You won't be alone now. I'm here with you. Will you tell me where they are? I frantically shake my head no. I don't know how to explain. Oh, fuck. Scared me. A flash of light fills the sky and thunder roars, obscuring everything. Amusement wells up inside me, but I hide it behind a fearful facade. Oh, nice dramatic effect. Seeing the looming storm clouds, I feel all my nervousness go away. As a reflection of the sky, I feel entirely calm. I'll take you there, but it's a bit of a walk, so I hope you're prepared. He looks thoughtful for a moment before holding out his hands to me. Take my hands and think of where we need to go. My pendant will transport us where needed. I work to maintain a serious expression, to keep the giddiness I feel hidden away. I feel bad for tricking him, but I also can't believe he's actually fallen for it. Maybe I'm a better actress than I realized. He takes my hands in his and closes his eyes. While he can't see, mine fall into the pendant around his neck. It's mostly hidden away by his armor, but I can still see it. For a moment, I almost want to just reach out and grab it now, but I know I should go along with my plan. I close my eyes and focus my mind on where we need to go. Nothing happens. Am I not doing something? I try to pull my hands away from Killian's, but he gives them a little squeeze. His gentle voice stops me from opening my eyes. It's okay. You can do this. The first time is always the hardest. Just imagine the place and the pendant will do the work. I take a deep breath and relax, trying to imagine the place we need to get to. Nothing happens. Still, I frown. Trying not to become too frustrated, my mind conjures up images of Shinji smiling down at me. I feel a strange tug at my chest, and for a brief moment, I feel like some invisible force is squeezing my whole body. When we think about Shinji, huh? As soon as I feel the ground shift under my feet, my eyes snap open. I push myself forward so that I stumble right into Killian. Being so close to him, I can feel him stiffen in embarrassment, which I use to my advantage. I get that one. I quickly grab his pendant and pull it off. More concerned with me than anything else, he doesn't notice as I tuck it away in my sleeve. Instead, he helps me stand. I stand up straight with a little laugh. Sorry about that. It's weird to suddenly go from solid pavement to sand. It's all right. Even though I am used to such travel, it still also feels strange to me. Killian seems to finally realize that he's got his hands on my shoulders still. He scrambles to let me go immediately, taking an overly large step away from me. I barely hear him mumble sorry as he lets out an awkward cough. Killian transforms into his knightly armor as he looks around. I don't sense them anywhere. They might... Thunder roars out of nowhere and a bolt of lightning hits Killian straight on. His body flies through the air upon impact, hitting the sand as he lands, creating a crater around him. What? I knew what was planned, to capture Killian, but this shocks me to see. I turn around to see Mickey approaching. Her eyes are fixed on Killian. In her hands, electricity arches and cracks, clearly ready to attack if he tries anything. Following her are Shinji and Lachlan, and for the slightest moment I let myself be amused at how similar father and son look next to each other. Killian groans and sits up. He instantly looks at me, then to Shinji, and then at Mickey and Lachlan. He doesn't have to say anything. It's clear from his expression that he figured it out, that all of this has been a trap for him. Shinji comes to stand next to me as Lachlan walks past us to join Mickey. We stand back to watch the exchange between the two Fae. I glance at Shinji, but he's looking on ahead at what's happening, so I look back at the scene before us. Mickey doesn't say anything, but she doesn't take her eyes off of Killian, and she's still prepared for an attack. Lachlan kneels down to get Killian to Killian's eye level. How? How did you do it? How did you manage to trick everyone? He grabs for his necklace, clearly trying to escape, but realizes it's not there instantly. He looks to me with a frown, then looks back at Lachlan. Is this the end for me, then? I assume with me out of the way you'll go after Sorsha now. No, and yes. This is not your end. I don't want it to be. How very believable. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. With Killian still lying in the sand, Lachlan begins to explain everything. The whole story. From the very moment Sorsha had approached Killian. He explains to Killian that he's been tricked by Sorsha for all these years. But Killian doesn't believe it. Even a blind man could see that. Not that I blame him. Something like this was hard for me to believe, too. What convenient lies you have concocted. Is this pile of horse shit what you told everyone so they would come join you? My lady would never be as despicable as you are describing her. She has spent all these years desperately looking for her beloved child, the one that you took away just like that. As soon as Iogen was returned to her, as soon as she had her son back, she promised to finally marry me. Seriously? Had you not returned out of whatever hellhole you disappeared off to, we would have been happy together by now. My poor boy. My poor boy. Doesn't even know. She loves me. She has for many years. She never loved you, only me. If that's true, then why did she marry me? She felt pressured to marry you. What? Does that make you angry and jealous? It's surreal to watch a conversation like this go down so calmly. However bad the situation is between those two, it doesn't feel like either one wants to truly fight the other. Killian's words remind me of something. At first, it's like a nagging forgotten thought, like something you'd know, but can't quite recall. Then, in a sudden rush, it all comes to me, and I mumble to myself, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense at all. That's not what she told me. That's not what he told me. If she's so kind and pure and whatever, then why was she lying about something like this? It's a pretty obvious sign of lying if she can't even keep her bullshit straight. At that, I feel more confident about having chosen to believe them instead of Sorsha. I must have had some doubts that I was ignoring, but I do feel better about my decision now. I get the feeling I should say something, but I have no idea how helpful it might be. Killian, you were in the spring court long enough, right? So you would know this then. Does a dahlia mean prosperity and luck? What? No, it does not. What has this got to do with anything? When Sorsha gave me the flower, the dahlia, she lied to me and told me it meant that. Why would she lie about something as seemingly insignificant as that? I don't say it outright, but I can see that he got the message. Sorsha was the one who cursed me. The seed of doubt has been planted. Although understandably, Killian doesn't seem very keen on letting the doubt grow. If you won't believe my words, will you believe my memories? What? You can't. That's... The air feels heavy between them, but I only feel confusion. I hate this feeling of not knowing something. No matter my own desire for knowledge, I don't want to interrupt something as important as this. I can sate my curiosity later when we're all safe. It's worth it if it lets you see the whole truth for yourself. Looking beyond everything, it truly does seem like the two of them care deeply for each other. I hope that friendship can be salvaged after this. I hope Sorsha hasn't irreparably destroyed their bond. Killian sighs and nods as he sits up. Lachlan places his hands at Killian's temples and quietly chants something in a language that I can't recognize. Even from here, I can see the little sparks at the tips of his fingers. Completely fascinated by the whole process, I can't tear my eyes away from them. I don't want to. The sparks flash wildly before entering Killian's skin. Slowly, Killian's eyes completely glaze over and Lachlan steps back, seemingly finished with his part. Now we wait. How complicated is it to do something like that? I wonder out loud, not really expecting anyone to answer such a thing right now. Without taking his eyes off of the scene before him, Shinji answers. It depends on the exact spell, since there are many different variations of it, and it can be something that's found in different types of magic. I admit that for Fey magic, I'm not really sure. I start to say something, but my voice is cut off by a sudden heart-wrenching scream. Startled, I look from Shinji to where Killian and Lachlan are. I look just in time to see Killian fall on his back, panting. He looks at the sky quietly, then sits up. He tries to get up, but falls to his knees. No. I can't. I can't believe it. I don't want to. How can my love... How can she be this way? How could I not see? Oh, Killian, buddy. His whole body shakes. He desperately clings on to himself, wrapping his arms around his own body as much as he can. Why? He rocks back and forth. My poor buddy. Not like this. The memories. They can't be faked. Killian's eyes glaze over. He stops moving. Lachlan sighs. It appears that he retreated into his own mind. Seeing Killian have a mental breakdown, seeing him just shut down like this, it pains my heart. I don't think that he deserves this sort of fate. Or to be tricked as Sorsha had for years, using him without any regard for Killian's feelings. Seeing him like that makes me realize that he was truly in love with Sorsha, so the revelation had been all the more painful for him. I hear Shinji's quiet voice, only loud enough for me to hear. Killian may be hurting now. Showing him the truth might seem cruel now, but now he can finally move on from this one-sided love that wasn't good for him. He can move on and heal. I know in my head that that's the truth of it, and it does make me feel a little better about seeing him like this. About knowing that we're the ones who put him in such a state. But it's still painful to see someone as nice as Killian suffer like that. Kate, will you give us the pendant you took from Killian now? For a moment, I forget that I had it. I quickly nod, pull it out of my sleeve, and hand it to Lachlan. Locke hands it to Mickley, and she puts it on. I'll take Killian somewhere where he can rest, and... She looks down at his motionless form in the sand. I'll watch over him. I don't think he'll do anything to himself or anyone, but... She then grabs onto him, and they disappear in a blink, leaving only me, Shinji, and Lachlan standing on the beach. The three of us exchange glances. With Killian and Mickey gone, it suddenly hits me how real this all feels. We should go. If we take too long, she might realize that Killian is missing. After that display with Killian, I don't even want to say her name. Even thinking it leaves me feeling like I want to punch something. When we arrive at the castle, we find it suspiciously empty. I fight back a shiver as we walk down the terrace. There are no sounds. Even nature has become eerily quiet. And yet, I get a weird feeling that we're being watched. Does anyone else feel that? Father and son nod. I imagine Mother Dearest is expecting us. I snort. We wouldn't want to be bad guests, right? Let's go greet the hostess then. Everything about the situation feels tense, but the jokes help calm the nerves somewhat. Never in my life did I imagine doing something like this. And yet, here I am. Dressed up in magical armor, part of a rather snarky team that's about to go fight an evil queen. Lachlan takes the lead, walking ahead of us since he's the only one who knows where to go. Shinji and I walk side by side. He briefly brushes his hand against mine. Even without words, I know what he's trying to say. It'll be okay. The throne room is just over there. Get ready. Who knows what she might have in store for us. Lachlan starts to move, then stops and looks back at us again. Before we go in, a warning. There is a saying, beware of the Fae and their twisted tongues. So just keep that in mind at all times when we face her. With all that said, he continues to lead us forward. Alright, I haven't saved in a minute. There we go. The first thing I notice upon walking into the throne room is the guards. So many of them, all neatly standing by the walls. My eyes follow along the long line of guards to Sorsha, who isn't hard to spot. She sits on the throne with a guard on each side. I welcome you, dear guests. The sweetness in her voice is sickening. She looks as kind as she always has, but I can no longer shake the feeling of utter and complete wrongness. Her eyes are much like Shinji's, yet so completely wrong. They go from me to Shinji and stop on Lachlan. Her smile doesn't falter in the slightest, turning sad instead. I am saddened to see you come to me with Lachlan. Has he charmed you so that you believe me, the villain? She waves her guards away. Without a word, they move to stand by the walls. Lachlan laughs, but it sounds so hollow and mocking. Drop the act already. You're not fooling anyone anymore. Huh, fine. It was a rather tiresome role to play. So you got me. Good for you. Hold on. That deserves...
Oh, good for you!
I must congratulate you, my darling husband. You won the round. I stare at her face in numb disbelief. Even though I knew about it, actually seeing the switch in Sorsha's demeanor feels unreal. Not content with just watching the scene unfold, I step forward. Why? Why are you doing all this? Her eyes focus on me, and I have to stop myself from visibly recoiling from the disgust on her face. Ah, you. You want to know why? The reason is rather simple. Mommy had me so she could live a cozy, rich life. She wanted to be queen. Daddy didn't want to be king, so she got rid of him and made it look like someone else had done it. Mommy dear has taught me all I know. She went through husband after husband, each and every one of them dying in some mysterious way. I helped, of course, ever the little helper that I was. Oh, but it was ever so dreadful living under her boot. I became bored of it, of her. She laughs, but the gentle musical laughter I heard before is no more. The sound sends a chill to my very bones. All it took is switching out the wine glasses for her and her toy at the time, and bye-bye, Mommy. Shinji clicks his tongue. So what? Is the story supposed to make us feel for your sad, miserable life? Feel bad? No, I do not care in the slightest. Then why? For fun. Or perhaps to scare you. Who can guess? You seem to be doing it for your own amusement more than anything else. Perhaps making us feel bad about your past would just be like some sort of delightful joke to you. She claps slowly. Oh no, not the slow clap. Bravo, son. You have me all figured out. You take so much after me. Shinji looks so disgusted that he can't even talk. Perhaps if I had gotten to raise you, things would have turned out differently. We could have taken Avalon together by now. She looks to Lachlan. But you just had to go and ruin my perfectly laid out plans. I would have given you a quick death after a short life of happiness. How very kind of you. Yes, I am quite kind. but you ruined my plans, so you no longer deserve any kindness from me. I glance to all the motionless guards. I wonder what they think of their queen. You keep saying Lachlan ruined your plans, but you're the one who's revealing them in front of everyone. She snorts. What, them? They are little more than mindless drones by now. If I told them to jump off a cliff, they would go do so as instructed without a single thought. That's disgusting. Killian would have been the same, but the fool was so in love with me I didn't see any need to bother. Sorsha stands up from her seat. She walks slowly, gracefully. It seems as if she's simply gliding along the floor. If not for the sound of her heels clicking against the stone floor, I would think as much. She stands before us, and for the first time I truly see what a beautiful family they might have made. Outwardly, they look intimidatingly beautiful together, so completely picture perfect. Except beyond appearances, they're not. I stand between Sorsha and Shinji. You should realize that your plans have failed completely. If you stop this now, you can save yourself the fight. Well, aren't you precious? She's not even taking me seriously? No, of course not. I take a step closer to her. You told us your sob story, but what do you think you'll gain here, truly? Sorsha stares down at me silently. The old me might have been scared by her, but I won't back down. It's not obvious, you little silly girl. I want to take my rightful place in the world. If I cannot take the throne as High Queen myself, I will do the next best thing. My darling son will rule for me. He will be High King, but I will be the true power behind the throne. Cersei much? Shinji steps forward to stand at my side. He quietly places a hand on my shoulder. In what backward dimension do you think I would just let you do that? You forget that not everyone bends to your will. Without warning, Sorsha moves forward. I see it happen as in slow motion. She reaches out to grab Shinji's face, but just before she can, I react. I slap her hand away, hard. Get slapped. Slap.
He needs some milk.
I slap her hand away, hard. Bitch, please. No touchy. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Don't touch my mans. Get slapped, bitch. Mm-mm. You no touchy my mans. Do not interrupt me, you little filthy witch. I don't back down. Standing taller instead, I'd look her right in the eye. This is not something I was ever proud of. I never had any reason to be proud. So it never even occurred to me to be proud of what I am. But I am a sorceress. If my powers help me protect the people I love, then I will stand proud. I will become an unstoppable force. I will not let anyone hurt those precious to me. But don't you worry your pretty little head. I'm sure it's hard to remember such things when you're clearly not all there. If it's what I have to do, I will become the greatest sorcerer that ever lived. What? How dare you? Haha. She glares down at me. Then she starts to laugh. I should have guessed from the start that you would be trouble. As Ear was favored, of course you would. Chaos naturally follows your kind. Is this true? Such a shame. I had hoped to avoid having to hurt a creation of the god of chaos, but I can at least make him proud of how I dealt with you. Sorsha walks towards the throne, stopping to stand right in front of it. Guards, kill my husband and capture my son. And then the sorceress, leave her to me. The soldiers move fast, but they surround Lachlan and Shinji with their glaives at the ready. I'm left to stand alone, facing Sorsha on my own. Let's go, bitch.
We'll do it live. Fuck it.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was last. Okay, this is the last one. With the sounds of fighting behind me, I want to look back. I want to go help Shinji and his dad. But I can't tear my eyes away from Sorsha's predatory gaze. No, they don't need help. This is between me and this bitch. I'm not nervous, nor am I scared. At least not in the way I thought I'd be. Talk about trying to do new things in life. We stand in a silent stare-off, neither willing to give an inch. My mind is going crazy, trying to think of how to win this fight before it gets too bad. If I can take her out quickly, maybe knock her out, then it might work. No, but then what? Arrest her? Throw her in some dungeon? In between the sound of metal clash against metal, I hear a scream. Instinctively, I turn to look. Yeah, let's take our eyes off of this bitch. The sound of thunder roars throughout the castle, and a sudden flash of lightning colors everything in white, blinding me for a few moments. As the light fades, I can see the ominous storm clouds outside the windows. The warm lights of the throne room are no more. Still aware of Sorsha's eyes on me, I look back. I have to. I see Lachlan fighting 4 guards all at once. He stands his ground, expertly deflecting all attacks with his sword. Shinji stands a little further, using magic to stop anyone from getting too close. The guards drop like flies around him. Fire, ice, lightning, wind, they stand no chance against him, and he shows them no mercy. Then they just keep coming. Then Shinji conjures up magic I've never seen. Dark, darker than anything I've seen before, and dangerous. So dangerous that I can sense it, even from here. Together we are Captain Planet. Yeah, kind of. I want to go help, but I know that as soon as I make a move, Sorsha will make hers, so I'm forced to watch from a distance. I was not kidding, you know. Her voice is clear and sharp. It easily cuts through the sounds of a battle that completely fills the cavernous room. Aegon is so much like me. She calmly stands next to me. I manage to tear my eyes away from the fighting to glare up at her. Shinji is nothing like you. She giggles. You are here, are you not? You can see the kind of magic he's using. There is a darkness in him. I can see it now that he is not hiding his aura away. I don't want to be having this conversation. I don't want to indulge her. But I am curious. So very curious. It can't hurt to ask, can it? Oh, fuck her. Fuck her. Whatever it is, even if there's truth to it. I'm certain that Sorsha is just trying to mess with me. Beware of the Fae and their twisted tongues. What Lachlan told me hasn't left my mind. So I choose to not engage her in this. If she wants to tell me, she will. And it seems that I'm right. Even with me ignoring her, she starts to explain. Yeah, I'm not going to give her the satisfaction. We Fae normally do not see each other's aura simply because we can hide it so well. But as Aegon fights, he is distracted. The more of that magic he uses, the better I can see his soul. It is dark and broken. She seems so amused by the revelation, but I refuse to react. I stubbornly hide all the worry away. But I don't have to think too hard about why she sees what she sees. The death magic, that has to be it. I so desperately wish I could travel back in time and simply stop Shinji from ever getting possessed. But I know that's impossible. I look at Sorsha. Are we not fighting? We do not have to. What? I have an offer for you. Right. Of course you do. What? I am going to win. It is inevitable. However, I will give you a choice. Give in, and I will allow you to remain with my son while I rule Avalon.
Let's go, on board, let's go.
Fight and fight. Fight and you will be locked away for all eternity in some dark, deep hole where there's no magic, no nothing. That's a ridiculous proposal. Some insignificant flower could never control a storm. As if I'd actually agree to something like that. A loud crash disturbs my thoughts. I turn just in time to see Lachlan crumple to the ground. Shinji looks panicked as he runs to him. I don't know what's going on there, but I need to go help. I don't think she's gonna let you. I move to run, but Sorsha grabs onto my arm with a vice-like grip. Leaving me so soon? And here we were having such a pleasant conversation. Let me go. I try to pull my arm out from her grip, but she doesn't budge. Just how strong is she? I don't know, this magical queen, I don't know. Pretty strong, I'm guessing. She squeezes harder, and I try not to wince. I said, let me go. Without even thinking about it, I push my arm towards her. Holding my hand out, I push her away. She flies through the air and lands in the throne with a loud thud. Yeah, bitch, get out of here. I wasn't expecting that. Sorsha doesn't move. Her whole body slumps down. Is she knocked out? I'm torn between wanting to go check on her and wanting to run to help Shinji and Lachlan. No, what am I doing? This isn't the time to space out. I move to run to Shinji and Lachlan, but as I make a step, I feel a strange tug around my foot. I look down to see a strange-looking vine wrapped around my foot. What the? I try to pull at it, but it just squeezes tighter around my skin. Damn it. Ow! Before I can react further, the vine starts to rapidly grow. It wraps itself around me, squeezing me completely. I'm trapped. I can't move at all. Not even my hands. I can't use magic to get myself out. At least not without blowing myself up in the process. Crap. I hear the sound of heels on stone and Sorsha stands before me again. Congratulations. You surprised me with that. I suppose I should have bound you like this from the start to save myself the trouble. I glare at the woman before me with as much hate that I can muster. All right, Kate. Stay calm. Just think of a plan. Sorsha walks closer to me and I get an idea. I needed to distract her while I work to turn my hands around. Then I can try and burn through the vines. As if sensing my thoughts, the vines sprout thorns, digging deeply into my skin as they tighten even further around me. I almost bite through my own tongue at the sudden pain. Something wrong, dear Kate? Out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of Shinji slowly sneaking up towards Sorsha. Further on, the fight between Lachlan and the guards is almost over. Most of them lie scattered on the floor. Sorsha doesn't seem to notice it for now. I'd need to keep her focused on me. Oh, no, not at all. I'm feeling rather cozy here, actually. Maybe I should just have a nap. So you think yourself a comedian? Who, me? I am but a humble sorceress. I certainly wouldn't assume myself to be anything. The vines dig in deeper into me, but I don't react. I can feel my blood slowly start to trickle down my body. She's definitely getting pissed off. Oh, but oh, your majesty, don't you truly think me funny and witty? Haha, demure? I would forever be— Ah! The vines wrap themselves around my neck, squeezing painfully hard. I thought I might have a use for you. A live sorceress is rather rare, after all. But you are starting to grate on my nerves. It's getting hard to breathe. I'm starting to see spots in my eyes. Well, I am rather great at that. Get it? Just talking is becoming difficult. I cough, desperately trying to breathe in some more air. Since you seem to think yourself funny, shall we see just how funny you are as my little puppet? I need air. My ears won't stop ringing. It slowly keeps getting louder and louder. I can hardly feel any of the pain anymore, only the burning need for air. I can't keep my eyes open anymore. So tired. Shall we stay— Oop. The sound of a body crumpling to the floor brings me back to reality. I feel the veins loosen. I'm guessing the vines loosen and fall to the ground. Oh, shit. I open my eyes and gasp at the sight before me. Shinji stands over Sorsha's body, her still beating heart in his hand. What? My knees finally give out and I fall to the floor in a heap. But I can't tear my eyes away from Shinji for even the slightest of moments. He stares down at her with an unreadable face. I feel as if my breath has been taken away for an entirely different reason this time. My heart drums away frantically. Shinji. My voice comes out raspy and quiet, but it's enough to get his attention. His eyes land on me, but his expression remains unchanged. Cold. So cold. His eyes are terrifyingly cold. But I don't feel scared. I want to reach out and hold him, to pull him into an embrace. He doesn't say a thing. He doesn't move. It feels like every fiber of my being is on fire. The wounds caused by Sorsha's thorns continue to bleed. My throat is closing up, and I can barely breathe, but I force myself to speak. Shinji, you— There is no change in his eyes. Can he even hear me? He seems frozen. I slowly push myself up to my feet. As I take a step closer to Shinji, he looks away. Don't come any closer. Not now. Not when I frown, but stay still as he asks. I want to ask him why, but I feel like I know the answer. Because she would never stop. The throne room is no longer filled with the sounds of fighting, but the storm outside continues to rage on. I can hear Lachlan's footsteps coming up from behind me, but I don't dare look away from Shinji. Shinji looks back, behind me, at Lachlan. His eyes refuse to meet mine again. Not knowing what else to do, I turn around. Lachlan stops just a few steps away from me. His eyes wordlessly travel to her crumpled form. So it's over. Shinji nods quietly. He glances at the heart still in his hand. I watch him freeze it and then crush it into dust. In the end, there was no epic battle, no heroic sacrifice. Oh, that was kind of an epic battle. The heroes of the story didn't act like heroes at all. Whatever grand battle was the main villain that should have happened, it was completely wiped away with a single act. Looking down at her lifeless form, I can't help but feel some morbid sense of disappointment. Yo, good night. Good night, Pizer. Thanks for hanging out. Part of me just wants to ask, what? Was that it? I sigh and tear my eyes away from her. You were like about to die, bitch. What are you talking about? Maybe we should get going. I don't particularly want to stay in the same room as a dead body for much longer. Forgetting any previous exhaustion, I move to leave this place. I don't have to look back to know those two are following right after me. The storm outside brings a sort of frosty breeze, soothing the aching cuts on my body. Before I realize it, I've already stopped to watch the clouds. As Shinji and Lachlan walk by, Shinji stops a few steps ahead and waits for me with a tired smile. This end, I know it's a start of something, even though I'm not sure where it will lead to just yet. It hasn't been perfect, far from it, and the future definitely won't be, but I'm fine with figuring things out as they come. Whatever the future holds, I won't be alone. Oh my goodness. This is the final chapter. It's the final countdown. A little over a month has passed since the end, and things have been a little hectic. A little hectic? No. More like insanely hectic. With Sorsha gone forever, we finally had a chance to catch up with everything that we missed. It took us this long to find a peaceful moment where we could just sit back and relax. But all in all, things have calmed down considerably by now. I never knew how refreshing it would be to not be involved in any life or death court intrigue, or having to deal with sociopathic queens. Shu and I sit back on the couch together with a glass of wine as we watch Shinji cook us lunch. I half listen to Shu talking about his newest niece. I'm too hypnotized by Shinji's broad shoulders and his precise movements as he prepares the meal to truly pay attention. And then she just threw down the whole pot by accident on the dog. I nod along to what he says. I try to refocus on my conversation with Shu, but I feel bad for not knowing much of anything he's already told me. Damn it, Shinji, why are you so distracting without even trying to be? I look to Shu, who suddenly has a very big grin on his face. One that makes me feel like I should be very nervous right about now. So, will you two ever get married or something? Hey, calm down. Yes, but calm down. I nearly choke on my wine. What? As Shinji serves us lunch, he glances over at my face and chuckles. Technically, we even could go down today and do it. Just go get married now? When I say it out loud, I'm surprised by how happy I feel with the idea of it. Although my family would really murder me if I just got married without inviting them. I can just see it now, Ko looking positively furious with me. Ugh, no, I could not survive that. Well, there isn't any real rush to do it, but we could, as I've said, technically do it. I can't even get a word in as the room is suddenly filled with the sound of someone suddenly and very loudly going, "Oh." I'm so happy I get to see you two like this. Now I really can't wait to be an uncle. Shu, you're already an uncle to how many kids exactly? Well, only Minoru and Kia have kids. Kia. So only 5. Only? I'm starting to realize that anyone who ends up dating Shu definitely should have the desire for a very big family. Right, huh? Only 5. But see, you already have a lot of nieces and nephews. But, Shinji snores, we still need a lot of practice at making the kid before we even think about if we want one. Yeah. Yep, so much practice needed. Shu momentarily looks very thoughtful. Then, as if coming to some sort of conclusion, he nods. Then you should go start on that. My whole face feels like it's on fire. Is he telling us to... I can't seem to find it in myself to breathe. Does he actually know what he's just told us to go do? From the look on his face, it doesn't seem like he does. But even if Sho doesn't quite realize what he said, that doesn't stop my face from feeling like a blazing inferno. Shu seems to finally notice my expression. Did I say something wrong? I only managed to shake my head. I don't know what to say to him. To that. When I look at Shinji for some help, it's immediately obvious that he won't be any help at all. His whole body shakes from suppressed laughter. No, buddy, you didn't say anything wrong at all. Shinji's voice sounds strained, but he's clearly trying very hard not to just burst out laughing. Speaking of practicing, we'll just get going. He grabs my hand and easily pulls me to my feet. Shinji doesn't give me nor Shu any time to react before he just drags me out of their apartment. Oh man, they're shutting out the Kraken. Damn. We walk quite a bit outside before Shinji finally just bursts out laughing. After a few failed attempts, Shinji does manage to stop laughing. He looks down at me with a smile. Sorry. Had to get you out of there before Shu unknowingly gave you a heart attack or something. You could just explain. No, never mind. Explaining would have definitely made things worse. I sighed, just thinking about where that whole situation could have went. We all walk along the path together in a comfortable silence. Shinji starts humming happily. So, what do you want to do now? Despite my previous embarrassment, I can't help but think back on what was suggested before. How about we actually do get some of that practice in? A fine suggestion, my lady. Ugh, no ladies. Otherwise, I will henceforth refer to you as my prince. Ugh, no. Fine, none of that for either one of us. Since I live alone, going to my place is slowly becoming the one we go to be completely alone. With no urgent plans, no one after us, and nothing else to do, we walk hand in hand to my apartment. We barely make it past the threshold. Shinji's lips crash onto mine with wild abandon. Somewhere in the back of my mind, it registers that I heard the front door close itself with a click. We make our way into the living room, leaving a scattered trail of clothes behind us. Shinji lifts me up in his arms, and I wrap my legs around his waist. He easily carries me like this to the bedroom. Yeah. Goodbye. We fall into the bed together. Our bodies so completely entwined with each other, everything else around us seems to fade away. Skin against skin, deep breaths, and the desperate, all-encompassing need to be completely filled with each other. Time ceases to exist when we're together like this. Ah. The sun has long since set. We quietly lie in bed, wrapped in each other's arms. Shinji absolutely plays with my hair, gently twirling and twisting a strand between his fingers. Kind of wish we could just stay like this forever. That would be nice. He chuckles. Somehow, it sounds a little sad. Too bad we can't. Too much to do. He wraps his arms around me tighter, pulling me closer. Hold on, I think this is I'm going to try to snooze this. Boom. He wraps his arms around me tighter, pulling me closer. I can't help but laugh as I squirm in his arms. Ew, Shinji, gross. We're all sweaty and sticky. When I look at him, I freeze. I'm so blown away by his radiant smile that I can't even speak. It's a smile I haven't seen before. So open, so honest and vulnerable. For the first time, I feel like he's letting me in completely, that he's allowing me to look into his soul. I love you. Even if there were no words between us, I could feel his love for me with every fiber of my being. Can you finally say it back to him? I love you too. Thank you. I say it back, even if it doesn't feel like words are enough. They will never be enough. In the quiet, dark hours before dawn, I allow myself to feel as if we were the only people in the world. Ah. Aww. That's Shinji. I love it. There's several different ways that this can end, too. There's another one where they end up going back to Avalon, and he, shows her how he uses his powers. But, I'll leave some endings open for you. But yeah, that's Shinji. I hope you enjoyed that. We'll continue, there's all of them. We will continue playing this another day. My voice needs a rest. I think so. My favorite, I don't really have. My second favorite is a tie between Shu and Takumi. And then you have to play this guy last. He's the teacher. So I don't know. I don't know. I can't decide between these two, which I like more. They're both really good. Shinji is my favorite, though. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. That took a little bit longer than I initially expected. But I hope you enjoyed that. I really love this game. I'll just sit here and play this, obviously. It's so good. The music's great. I highly recommend checking it out for yourself. I like the old Shin dog. Yeah, me too. He's my favorite out of all of them. But I think, yeah, if you enjoyed that, you'll enjoy all of them. And Tatsuya, as you saw, like the blue-haired kid, he's like kind of a surly asshole, but his story is actually really good too. Like they're all really, really good. So we will keep playing that